Yo, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Get ready for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're here to make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance till the morning light. Feel the music, let it flow through your veins. Come on, everybody, let's have fun. Hey y'all, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Get ready for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're here to make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance till the morning light. Feel the music, let it flow through your veins. Come on, everybody, let's have fun. Hey y'all, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Get ready for a ride. Buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control. We're here to make memories, create an unforgettable night. Forget about your worries. Let's spread the love and shine so bright. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where the energy is high. We're gonna dance till the morning light. Feel the music, let it flow through your veins. Come on, everybody, let's have fun. Hey y'all, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun.
Yeah.
What's the worst case scenario? Plan out in your head, it's all gonna go. So you think you got it, but there's always something that you just find out about. You never figure out every possible outcome. So schedule. Have a good time, better worry at your power. When your brain's right, but it's even good. even good days. Try to calm down, try to calm down, fire up, doing life after doing life, even good days, even good days,
Hey y'all, how you doing? Glad you came through. Welcome to the Sugar Love Show, where we have fun. Grab your friends and dance along. Join the party all night long. Get ready for a ride, buckle up, hold tight. We're gonna ignite. Shake your body to the rhythm. Let the music take control. When the beat drops, you better lose control.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Hey, sugar.
Hey queen, hey king.
What's up, gang?
I'm trying to find my mouse. Oh, here we go, right here. Oh, I didn't mute that out. I was sitting there trying to find where is the music coming from. Well, we
I
had
was too. I started looking around like, is my other phone on?
That's what was taking me so long. I'm going through all the different tabs and stuff. We had a beautiful show yesterday, right? And I'm going to remind y'all that throughout the show, the grandmother was sending trolls saying, hey, she's on coke, she's on this, she's on that, right? And the young lady gave us about 3 hours of her time. And you know me, I start from the beginning. So we have a great understanding of not just her, but mothers who is at their wits, right? And a lot of times people do not discuss that. So I'm glad she did, right? I'd rather her place them somewhere safe than for her to hurt them, right? We can go with, yeah, you lay down and had them kids, but shoot, 2 people lay down and had a kid. So your point is what, right? 2 people lay down and had that kid. Well, this grandmother and who's sitting up here trying to get this young lady arrested, the grandmother ain't seen the child in 3 years, 4 years, and certain things she don't want to accept about her son. So she made it her business to tell her wannabe side of the story, right? So we're gonna check grandma out. Kev, did you ever get a chance to look at a little bit of it before we start?
Yeah, you know I'm king of the replay gang, so
I'm my mother freaking brother. Because before I start that, I want to just get your take on, what you saw.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I was probably like most people when, the story initially came out, like, how could you? But, when you have a conversation and you listen, and you talk to people, and most people in that position wouldn't probably, have the courage or the ability to articulate their story. But I came away at the end, like you said earlier, any madness I had, about just the initial story before I saw the interview and everything, it was like, I can't be mad at somebody and say that in every situation you're a bad mother because you give up your kids, because there's a lot of women who keep their kids and abuse them or unalive them. And so it's just very interesting to come in thinking one thing and then end up thinking the total opposite at the end of the story. That's why you have to listen to other people.
And that's why I have to do the interviewing, right?
That
Because
was a good interview, by the
I
way.
have to get to the butter. But if you remember the other lady, remember? Oh, thank you so much, AC. Remember the other mother? She drove her and the kids in the with the ocean, the lake, or when she
Yeah, into the
drowned.
ocean. Yeah.
Right. And a lot of people, hey Nick, hey Jack, or I'm so terrible. Hey Nick, hey Jack, hey Larry, hey Summer, hey me, hey Lakeisha, and
Hey,
hello my bush babies. I'm just reading down the list. I already saw y'all. But I just wanted to read down the list anyway because it looked good. But this is something that mothers go through all the time, and people just thinking that you have and you got to take care of them. When you have no help, just like I was telling somebody about a postpartum depression and stuff, if it doesn't go, that's why back in the days, which I don't know if they do anymore, but I don't, it's not like a big thing anymore. Remember when the grandparents, it didn't matter, was it the mother side or the father side, when they knew that hey Angela, when they knew that a new baby was being born, they went to the house for, and they stayed, or they went to the parents' house for about a week or two just to
yes,
make sure mommy was okay, to see did they see any signs of postpartum depression. It really do take a village to raise kids. And if and a lot of parents don't even know, all they know is things is out of order, right? They can't think straight, and they're trying to figure out why they can't bond with this kid, because people think because you are a mother, you automatically supposed to bond with this kid. Like that's supposed to be like the best thing ever, and is I just love you. But in reality, that's not the truth. Sometimes because of the postpartum depression, you cannot. Your life has changed, your body has changed, your hormones are out of whack, and you just feel depressed. And then when you got a baby crying all day and all night, you that's the purpose of the grandparents or the aunts or the uncles, somebody coming in to help you. So you can get that sleep, and they'll tell you, put that thing around your stomach or whatever, and then you'll have them talking to their sons, because back then the men did hang around. You know what I'm saying? They did hang around. I don't know about these days, but a lot of times, even if he was a good dad or bad dad, at that point in time when that woman had that baby, the man was there, and they'll say, hey, and they'll help them out too, or while she's sleeping, whatever, right? But it's not like that anymore. And even then, it was really hard. I don't know why people think it's like magical for women. It's not, because your body don't go through no part of the changes. And some women, they fight it through. They fight it through. But we don't know what's going on, as we think that they're fighting it through. We really don't know what's going on in the household. And because the kids are still with the mother, that doesn't mean they're not doing things, right? That doesn't mean. And then I've heard plenty of times, oh, I didn't know where my next meal was coming from. I was hungry. I was this. You hear that later on when kids get older. So we have to start supporting each other, and that's even down to men. I came across this nice young guy. His page came. He remind me of Kevin so much. When I play his video, I swear for goodness, he reminds me of my brother. I was like, you sure this ain't you, Kevin? But I know it wasn't him, because just because his voice was a little bit lighter, if it was a little bit more deeper, I'd have been like, hey, Kev, you got a channel and tell me.
Hey, Suge, two things. That's why. And let me say, you once again, you did it like you are, like straight up one of the best interviewers. The way that you ask your questions, you get more than one answer out of one question. And so that
Yeah.
gives us a view. So a couple things I picked up. One is I don't think a lot of women know all of the particular symptoms of postpartum depression, because almost every woman, although they can um, display some of the same symptoms, is different in all women. Some women will break down and cry, they'll be depressed. Other women will be perfectly normal as far as their normal character, but they won't feel that maternal bond like you were saying, like, oh, I'm in love with my child. They'll be thinking, why don't I love my child? The second thing I was thinking is that I kind of picked up is, if a woman does have that thoughts, how do you honestly tell somebody, I don't feel like I love my baby, or I feel like I want to harm my baby? That's a big part of the problem, because who really would be able to tell somebody that and feel, without knowing how that person is going to receive that and look at you. And so I think that keeping it to themselves, that's a big part of it too. And the last thing real quick is, if you see something, say something, because a lot of times the person who's going through that, the woman who's going through that postpartum, is not going to reach out, or is not going to ask for help, or maybe even identify that she needs it. And so sometimes you just have to step in, because especially if you have children and you may not be an expert on it, but when you see certain things, like, you might just have to, as a girlfriend, say, hey girl, look, you look tired. I don't know how much you've been
Mm-hmm.
sleeping. Let me keep the baby for the weekend, whatever. And just, because a lot of times that reaching out may be that saving grace for that person, because they may be at that point and not know what to do. So, but
And the same rule applies for men, right? Because a lot of times men get stuck with kids they don't want neither, right? And men always say, well, that's your seed. Now people know, why do people gotta keep telling you that's your, they know it's their seed, right? But sometimes men don't connect with their children neither. So that's probably what would make them a deadbeat, but we never stop with them neither and ask them what's going on. Sometimes it could have been a one night stand, or, listen, I can't get the main one, you a pump and dump. The next thing you know, she's knocked up. A lot of times when men can't connect, they never connected with the mother. They cannot connect with the child neither. And
Right.
that's why I say it sort of kind of go both ways. And what we do is we badger them, you're a deadbeat. Or anytime a man said, oh, I have paid my all my child support, or I have, or you letting us know automatically I'm only obligated to take care of this kid financially. I'm not connected with this kid. I've done my job. Okay, you 18 now, bye. Right? But a lot of brothers too have to start speaking to other brothers, right? I mean, the real men, because all the other dummies, well, that's you see. That's not what they're hearing, if I'm not mistaken. That's not what they're hearing when men is like, well, that's your seat. Go take her your seat. They know this already. They made it. But sometimes we got to start going deeper with men too. And because that's a form of depression also.
no, that's 100% right. Because I've said it before, Suge. That's one of the main things I emphasize to the young men. And I've said that, shared that story about my family. You can't show up to a family function without the baby. That's where's the baby? That's the first thing
Right.
everybody's gonna ask, because
Yes.
they don't care what kind of situation you're in with the mother, because their thing was, and I'm so glad they instilled that on us as we came up, because my father, like I've said many times, is the oldest of 16. So it was instilled in us through all of them that if you don't bring your child with you, if you're not with the mother and your child is not here amongst their family, how will we build a relationship with them?
But if they don't have to that's why I say we gotta sometimes somebody gotta, hey, do you connect with your child? Like sometimes we gotta hit them with that same type of thing we would hit a woman with, right? Because even if they do bring them there, they're still not connected, emotionally connected, because they ain't give two ish about the mother. Sometimes we gotta start talking to men like everything I had, like how was you and girlfriend met, right? We can't force them to have a connection, but it's sometimes it's good for them to get their feelings out too, right? Then maybe, they'll start getting a connection, because a lot of times, just like Brian McKnight, baby, I got a new name. I got a new name. Who? I don't know you.
Hmm.
I don't know you. Right. But
I
I
feel
don't.
like now that they have things where, mommy groups, and I
Mhm.
feel that they should also have daddy groups as well.
Yes. Yes.
So that the
Yes.
fathers can be able to talk among fathers, because it's a lot of pressure being a father and a new father at that,
Yeah.
you
And
know.
without bashing. See, the thing is,
Yes.
men, we got to take away the bashing. Like, don't have a mommy's group if it's just there to bash men. Don't have a daddy's group if it's just there to bash women, because that's 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 not your feelings. You just saying whatever that surface.
No, I
All right.
mean a
They
mommy's group as far as like
No, you're
not
right.
connecting with, if feelings of not connecting with your
Right.
child and
Hmm.
stuff like that for both parents, individually and collectively, because sometimes both parents can be feeling that and they have no one to share that
Hmm.
with either.
Yeah.
So if they
Yeah.
have other parents, that they can share that with, then that will ease them, and then they can have a community amongst themselves too.
Yeah.
And that definitely helps out with babysitting and being comfortable with knowing who your children are around.
Because that might make you want to take away the word, oh, because she bitter. Nah, she's not bitter, baby, because she was a one nighter and you just don't care about her, right? And now you got to see her face. It's bad enough when you cared about her and you got to see her face. But imagine if she was, you was supposed to stay in the dark. Damn, knocked up, right? Now people got to see you in the light. And now they got to know I was hitting you, you know, how they say, the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock woman, right? Now everybody
Right.
got to know, So it's a lot of emotions that people don't talk about when it comes down to having these precious babies, right? It's a lot of emotions. And daddy, like you said, daddy, men need groups too, where they could just be for real. How you feeling? Like, how you feel? you know Maybe then they could set up things to whereas, well, just spend a little time with the child, or forget about the mother. Find something you like about the child, because sometimes once they get remarried or they get the woman that they want, baby, it is so much more easier to forget about that kid. All that kid becomes is a seasonal phone call. Happy birthday. All right. Well, Merry Christmas. All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
That happens a lot, and I think that that was one of the things that we try to address in our group. Like I said, I got a real small, tight group of friends, but what we do is we make sure that the sons of our friends have our numbers, our phone numbers as well, and they have access to us. The younger ones, which it isn't a lot of them anymore because of my age, and
Mhm.
our kids are adults, but
Mhm.
we have grandkids, and so we keep those chains going down the generation, so that even if there's a function, say for instance, and my buddy has to work and he can't make it, I'll go swoop up his grandboys when I go and get my grandsons. And so they're still in that community of people that they know. You see what I'm saying? And so that even if even if their father isn't available all the time, they have someone who they know and are familiar with that can take up that slack. The thing is, as men, we just have to make ourselves available. That's the thing. Like we schedule in our life what's important to us. If golfing or going fishing or going to the strip club, whatever it is, we make time to do whatever it is that we want to do. So it's just a matter of, and that's the thing about choosing a person that you have a child with too. We have to go back a little bit and tell our kids that's very important. You have to look at the person you're dealing with and the kind of family they have, and what type of potential support you may or may not have from that person's family. And because like I said, it's so layered. But once the child's here, we have to make ourselves available, especially when they don't have the resources, because like I said, it just takes that one friend to say, hey, you looking stressed out, how you feeling today? man, I'm just overwhelmed, bro. I just, hey, listen, say no more. Listen, I was getting ready to go take the boys to the park. I'll come by. I'm gonna get little Mike, and we're gonna go to the park and hang out for a while, just chill out. And then when we get through, we'll come back and get you. We'll go grab something to eat, man. That things like that are important because, like, Suge was saying, a lot of times, women don't ask men, like, what's going on in your life? What's going on with you? A lot of times, if a man is not, in a certain position in his life, he's not going to make himself available for his son, and we as men, we have to do a better job of talking to each other and talking to the younger guys that's, the young men that we're raising, or just the young men, period, and say, hey, make yourself available to somebody, to a younger guy. If you go play ball, go get them, play ball with you, go get your hair cut, just go by, swoop them up, just take them, just that little time is that's keeping them away from something else for 2 or 3 hours while y'all going to get a haircut and then, run and grab a burger and come back to the house. That's keeping them
right. Yeah. And even if you cannot connect with the kid, leave them alone. Like, just like,
that was best.
To me, that was the most disgusting thing. I don't know what happened. I'm just using Brian McKnight as I'm using him because he's recent. Whatever happened, we're not talking about what happened to you and your wife. We don't know. But what part, you can't call her bitter, but so much because you raised your kids for 6 years. They on the road with you. But you can tell when he had them out there, he's in a beautiful suit. They in street clothes. Like you somewhere down the line you mixed up too, but not here, not there. The point is you didn't connect, you disowned them. Why are you still talking about them? And I don't know if y'all seen the picture. I showed you guys the picture of his son fighting for his life. Why would you then say, well, these kids were made out of sin and I got my real son right here? Ninja, that boy got 26 hours of chemo. How about leave them alone? You ain't been with the mother in 30 years. Ain't no more bitter there no more. She ain't bitter no more. But sometimes they'll keep people don't see that either A, they didn't connect, or for whatever went wrong, you want to keep it going. But damn, the boy fighting for his life. Like, when do you stop? If you can't heal it, the relationship, leave it alone.
I believe in that because I've got a 14 and a 15-year-old that I mentor that have children. I have a couple 16-year-olds and multiple 17-year-olds that are already fathers. And I tell them, if you gangbanging, if you selling dope, if somebody after you, leave your kids alone until you can be around them and you know that you're not putting their life in danger. You know that you're not being a negative influence to them, or something may happen to them because of something that you have done. Until you have those 3 things, leave those kids alone, because every parent isn't deserving of being in a child's life either.
People like Brian McKnight, God has a special plan for them. And I've seen it with my own 2 eyes with my son's father. You're not going to keep on messing with God's children. And I'm not talking about me as the adult. I'm talking about the helpless children. You are not going to keep playing in God's face about children. He is very specific about that. And when you dishonor God about children, there is a whole new level of hell to pay.
And then you got people that's backing them up. Okay, you don't want them in your life. Okay. But how does that sound to a parent who done went through everything with their kid? How does that sound to a parent that's kid is locked up and they still there? Like, people acting like, especially these new set of kids. And Lord knows I'm old school. I don't tolerate no type of disrespect. but I'm not disowning my child, right? Even if we don't speak, it would never be a time that child don't call me, I don't jump, right? We ain't gotta put up with it. Now, who ain't got a child who, yeah, they lazy? So, okay, a lot of people who got lazy kids. Does that mean we did? I mean, cutting them off financially, that's nothing. But let me disown you because you are lazy and you are unruly.
Just
Them
great.
kids, at that point, they in their early 20s, teens. What would you want? What did you want them to do? And it's not the money. They spent 6 years with you. They spent 6 years with you, so that would be what you put into it. So we
Yeah.
got a lot of we
You
got
got
a
put
lot of
what
these
you put
artists
in.
now that
Hmm.
thinking it's okay, not just him thinking it's okay. Well, it's all about the money. It's all about the money. It's supposed to be about the money. You bought them into the You bought them into the money. You the one decided to buy these kids $3,000, $5,000 strollers. You the one got them rocking. Look at all these kids. They rocking all these big trains. Now all of a sudden, well, you better fend for yourself. I ain't doing it no more. Then you should have trained the how you said you train a child. That's what they're gonna grow up to be.
You
Yeah,
train
that's
them up in the way they should go.
that goes back to two about choosing because like what I learned about talking to, younger people, you can preach to them all day about certain things. They just not trying to hear you.
Mm,
What I tell them, y'all gonna have sex, y'all gonna do all the things that young people do. This is what I try to tell them. And I even um the young boys because they're active at a younger age. And so I tell them like, listen, you can talk to and deal with whoever you want to. That's not the thing. When you get to the point where you have a child with someone, if that person hasn't proven themselves already, why would you experiment with that person as far as procreating another life? In other words, most of these kids, by the time they're 18, 19 years old, they have a child already. So if you are dealing with a person and that person is not financially stable them for themselves, or if that person hasn't already proven themselves as a father or a mother by the child or children that they already have, it's cool if you're attracted to them and you just want to mess with them. But then you have to understand that whatever you see when you meet them, that's what you get. So if you have a child with a woman that has a child that doesn't keep her house clean or, doesn't, take care of her children properly, or if you meet a man and he's financially not stable and he's emotionally not stable, if he turns you on, then cool. You can deal with him, but then when you have a child with that person, they're not going to change. And we have to understand that because life is something different. Like I said, you can mess with 20 people. I won't hold that against you. But if you have 3 children by 3 different men and none of them take care of their children, it's a pattern on both sides. And that's what we have to kind of address when we talk to young people. We're not going to stop them from doing what they do because they, as life proves, but we just have to make them understand that, listen, you choose who you have a child with, and you have to, make people prove themselves or who they are. If you just want to mess with them because you're attracted to them or whatever, for whatever reason, that's cool. But you have to understand, if you procreate with a person, that's what you have. If you meet a dude who's unemployed, who sells drugs, and who's, living a certain type of lifestyle, that's going to be your child's father. And then you're going to hope that he changes. Well, which is more likely? If you get
I'm
somebody that
glad
already
that
has a job and takes care of himself and is a reasonable, responsible man, then you have a better chance at that man being more responsible if he fathers your child. Go ahead.
well, hold on. Somebody's doubling. Somebody's doubling.
hold on. Is it me?
It's an echo. It's an echo.
Yeah, I think
Go
that's
ahead.
you.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad that you break it down like that and lay it out so plain. You sound like my bonus dad, Kev. Like, he's very logical when he explains things to me and my sisters and brothers, but mainly me and my sisters. And, I found the most value in the gems that he gives me because I can think on a logical level instead of emotional. So he gives me a male's perspective and I'm able to look at it both ways. And men don't like that because basically my father and my mother has given me a lot of wisdom, when it comes to things like that. So
But
it's difficult for them to try to get over in those areas like that.
but see, the problem is being in reverse now, right? That's one major thing, right? But then again, as we see with this young lady, she was abused since she was 14, 15. That's what you're going to keep attracting. But the problem we have now is it's the parents now. Well, I don't have the perfect child, so I'm now disowning you. So that's, well, not with this situation, but that's what we have now. Okay, what? You did the wrong thing. Okay, you disown. Like, we all, like, ain't nobody perfect. So if you don't have the perfect child, you cut off, you disown. And that is sad that people is yaying that on. Like, let's get 50 Cent. Like, your son did a couple of things compared to Ninja. You sold drugs. Your family still, your grandma, you couldn't tell your grandma nothing about you.
Right.
You pop people. You stole, you robbed. And guess what? You changed to be a better man. Right? It's not like, well, you just own whatever. If you make it, you make it. You don't, you don't. Nah, that's not how you, no, that's not how you love your kid. And I see that a lot. Parents are disowning their kids like they were perfect. Right? Now, like I said, we don't have to deal with disrespectful kids, but that don't mean you disown them. They might change the same way we did. Right? So,
I'm glad I never forgot what it was to be a kid and a teenager.
mm-hmm.
You know what I did to
Right.
you know what I said to my kids? I told them, like, we were having a conversation about this one day, and my daughter said, Dad, I just really appreciate that. Like, I never felt judged, or I never felt like I couldn't come to you and talk to you. You never made us feel bad about doing things wrong. And I said, because whatever you did wrong from birth to 18, if something was wrong, that was my fault, because that was under my guidance, right? So I have to give you grace, because I was learning on the job as well, trying to be a parent. But I take at least 50% responsibility of anything that went wrong with you, because I raised you. You get what I'm saying? And so, and I think that helps when we're able to remember who we were when we are raising our children. And I think we'll have a lot more grace and a lot more mercy if we can truly remember, like, how we felt when we felt we didn't have anyone to come to. We didn't know how to talk about certain things. We felt, we didn't feel like, we could come to somebody safely. So I think when we remember that, it helps us as parents. I don't care how old your kid is, too. If your kid's 21, they'd be totally out of control. You ain't got to tell me. My kid's already been there and past that, so I get it. But I tell my friends that have kids that are 21, think about, me and you was together, so think about the dumb stuff you did. They
Yeah.
ain't doing that, and they'll go, Care, you know what? You always have. I say, right.
Uh-huh. Or
Just like
prove
you
the
said.
point.
Yeah.
Prove the point. The minute you tell your kids, I was your age before, that nips it in the bucket. So how I was your age before, you ain't foolish. So that means you did some things for you to tell your child. But now, as you see, now these men are making money, and with the red pill and the other thing, they'll rather see your kids, just to prove a point that they're sticking by the man. They'll rather see their kids who are not even their kids. That's the person kid. But that's like, they they know that boy is holding on to his life. They'll rather see him in distress, in stress, and maybe not hear no more, just so they can say Brian McNine is right. Right? They like, even with little Marquise, I sat there, and when him and 50 was going at it, it was the young boy's birthday. I have never seen a bunch of grown people, over thousands of people, go after this young boy, and it's his birthday. It's really gotten to the point where, again, y'all forgot y'all wasn't born millionaires. Y'all forgot how y'all got to where you at. That I so yeah, some of these kids, they're terrible. We know that, but they're our kids, right? You're supposed to keep fighting and fighting and fighting for your kids. I have seen parents that kids were straight up crackheads, robbed everything in the damn house. I don't see, but they never gave up hope. These days, they just give up hope, right? And then, well, let's get back to this, right? With this young lady right here, like I said, we're gonna go more into this. Just if men want to speak, I'm gonna do panels. If men want to speak, it has to be about them. I don't hear about the baby mama. I want to hear about how you feel. Because what I do, and I think that comedian said that, and he was absolutely right. If you don't have no connection to the baby mother, it's hard for you to have connection to the kid, right? And then, as we see with this young lady, the way she got pregnant, they didn't have no connection to her. She was trash. She was trash. So how you think anytime you 15, and then by the time you go to your 6 week checkup, you knocked up again by a grown man. And the child don't understand, no adult, no child can give a man permission that is still bape. So of course, because of what happened in her household, and the mother was drinking or whatever, of course he's not going to see, well, I got two fine sons here. Well, let me raise them. Like, she's a bitch. She's trash, So bye, right? And we see this happen so many times. So, like, when you get a certain age and you older, hey, Tiffany, of course you can think, like, let me pick the right one or vet the right one. But 15 and 16, when you're being forced to do it because you're hungry, you just picking to eat at that moment, right? You didn't, and then these grown ass men know what they doing, but the same rule apply. How he saw that young lady is now how he treated the kids, and that includes. And then she went from one to another to another. Remember, this is still a child we're talking about. She's not even an adult yet. At this point, she's 16 with two kids.
That's crazy.
Right, so we gotta. So again, the same rule apply. Now she's stuck with all of these children, and now she's at a wit stand. Like, I can't do this. Like, what can I do? Help, 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 help. Yes, help, help. And then when people do not give you, I'm glad that she found somebody, because we don't know where she would have went at this point, because that young lady was never shown love.
So
Don't even know what love is.
I just thought about it. How can you even possibly be a mother when you never got the chance to finish being a child?
Mm-hmm,
Come on now,
mm-hmm,
Kev. Say it.
mm-hmm. So
Also,
for
I
all
would
the
like to say
judgmental
I
people,
applaud her for everything that she has done. The young lady has been in college. She has been going to two colleges. She has been having aspirations as she's been going through this trauma, as well as being a mother at a young age.
and then people go, oh, but certain things are miss. Of course, certain things are missing, because certain things are too tragic to tell. I don't know what's wrong with you, adults. We are grown people. She's still some of our children are older than her. We know certain part with certain gaps in the story. It's supposed to be gaps in the story. It's not going to be well, you know what, blah, 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 blah. Certain things she's already continuously triggered. That's why she's in the predicament where she's at. And then if I'm taking you back to 11 and 12, and of course you have to leave out some stuff. A lot of things happen to kids. And you got kids too who parents were crackheads. And sometimes, after they finally got older and got over the pain, they couldn't admit, yeah, my mama sold me for crack. Or even when we seen that, I forgot what movie it was, and they was, oh, matter of fact, oh God, I remember the movie Holiday something. A lot of people didn't like it because Ben Ring played
Holiday
oh,
Heart.
that's yeah. But it was a very important part in the movie where the mother was doing whatever she was doing, and she didn't have no money. She pointed to her daughter. And we've anybody who was born in certain areas, it ain't like these stories are not uncommon. How for somebody who's on top of that made their life a mess and kept running and running. They don't know what love is because all they know is love. Okay, love means, hey, they're gonna give me money to eat, or love means I gotta get this behind whooping. This all I could equate with love, right? People don't understand. They can't say that right now. It's not like the story is not true. It's the point that they only can give you as much truth as they can. It's not a lie. I just can't give you the full truth because it's triggering. I have not received help. I have not received no therapy. I got 2 kids. I had 2 kids back to back. So I got, at the age of 16, I got one who ain't even walking yet, right? Ain't even walking. They're 11 months apart. One ain't even walking. And then now I got a newborn too, sitting up in here crying. And then when she finally gets out, she meets another guy who pretends that they're nice to her. And a lot of these abused people, these predators know your background. So they know to pretend they are the nice guy. And that's all these people looking for is a protection. They're looking for a savior. So they, of course, I'm going to be nice to you just to get you to where I'm at, to get you to lean on me, then masks come off. So if people don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. Because even when you're speaking to regular people who has not been traumatized, they still leave certain stuff out that makes no sense. They tell you what's need to be said, and that's it, right? But somebody can't sit up there, oh yeah, and then he used to drag me and then punch me in the face and feed me and used to lock me in the closet and wouldn't let me out. Certain things they make us say a little bit, but can you imagine telling that story over and over again when you're not healed? So some
That's
people was really hard on it, but you didn't use your adult mind to know, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it.
I think that's a lot of reason too. A lot of victims don't tell their story because people want to know each and every little gory detail, and they want to know because that's just, unfortunately, that's how we are. That's human nature. We want to. But I wanted to say another thing about your interview yesterday. When I was watching the replay, it made me think. In the beginning, I was looking at the story from the point of view of a mother who gave up her children. But by halfway through the story, I started looking at her from the child's point of view, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not her children, but her as a child, because
Mhm.
that's when she was going
Yes.
through this story. We're at the part now where she's at her wit's end, like you said. But we got to remember, think about when you were a 15 and 16-year-old girl. If you had 2 children with no support and dysfunction and abuse, you can't even wrap your mind around that. And halfway through that interview, I was no longer looking at like, oh, this lady left her kids. I was looking at it like, wow, this kid was like, it just automatically made me think about when I was 16. I couldn't even take care of myself. And I was just like, Jesus, if so it was like that's why I said it was a great interview, because you didn't have to get so deep and personal that you made her feel uncomfortable, but you asked the right questions that made her express herself to the level that she felt comfortable. And like you said, as adults, we don't have to have everything spelled out. We can put two and two together without a
Mhm.
person saying something a lot of times. And then when you think about it from that aspect, being a 15, 16-year-old dealing with a 27, 30 something year old man, and just all it, I was just like, wow. And I'm just I'm looking at this kid, this young girl, and I'm just like, man, that's why I said it gave me a totally different perspective, because I no longer saw her as the adult, because that's the end result of everything she was going through. When she was going through this in real time, this was literally a kid. We know when our kids were 15 and 16 how goofy they were, and they couldn't, you left them outside one day, they couldn't, they wouldn't know how to get home if you dropped them off somewhere without their phone. So, and I
Isn't
when I saw her through the lens of that 15-year-old kid, I was like, Jesus Christ, like, yo, yeah. But anyway, yeah.
And if
listening
you're
to her
15,
story
and if
listening
you're
to her story sent me back through my own trauma, and I literally kept just like having to like lay down and just breathe and meditate and go over the steps that my therapist teaches me as a, because, and thank God I had therapy like earlier that day, because just hearing that, I resonated with a lot of it, and it was just like, okay, you know I just had to just pray for her and pray for me and pray for our inner child, because it is difficult when um you go through trauma and you don't have time to rest, and you're just living in survival mode, especially when you have children. Like my son just told me on Mother's Day, like he was grateful for everything that I did and sacrificed. And it was like, it wasn't easy, but I'm glad that I did, because of the result that I have now. My sons are reaching back, and they're helping out those that they can, because they see their friends and their peers don't have the same love from their parents or their families that they do from us and my family and me, you know.
yeah, it is crazy because remember, 15, 16. Remember when she met the man, and I purposely asked certain questions, which I the answer, I, I was really able to fill in the gaps, so I didn't have to pressure it anymore, right? Remember when she met the man, she said, because, oh, I thought he was a friend, and what I'm going through, I was hungry. She said, and then my little brother that's artistic, we were starving. So I think she said in the beginning the man gave her a candy bar or something like that.
Yeah, they gave her money to go to the candy house.
And then the mother said, well, she didn't get into that, but if I'm not, but she said the mother said it, well, if you don't do it, somebody else will do it, right? But that's not the catcher for me. I specifically said, were you a VJ before it happened? She said no. So, which means if she was 15, that means she was probably doing something at 14 and 13. So, that means that it was a more trauma than that. So I said, let me leave that alone because I see I see what happened there. I see what happened there. Survival mode has been since then, right? And it wasn't like she went out and got it. These things were brought to her. That's why she needed somebody to talk to, and that's why that man said he'll be her protector. But in all reality, that's because he knew her story and figured, So at this point, she was already messed up. She was already messed up. So when people talk about gaps are missing, that's because you can't fill in the gaps. Okay, you don't know how to fill it in, right? It doesn't make you absolutely correct, but it doesn't make you absolutely incorrect neither. You just may not be 100% right, but you're on your path, right? So no baby daddy. So anywho, she spoke upon the paternal grandmother of one of her sons who's been passed away for 4 years. So when she did the interview with Nick at Night, the grandmother sat up there and she been making comments about her and everything. So now the grandmother felt like she has something, not her grandmother, but the son who father passed away decided, okay, now she wants to go on Nick and Night, and that's where we are at now. And then what she thought that she was going to do did not work in her favor, right? And don't forget, guys, at any point in time, you need for me to stop, tell me to stop. But let's not try to talk during the video. I will definitely stop it so you can say what you have to say. At any point in time, just go stop. In the name of love. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Here we are, the Night Owls. If you have not hit that.
This. Why do you keep turning black on the sister? What? Holy, what did I do? Sorry, y'all.
Me and my son. My son didn't live with him. On back in November up to December of 2019.
But you know what? Like I said, I'm gonna come back for them. And as far as the whole foster home thing, like, will it be open? Will I still be able to like see them, bring them gifts and stuff? Like,
oh, credit goes to Nick at Night. Credit goes to Nick at Night.
And you'll be able to see them weekly.
Okay, that's even better. That I can still see them.
Oh yeah, you'll get to see them,
and I can still provide for them, right?
Correct. Gifts and have all that, because we're going to encourage that. Because our goal is reunification, to get you the help that you need, so you're not overwhelmed, and that you can, provide for your kids. I can tell that you care for them. You're just completely overwhelmed. I get that.
Yeah, because like, it's only so much I can do. I mean, I just finished my last medical class today, so it's like I just have to study for my NA.
What did you go to?
I'm in 2 different colleges right now. One is through OSU for my national.
All right, so we're gonna pause that right there. Now, let me bring up the grandmother, because a lot of people had a lot of questions, and she even had a lot of things that she had to get off her chest. Now, let me read to you what she posted on social media, because that is when we got the answer that the kids were not there. Because a lot of people, Faith, they want to know, if you are the grandmother, could you have taken in the child?
Yes, I've had him most of his life. In fact, he has a whole bedroom in here. He's on the lease. He was on the lease when she abandoned him the first time, because he stayed with me and my son. My son didn't live with him. On back in November up to December of 2019, she dropped off the babies with the woman that she calls Miss Fisher. Now, Miss Fisher is an alcoholic, and in one of the videos, one of the audios that my son recorded of her talking to another man, she left her children with my son to go speak with this man, and she was telling him that my only babysitter for all her boys is this alcoholic, and my son is watching the kids now, her kids. Now, at that time, my grandson wasn't born. This audio here. She was walking off to talk to that guy and was putting my son down. My son kept that video, and I got that. I'm sorry, audio. It's an audio. He kept it. But in any event, in 2019, she dropped the children off. My grandson had cuts on his butt from his bottom, I guess being in diapers. I don't know where they came from, but we have the pictures. My son sent them to me. He had to leave work to go get his son. Now, she had the baby upstairs in the hallway and strapped still in his car seat. And the other two were in a closed door upstairs crying. I have one of her boys has a disease in his leg and he was hurting. My son went and got him. This is the many times my son has rescued those children. He brought my grandson to me. And at times when she tried to spite me, I don't know her well enough to understand the evil, except that I have the Holy Ghost and she's a witch. And so she dislikes me without a cause and likes to have people argue with her. Not doing that. She would drop my grandson to my daughter, who's a nurse, and my other one's an MBA. Drop the baby off, and she would drop the baby to me. Everybody kept bringing the baby to me. So I kept him most of his life. He has a huge family. Sharon still in the report never got a chance to address her report because I'm still working on a murder case and I have to prioritize. But in her report, she made it look like my grandson was lonely. When he was staying with me through CPS, he was with my other grandchildren. He would do things with them. We have pictures, and he was very well cared for. In fact, I'll show you a picture here. His pictures are all over the wall like the rest of my family. This is how I care for my grandson.
Now, why would you do that?
Okay. He has.
Right, so somebody in the chat. Okay, so we're gonna I'm gonna pause you there. Someone in the chat says, "Why hasn't the son gone for full custody?" Her son has.
He did. Okay, so when she attacked him, when my grandson was a few days old, my son cried, and she attacked me in emails. I don't know her like that, but she would say stuff like, "Your mother's a slut." I've been celibate for 27 years for the sake of Christ. There's no man that could step up and say, "I've been with her." No. I am how I am because of Christ, not for what man thinks, but because of my dedication to him. And I'm unmarried and I want to stay that way so that I can serve the Lord. And that's, if you're reading the Bible, then you understand that women who are dedicated that way, we do that. We try to please the Lord, and a married woman pleases her husband. So I am this way. And I was able to open my life to take care of my grandson, start being a mother again. I don't mind that. She attacked my son while he protected him from going to a Halloween party that they go to every year. And I hope Catherine is listening because it's their parties that they go to. And some of the strippers, all of them, they go there. And my grandson was ill when he was born. My son said she thinks she knocked herself or caused herself to fall down the stairs. That's what she said to him, to go in labor early. But we believe that it was so that he can go to this party. They are avowed witches, okay? And I'm not gonna hide that. They'll tell you, and they told my son, I told him to stay away from her because of that when we found that out. But in any event, she attacked him and he didn't call the police. The neighbors called the police. He wasn't drunk. He was caring for his child.
Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, so we're gonna get into all of the details. I just wanted to answer that question real quick because there's a lot of information that we're going to go over, but I want to go over in like a timeline so that it's easier to follow. Because if you jump in to the part of the story where like there's this incident at Halloween and then we go, like, it'll be harder for the audience.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to answer the baseline of, okay, you're available. You're the grandmother. You are willing to take your grandson. I wanted to.
Yes, and I was in graduate school the whole time. I'm in a doctoral program. I'm not dumb in all the things that this ignorant person said. And I'm not going to go back and forth and calling people names and things like that. But I saw her do that throughout. And my kids are not stupid either, apparently. My son was in college at the time she murdered him. And she talks about he had a Cadillac.
Wait. We're gonna get to that part too.
Okay.
We have to like I said, I want to get to it in order.
Gotcha.
Or else they'll get lost. The audience will get lost because you have been living with this every single day. You know it forward, backward. You know how to jump in from the middle, from the side. The audience, they're new to the story.
Yes.
So they gotta take it like as at a build up. Okay.
Okay.
So before you go again, let me just give everybody a background. So this is the grandmother of her middle child. So the woman who went viral, she has 5 children. Okay. She has 5 children and her son has a child with her and he is the middle child. And then she had 2 girls after that. She had two kids before. Then she had the child that is in the middle, which is her grandson, and then she had two children after. Now, in the course of them being together, her son and her were dealing with each other. It was a toxic relationship. And while they were dealing with each other, there was an incident where her son passed away. Now, according to Faith, Faith feels strongly that the woman who has given her kids up and at the center of this story, Faith feels like she has something to do with her son's passing, and she feels as though she is the culprit. Now, just because it's my platform, and anytime there's allegations like that, I have to say it's alleged, even though you know for sure what you know. I just have to protect my platform and say it's alleged. But that is what Faith feels strongly about. Now, we're going to get to why Faith feels like she's the culprit. We're going to get to all of those things, but we're going to back up first. So you meet her from her dealing with your son and them having a relationship. So in the interview, she says that she started to date your son, I want to say 2017 or 2017, they started to date, correct?
I believe it's the earliest part of 2018. He didn't know her very long before she became pregnant.
Okay, so 2018, they started to date. So once they started to date, what was their relationship like while they were a couple?
When I first knew about her, my son came home with her two children, and I asked who they were, and they were calling him dead already. They started calling me grandma, and he said that he was babysitting her sons so that she can go to work as a nurse aide, that she was working as a nurse aide. At this point, we didn't know she was a stripper, and that was really distressing for my son. We finally found out. When she finally met me, she introduced herself and quickly told me that the two children she had were by rape, which is, unseemly. And I knew that they both had the same names that start with a K, and they're named Miller. They're named after their father. It didn't sound right. And I spoke with my son. My son said, "Mom, I can explain." There's no explanation. When you say a person raped you, you're thinking it was something violent.
R word.
Violent.
R worded you.
Yes, I'm sorry, the R word. You think it's something violent. Mr. Miller and Alexis Wright were teenagers when they met. He was about a year and a half older than she was. They had the first child. They even lived in the same house together, had the first child, and then had the second one. They said that her mother consented to that. But then by the time she had the second one, she was 18. They were engaged. He even proposed to her on Facebook. And if you can find those posts that she's made about vacays in 2015, that she complained that he didn't want to come get his kids. And I mean, you don't talk like this about a person that raped you. You want your kids to be with the person that raped you. She had
God,
telling
it. Shit.
You.
This is getting on my nerves. Okay, I didn't cut it off. Thank goodness. Now, if she was, y'all heard the interview yesterday, right? The man was in his 20s. She was 15. How was this consent?
Yeah, I don't know how much they got into this interview. That's why I wanted to really listen and see how she addressed the fact of her son's age as opposed to the young lady's age.
No, we're talking about the first two kids. So, even like, let's carry on because I didn't hear it. Some of you guys heard it, and as everybody says, down to CC, this lady is all over the place, right? So obviously she did not prove her point. But so far, she sounds like she's proven her point. But we'll get to
That's what I'm saying.
All right, go ahead, bro.
She didn't think anything about the fact that this young lady had two children when her son started dating her, and then she said her son, she got pregnant shortly after you know, like I said, it's things that we have to be aware of. She said the first time she met the kids, they started calling her grandma. They were already calling her son dad. These are things that, you know, you there are a lot of signs to let you know maybe something may be going on, and you have to look deeper into it, you know.
Hmm.
Because if she was whatever age she was when she met her son, just by doing the math, if she had 2 children, go back and see how young she was when she had those children.
Right.
I don't think
Right.
she took that into consideration. But yeah, go ahead, Should.
Hmm. Okay.
I also think that she's from that generation that, it was okay, about young girls being with older men.
And I think the point that she's trying to get to, she's a liar and deceiver. And I knew this from the beginning, right? Remember, she has to do a ERT case, right? A ERTA case in her mind, right? So
Right,
she,
right. I
so
think
she,
that has a lot to do with it.
right. So she has to paint this picture. But all I know is from what people say, that's down to my co-host Keish, my CC. She said it ain't go her way, right? And then it's also the after show, so y'all better buckle up and get y'all stuff together, right? Because we got the after show to watch too. But am I correct without you giving anything away, CC? It didn't go the way she expected.
It did not. It
Okay.
did not.
Well, that's why
So
I tell
buckle up,
men
y'all.
you have to
Buckle
be
up.
prepared. When you have a child with a woman, you have to be prepared to say, if something goes left, if she gets on drugs, if unfortunately she may pass away, do you have the ability to be able to care for your children? What if you need to step in and take custody of your child? If you're not prepared to do that, you're not in position to do that, you shouldn't have a child, because life circumstances happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
you know, even if you only have one child by her, and say she lost her place, you have to be able to say, oh, I can't take all your children, of course, but I can take my son, and you know, me and my mom or whoever help you or whatever. And you have to be able to be in a position where you can immediately step in, because if you can't, you can't sit back and go, oh, well, she lived in the projects, or she this. And if you can't, excuse me, if you can't take responsibility for your child, then you're probably not in a position to be a father.
That's what happened to me when I lost my place. I was really young. I had my first place and I lost it. And I told my younger son's dad, I was like, this is the time for you to step up and get a closer relationship with your child and step up for me so that we can make sure our child has a roof over his head. I had my other son, but I knew what my plans were. But as his father, I was like, I need you to make sure that you step up. And I said, under no circumstances am I giving over my custody rights or my parental rights. I stayed, once I did get on my feet, I lived right down the street, like not even 5 minutes away from him. So there was never no discrepancy, even though he tried to make it otherwise to his people. That didn't matter to me. As
Exactly.
long as didn't nobody serve me no papers saying it, or some craziness happened, I was cool, because I ain't got to worry about what you got going over there. It'll come out in the wash.
And when one thing too, we can't make women feel bad if they say, hey, I can't handle this right now for whatever reason. And that father needs to be able to step up, and it's no shade, because that would just be like me taking my child to their mother. Like, it's the same thing, but it's a stigma if a woman gives, even if it's partial custody. We're not, and Keith, not turning over your parental rights or your custody rights or whatever, but it's like we have to be in a position as people, if we're not with the other parent of our child, we have to be able to make a seamless transition. If my kid needs to come over here and go to school and finish the school year, I need to be able to, okay, I got to take my child to school and pick my child up now, because they're over here and not with their mom. They may be out of school district. So I'm going, those things, you have to have those kind of things in place. That's how serious it is having a child. But yeah, that's why it ends up like this.
And let's not forget, some women transcend during childbirth. A lot of men had to learn.
That's
Yes,
what I
yes.
mean. Yeah, you got to be
Hmm.
prepared for anything. That's part of your
Yeah,
responsibility as a
yeah.
parent. Even if you're the non-custodial parent, you have to be prepared that if somebody calls you today and say, "Hey, something happened. You need to come get little man, or you need to come get, Pooh Bear. You got to come get." You have to be prepared for that. That's just what it is, because that's how it is nowadays.
Yeah, because women, throughout all the fighting, and you could call it the bitter, and you could call it all of that, we sort of kind of made it easy for you guys to not think like that. But again,
Right.
it takes men. That's why it gotta be, you gotta have accountable friends. I think you said one time too, you had a friend who thought he was telling you something. You had to set him straight.
Yeah.
I for, what, and you, because he thought that you was gonna go along with what he was saying.
Yeah,
I
it's tell
forgot
me
what
how
it was.
bad this woman was. I said, listen, first of all, you picked her. And if she's that bad, go get him. And if you're not prepared to go get him and able to care for him and take custody of him, then you really have nothing to say. I don't really, I mean, because the bottom line is, we can think of a whole lot of reasons. The parents making it difficult, blah, blah, blah. Listen, the bottom line is we see what happens when kids don't have two parents. Not just we can't get stuck on the single mother households. They just need two parents that are stable, where they feel like no matter where they are, they're comfortable and they're safe and they're cared for and they're loved. Because when we don't provide that, we see what happens. We've just seen what's happened over our lifetime, and it's getting worse. It's not getting better.
And we don't have accountable friends. That's male and female. Like I, even females I be around, I don't care how my life is. My life is not your life, right? I'm not gonna take because you dogging men out. No, that's that kid's father. You ain't supposed to like him. Who cares? Your relationship with that child, with that father, has nothing to do with the child relationship with that father.
I know a young man, his wife was going through a sorority hazing at the beach and unfortunately ascended, and he's taking care of his daughter because of that. She lost her life
Oh,
in a hazing ritual.
oh.
Yeah, I don't have one single friend that doesn't take care of their children. I wouldn't be friends with somebody that didn't take care of their children. That would tell me something bigger about their overall character. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? We don't, and we hold each other accountable. We really do. We hold each other accountable. When that's why I said we make sure that our sons' friends have our phone numbers as well. If they can't reach their dad, if they can't talk to their dad. Sometimes I have one of my friend's sons called me. He's 14. Uncle Kev, can you talk to my dad? I'm trying to talk to him, but I don't really know how to. He's shutting me down every time I try to talk. I said, okay, then I can give him advice. Okay, listen, how about you let him talk since he's your father, and then you respond to him, and he'll let you say what you have to say. Just me giving him a different perspective on how to handle a situation with his dad, because he trusts me, because I know his dad. Me and his dad been friends forever. You have to give avenues for women to be able to say, hey, I don't know how to deal with my son right now, but I know I can call his dad. If I can't call his dad, I can call his dad's best friends. I can call his uncles. I can call his grandfather on his dad's side. You have to make yourself available. You have to
And
make yourself available to people.
new women and new girlfriends or new love, mind your effing business. That is a pet peeve of mine.
Please and thank you.
And new men and new loves of the, mind your business.
The number
That's
one
why a
reason,
lot of kids are torn apart from either their mother or their father, because they knew, like, a man coming there and you teaching them, hey, you got, that's not your kid. You have to build that relationship. And a lot of times women, they don't want to be left again. They'll scoot the same way, Brian. They'll scoot the father out, and he ain't got enough balls to say, I don't think so. That's mine, right? And then you got these women, you ready to fight. How you ready to fight? That's that man's child. How you ready to fight his mother? And then you expect for y'all to get along. How do you expect for me to want to leave my kid with you and you want to fight me? And then the man like, well, they got to come over to my house. Not when no woman wanted to fight me. That's never going to happen.
It's sad to say the two main reasons men don't take care of their children is not financial. That's not even in the top three. The number one reason is because they have a child with a woman who they're embarrassed of. That's the number one reason. However, the number two reason, trust me when I tell you this, ladies, and listen to me, is because the men are too weak not to let the new girlfriend pressure them into not doing things for their children that they could otherwise do, so that they can prove to the new girlfriend, I don't want her. It's just about the kid. So that's the number two reason. And I'm telling you, new girlfriends, mind your business. Even if you are the new one, sit back and watch how that man interacts with his child and his child's mother. That will tell you everything you need to know. You don't need to try to do nothing. Just shut up and mind your business and watch.
And that goes for the men too. New men,
right?
New husbands.
Men are worse than women.
Yes.
Men are worse than women because of our ego. But I'm telling you, that's the mistake, women. Even if you're the new wife, you're the new girlfriend, just sit back and don't say one word. Not one word. Let him interact. Don't let him play that game. Oh, I'm gonna let you deal with her since y'all know that I don't know her. You know her. Y'all have a child in common. When you see how he deals with her, you'll know what you're gonna get.
And even if everything he say is true, it still ain't none of your business. Your job is when them kids come over, your job is to just love them as you will love your own. That's the only job you have. And any man that I've ever had, I cut off conversation when this is me. If you talking about her, I don't want to hear it. I cut off all conversation with your ex.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves.
To make sure when I see her, I have no notions, no thoughts, and I will respect her as I want to be respected. And that's why I have never had problems. When women want to hear it, then they get hyped. They get hyped. And that it ain't you seen it all the time. Even on Murray. You got the new chick ready to pound. That chick that got nothing to do with you.
And I just thought about something too. You know what's crazy? So if this woman, Miss Faith, was smart, her son is no longer here, right? So the only piece of her son that she has left is her grandson. This woman was attempting to relinquish custody of her children anyway. She could just simply go to court, and if she had a cordial relationship, and say, hey, listen, I would love to take my grandson if you want to give up custody voluntarily and you still have access to him when you want to see him, and we can work out whatever kind of arrangement you want to, but I have the means and the ability to take care of my grandson. I think she probably would have gave it to her if she was.
Yeah, but now she can't because now it's harassment suits, right?
Well,
You're absolutely correct.
If she was smart, she would have just did. She would have had her son's legacy. But again, we don't think, because we get so emotional, and she wasn't thinking about the child. The woman wants to give her children up. You could have gotten your grandson, and then whatever happened with the court and whatever you think she did with your son would have came later. But you could have gotten custody without any problem, because she was wanting to give up custody, and she wouldn't have mind giving her son up to you, I'm sure, because you're his blood. So that was just, to me, I didn't understand why she came that way.
And that kept her 4 years from seeing the little boy, right? So at certain points, because you got this thing against me, as what you're saying, when I need help, I can't even come to you.
Right.
All right, let's get back into this. But like I said, a lot of y'all seen it. Me and Kev didn't see it. So, I'm going by what y'all saying. All of this didn't work. But let's see how she screws herself up.
He had been telling my son that, and told my son that he also raped his children.
R-worded.
His children while he was watching the P Word. And I that's one of the videos that some of the public got a hold up, but I put that there. I try to make awareness because police were not listening to us when we were telling them that she's been threatening his life. His attorney, we gave this information and all her screenshots to Alex's attorney, and we asked her to approach the prosecutor. She failed to do that. And when Alex was killed, she said, well, they seem to have something. She didn't show me and prove to me that she gave that to him. But she said, they seem to have words I don't use, basically an E word in their pants toward my son, that they wanted him in some way. So they didn't act on the threat, the second one, on his life. And we ever since then, I've just been trying to get them to look at not just all the evidence, but I opened all of our situation, everything that we have in terms of documents. Alex kept documenting things. After the first time she had him poisoned, she said there'll be no coming back. Then she went online. Alex gave me his passwords in case they killed him. The location of his phone, it wasn't in his car. It was in the house of the woman she said called her. And the police believe that the 8 phones were his. They're not. He didn't have one. The girl destroyed every phone. The only phone that he would have would be mine. Then he borrowed a blue phone from a friend. The phone that he ordered didn't arrive until after he died from Amazon. I have that. And the computer he had, she still has it. He took it with him to study. He had deadlines for Sunday. He died on Sunday. And he didn't die when we made it to the hospital, as she said. I was called at 3 a.m. Alex and I had just moved in an apartment that I got for him and the baby. And I was telling Alex, as you're going to school, he just bought a Cadillac because she destroyed his car. And that's documented on Facebook as well. And I have the copies on his profile. I have the copies of those things. I also have his profile. But where am I here? There's so many things. And so I'm trying to stay focused.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We had just gotten a place and the baby was with us the whole time from November to March. She had abandoned him from November to March and abandoned the boys to their father. And remember, my son went and picked them up at Robin's house. He had to leave his job and go pick up the kids. And my grandson had cuts on his butt. And my son, before he even made it home, he sent us a picture of the cuts on my grandson's butt. Okay. So I had the baby every day up until March something. And on March the 9th, Alex gave him a bath. Alex cared for his son. He knows how to care for kids.
I got to stop you right there. Okay. So when you said he died, you said, wait, you got to be clear with you're talking about the first incident or the final incident?
Yeah, this is after the first incident, actually.
When he passed, he came back to you?
No, I'm telling you about when she first abandoned the children. We just had gotten a place and she abandoned the kids. She had him killed, let him know that she had him killed. The only guy that was in the room is the only person to put fentanyl, and it's a what do you call it? It's a synthetic fentanyl. That's what the other one wasn't cocaine. It was fentanyl. And when they finished giving Alex the thing for the kidney, they did a dialysis. It was the fentanyl, and the acetafentanyl was still in his body, and it was still enough to kill an entire army. They switched up the story on that one, by the way. Reese said that he had it too, and his mother caused him to throw up. And I'll tell you why they did that, because I've got a screenshot and I shared it online, and then they changed their story. And so they framed this woman, Shabby Flowers. They didn't even show up at the hearings, but they made it look like they were both poisoned. And somehow Reese is still alive. Reese would have died or been a vegetable like my son had that been there. They took the time.
All right, let me just help you guys out a little bit. Her son was an addict, and he passed away from a bad bag. Had nothing to do with the girl, but she doesn't want to accept that. And you can't set somebody up with a habit they don't have.
Facts. And she has to understand also that may have been part of the reason why your son was with that young lady. It's not that she was necessarily so toxic, but if you're and no disrespect to the no longer living, but
Hmm.
yeah, all of those things play a factor in it, and I feel for her because yeah, a lot of times it's as a parent to lose a child is it's hard to accept a lot of things, but like I said, it's a shame because she seems like at heart, she's a decent person. And I think, like I said, if her true desire was to, make sure her grandson was safe, that woman would have walked over and put her grandbaby in her hands. I don't understand.
Right? She's thinking because they had a tumultuous relationship, which they did, right? But it doesn't take away. He beat the heck out that girl, and it was tumultuous. Like you bashed my car, I bashed your car. But it doesn't take away. He was someplace else with his homie, and
That's a fact.
he got a bad bag.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know if it's a because even at the point whenever she found this out, when it went viral, that's at the point where the woman was wanting to surrender her children. So she could have called her if she would have just had some type of cordial and said, "Hey, I understand you're going through something, and before you put the kids in the system, if you would, I would adopt my grandson.
And
She's the closest blood relative."
oh, let me rewind you back a little bit more. That's not his first overdose. Just want to let you know. I don't know if they get
Yeah.
into that. Uh, in the interview she gave us, we got into that, but I
That's
don't
what
know
they're
if she
talking
get
about right
if
now.
they get into that there. What you say, CC?
That's what they're talking about right now. That's why Nick had to have her clarify when she said he died, he unalived and came back to her. That's why she was like,
Oh,
wait, 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 wait,
Well,
because
let
he's
me
talking
hurry
about.
up and finish this before she take this down because she just said she was taking it down. So let's go.
okay.
To put it in my son's hand and take a picture. The girl, Sasha, came with a picture and showed my daughter that. She was very calm. The 3 times he was poisoned, he was always with his cousins. They had threatened his life in 2014,
His
handed him a
cousins,
pill,
not
told him to
hers.
try it out, and he died. But they didn't think he would live. But he lived and told that they handed him that pill. They had threatened his life. Then he was around him again, January 4th, 2020. And the girl was
Okay,
threatening him.
when you say okay, you gotta okay. So when you say like he died and then they were around him again, that's confusing to the audience. So you kind of have to be more like,
He
hey,
literally died. Okay, he literally died, and he was brought back to life by CPR. And when
okay,
they did it January 4th, he was telling the doctor, I was on the phone, my son was there as well. Uh, he was telling the doctor, I don't do drugs. Somebody poisoned me. It was in the drinks. The girl, her name is, I'm going to, Montina Middleton. They put it in her drink as well. The hotel guy actually bragged about fondling her with the remote control while she was dead beside my son. I had my grandbaby with me and I started praying. And my other daughter, my youngest one, her and another friend that she worked with rushed down to the hotel where my son was and they revived him with CPR. And he was extremely damaged. And the woman continued to do these messages to him while she was in Miami, where she was trying to go with the CPS thing, just wanted the rest of the public to pay for it. She was still in Miami. And she was telling him that she's going to kill him and that it's going to be no coming back. The night before she killed him, she left a voice message and she said, "You are dead." I shared it and I even called the detective and played the audio for him so he can hear it. They were ignoring me. They wanted to buy the fact that she's saying that he was an addict. But right there at Franklin County, he dropped clean urine the day before they killed him. And that's problematic. It's problematic for them. He told Jordan, a guy named Jordan, who's his best friend in Toledo, in his messages, they killed me. And he goes, what? So what happened? So he told him what happened. He told Sasha Ray, the people that are always involved when he's poisoned this way, that she's trying to kill me. She never quite responded in those messages. And he was telling people he was trying to protect himself. And when they did it this time, they set him up, and the kids told just how it was done.
Okay,
And I was
I'm gonna pause you right
discussing that.
there. Okay, so she made an attempt on his life where he flatlined and then he was revived. And then he was going around telling people that
Wait, hold up, Nick. Don't take the video down yet. She's not. What she was telling him, and she keep doing. Please, if you guys did not catch my video, my interview with the young lady, please catch it. But even if you didn't catch it, she's skipping the fact that nobody's trying. I can't. He's with the drug dealer. She's not there. He's buying. He is an addict. How somebody's trying to get you? They're not there, but you keep buying these bags or whatever you get it.
Text, like when you get into it with your dude, and you be like, "All right, keep playing, keep messing around, and find out." That's what she was saying in that text.
Right. But she did explain that. But even if she didn't, as you hear her speaking, she kept saying when she tried to ill him, when she tried, no, baby, that's the drug dealer. That's the dealer. That ain't her. And he keeps going back because it's some good stuff. And he keep going back.
But you see how she glosses upon, oh, those people that are always with him when he gets poisoned. What is you talking about? If your son is around people that always that he's around and he gets poisoned around them every time he goes, it will behoove you to inform your son to stay away from those people, and you keep a close eye on your son.
Well, the thing too with poisoning, if you don't do drugs, you're not going to take a pill, and you're not going to take a pill that you don't know what it is.
Exactly.
You're just
and remember, this is over and over and over and over again. It's not the first time. Right. You didn't hear her say, my son never did drugs ever. He was just the smartest person until he met her. She didn't say that, but we'll carry on, right?
Yeah, you remember though when she said his cousins poisoned him. She said they gave him a pill, but when he got to the hospital, he said, "I don't do drugs." They gave.
Oh, that was his own cousin.
Right, but you again, if you don't take drugs, you're not going to ingest a pill that you don't know what it is. But yeah, she's just in denial.
he tried to kill him and stuff like that.
Yes,
So
and she was admitting.
Why did he continue to like deal with her at all if she was making attempts on
protecting his baby? And he would care for the older two too. He would wake up, this is just meeting her, but he would leave our home and go take them to school so CPS wouldn't take them. That's what he would do. She had him convinced that the father of the children actually raped them, and he's trying to get trying to get CPS to take his kids from her because she's not getting them to school and all. And so he would wake up and he would do her due diligence. He had broken down her door several times to go get the kids. The last time, March 8th, when she said she'll piss on his father's grave and said something crazy about my sister Janetta, who died, and she never met her, and that she's going to piss on his grave. He was standing. He said, "I'm here."
Why he kicking down
March
the door?
the 8th, not the time she told you in that video. It was March the 8th. He said, "I'm here." He was paying $300 for her door. He shouldn't have to pay for the door. He broke it down and got the kids out. And Jonathan, you're here. Jonathan,
I don't see Jonathan.
You broke the girl door down. Okay, so let's go.
He went to go get my grandson, and my son stayed in the place with the other two kids.
Okay, hold on. One second, Faith. Okay. So we have Jonathan here as well, which is Faith's son, her other son, and so he wants to chime in because the audience is getting a little lost, Faith. So we got to kind of slow down a little bit because
it's kind of emotional for me, and I'm trying to focus that way. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, so I want to clarify because I'm getting a little riled up too, but what I want the audience to know, please be respectful. You know, she lost my brother. He was the youngest of all of our siblings, so she's still grieving. So many moving parts. So I know it's hard to follow, but she wants to get this out here. First of all, he was not a drug addict. He was on probation, and he had to have continuous testing. Before he died, he dropped clean. So That has to be clarified. If he took anything so much as marijuana, he would have been in prison. So let's just get that straight.
He
They
had that
poisoned
thing
him
from
through
the corner.
alcohol. He couldn't do any weed, so instead he did alcohol. That's how they poisoned him. So whenever you hear the first time he died, that was the first poison attempt. After that attempt, when Alex told Amor Lex, whatever she calls herself, what happened, she said something along the lines of, next time I'm going to make sure that you die and there's no coming back. She literally said this in a text message. And then after that, she said, hey, you're dead. Like she was erratic, talking about how she wanted to kill him. So she implicated herself right there. Like this was a pointed attack. Now, to answer the other question, why was he still around her after this? Good question. He was trying to be cordial for the kids, because you got to understand how some mothers are. They weaponize their kids against the fathers. That's what he was dealing with. So he literally pretty much had to, he felt, I'm going to be honest with y'all, I'm his brother, and I took him to her house a lot of times. A lot of times we would have arguments. I'm like, Alex, man, leave this girl alone. These are not, the other kids he was taking care of, I'm like, bro, these are not even your kids. You care about these kids more than she does. But he had a good heart, and he wanted to be able to stay in his kid's life. So in his mind, he's like, listen, hey, if I got to be a bitch to make sure I'm around, excuse my language, to make sure I'm around my kids, I'm going to do what I have to do. But he literally did that so that he could be present. So that's what that was all about. Like it was toxic, and it was toxic on her end. But by the time they already had the kid together, he pretty much had to do what he had to do. But he was a very present father. We got numerous pictures, videos. Up until the time he died, the baby lived with my brother and my mom. So he was 100% in the life. Even before he died, and I just want to say this, everything that y'all see on video, this is really her. She would literally leave baby Alex with his father, like, yo, I'm going to Miami. I need to make this money. She would literally drop him off, like, yo, I'm about to go make this money and leave. Abandon him to go strip. And she wasn't even making out much money. Y'all seen her. She's not even bad. But she has these delusions of grandeur. But I know I'm going on a tangent, but I just need to clear up the facts. He was not an addict. And the only reason he even stayed around her is so that she wouldn't weaponize the kid against him. Like, he wanted to be in his kid's life. That's all that was about.
Alex had custody. He had custody. Okay. And in mediation, he did mediation instead. And she did some horrible things in there, like your mother can't see the baby, and just some crazy stuff that's meant to be emotionally abusive to my son. She was that way. So he shared. He didn't have to share. He could have kept custody after she attacked him while he tried to protect the baby. And I just wanted the one incident where she left her children at night hungry at home. Alex went back and got them and took them to the dollhouse where she was working, and they were hungry. And he called me and my daughter about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. One of the bouncers attacked him, trying to get him to leave, but he was trying to wait for the mother to come out and be with her children. That's how severe she would abandon them. And now she's doing this. She must have looked up what Chris Brown's girlfriend did about, leaving her kids or whatever, so she could do it this time. In her earlier video where she has a brown blouse on, she talks about going to Miami and how much she hates Kendall Eaton, which is the father of the 2 twins that she has. Because
I don't want to say, I don't want to dox anybody.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. No names. Okay,
like the father of her kids, but I don't want to say I don't want to say names or dox anyone. That's not.
Thank you so much. On the video. So not even the last name, just
no name.
The father of the 2 twins.
Thank you.
She said how much she hated him. She would give him money to flip drugs, Percocets, and some few others. And basically, she alluded to doing this again once she made some money off the public on those videos. But she said that she hated him and she promised to kill him. She said that on that video. Also, after my son was poisoned and died, the kids were still on visitation to see their other father, the 2 older ones. The mother, the oldest boy, and I have him on video stating this.
Help me. Is nothing stated that he was poisoned. What is stated is he took an E-pill.
Right. And that's just the denial. But here's the thing. Here's the thing too that we can't skip past. She said her son had custody when he passed. So he wouldn't have to have any more involvement with her if he didn't want to. it sounds more like, and again, if he goes over there and the kids are hungry, just go get the kids something to eat. I'm not taking them to a strip club and waiting on you to get done so I can tell
Right.
you
Imagine.
if that's what I'm.
Imagine taking kids to a strip club and you can feed them yourself just so
And
they can see their mommy. Like
and why
that.
you keep kicking the door down? You're breaking the door. Then you say, I ain't got to pay for it. Yeah, you do. And then you sat there and watched them kick the door down.
I don't understand if the son was living with the grandmother and the father, what dealings did he have to have with her? He had full custody from what she said.
Uh-huh.
He was lenient with the custody. He was going over to her house.
Right. But then she switched up and said mediation, if you heard her.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
Right. Because mediation comes before a custody agreement. So but even at the point that he was living with you, I don't understand then why did your son still, what was the connection still? You didn't have to deal with her or put up with anything because you had custody. So you were in control of whatever happened with the grandson.
Right. And you can't say, well, she said this about the other baby daddy. Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now take that down for evidence and get custody of your kid.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
They can't even argue with you no more.
How doesn't she have custody now if the son had custody at the time of his, being deceased?
Right.
And the son was already living there, so she would have had a stronger case, and the woman was ready to give up custody of her kids. So I'm not understanding why she just wouldn't even have them now at this point, because she was ready, literally willing to go drop her kids off at the fire department or the police station or whatever. She could have very, very easily went down and said, hey, I have mediation and custody agreements already in place with my son. My son is deceased. I'm the next closest relative. She's relinquishing custody. I would like to petition for custody. And she would get him on an emergency basis because he's already there until they went to court. The judge would have looked and said, oh, he was already living there. But for the fact of his father being deceased, no, we're not going to displace him. And the woman is not fighting it. She wants to give custody of him. So I'm not understanding.
I just wanted to make sure my ears was here, right? Okay.
They hear right. I told you it's a mess.
Like I said, we're not bashing in no way, form, or fashion.
Yeah, no disrespect to her son. Rest in peace to him. No disrespect.
Or to Miss Faith. But somewhere down the line, as they put in the chat, she's in denial, right? And if he wasn't allowed to do drugs, but then the next thing you come up with, well, he drank. Like he shouldn't have been, like, so he still had a habit. But poison and an e-pill is two different things.
I was getting ready to say that, marijuana will stay in your system for up to 30 days. But if you take an e-pill, that's going to be out of your system in less than 48 hours. In probably about 12 hours, an e-pill will be out of your system because it absorbs into your bloodstream. So, that and then you're not with, when you talk about grown adults, like, of course, I raised my children, they grown. I couldn't tell you what my kids do every day because they're not going to do certain things around me. So I can never say, oh, this adult wouldn't do this or wasn't doing that. You really don't have any idea. And just the whole idea of, just in general, Black people don't poison one another. That's not a method of unaliving each other. We don't, and it's just, and I just think that, I think she's, and rightfully so, she's a mother who lost a child. She's looking for answers to that. But I think at the end of the day, if the child's best interest was at heart and this woman is doing all these things, you should have been in court. You have the means to do that. All the other things that she's doing are irrelevant. All the things she said about the twins' father, the police, that's what the police are for. So I wouldn't be worried about that. I would get my grandbaby if I felt my grandbaby was in danger. And especially if my child wasn't here and I knew that other person was unfit, I would be in court. That's it. And there would be no more to really talk about. You know, her personal behavior, you're not going to be able to change that. You can't change what already happened. No matter how toxic her and your son's relationship were, you have a human being that's on this earth that's connected to you. You can fight with that girl all you want to, but the bottom line is, instead of being on this live, and no disrespect, I would have been at court. You can go to court, especially since they were already in court, and your son already had primary physical custody.
And if you feel she's a witch and all these other things that she said, I would hold my peace and get my only living peace to my son,
Right.
to me.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All that other stuff, I mean, it's irrelevant, because you can't get her locked up no matter how much evidence you think that you have. You can't get her locked up. And like I said, if his interest was truly the number one thing, she wouldn't even be talking to Neek. She would be down at the family court saying, hey, I'd like to petition for full permanent custody of my grandson. My son had full custody of him, and the mother is relinquishing custody. It would be a no-brainer, and it would be nothing else to talk about. And I understand, you know, like I said, she's a grieving parent, so I don't try to hold that against her too much. But like, we got to think about the kids. If we're talking about the kids, and that's what's important, then she's literally wanting to give her children up. It's not even a fight, but I think she's kind of more focused on getting justice for her son, or what she feels would be justice for her son, as opposed to making sure
let me save my grandson, right?
Environment, right? If it's that dangerous and it's that bad, you should be at court, because this is not going to get your grandson out of danger if he is in danger.
All right, let me just go back, because I don't want her to take it down while we're in the middle, right?
Alexis told him to poison that whole family. He put whatever she gave him in the food of the mother, and she became ill. She thought she had COVID. And so whatever it wasn't potent enough to kill her, but it paralyzed her for a little bit. She got a hold of her mother. She went to the hospital. I made a police report. She also made a police report. And see, police are not paying attention to what's going on. And it's going to take she promised to kill the twins' father. And that one video said that he doesn't want her to win. She thinks like a street person, doesn't want her to win. And she lost $25,000 to go to Miami. And so she pulled another stunt. And all throughout the documentation, she's saying how she's trying to get them to take the children for her at CPS. But they're the only people that will take 5 children, 2 of which are crippled due to the drugs in her system. They took those children away while they're at CPS. So understand, my grandbaby was with me most of his life, not with her, with me and my son. He would work and I take care of my grandson. And up to the point that they killed him, he gave him a bath, and he said to me, he said, Mom, I'm not going to leave without him. So I'm going to stay with him. He didn't go live with her. I'm going to go stay with him and bring him back home. So he stayed until they killed him. It was on the 9th. They attacked him around the 12th. And they called me at 3 a.m. on the 13th.
Huh?
Said my son was hanging on a string. Sasha Ray, she's always the person that's calling. She said he was hanging on a thread. And so I got my family together. I don't drive, and I had to get somebody to come get me, and I had to wake up everybody. And that's why it took us so long to get there.
Let's go and stop one time. She went from the 9th. They got him on the 9th. She didn't find out till the 12th. The grandson was with her. So how did she get the grandson back then? If you had okay.
That's what I was just saying.
All right. Hey, Bonnie. Hey, Maderi.
Get back to the mama.
If he was in your care and you was taking care of him, then she would have had to take me to court to get the son back.
That's what I'm saying, because she said twice she had custody. The son, the grandson was living with her. How did he get back to the mother? Because she wouldn't have even had the ability to get him and keep him. And if he was in danger, I don't get the whole. I mean, I get it. She feel like she need to get justice for her son, but again, if we're talking about the kid, which it just seems like we're not talking about the grandkid at this point. We're talking about her wanting justice for her son.
Yeah, but even wanting justice for her son, She said that the grandson was with her. That's even more justice. You ain't taking him.
Right. Right. That's
Uh-uh.
what I'm saying.
You're gonna have to take me to court to get this one.
And no disrespect, and I know she just said she got a doctor's degree, and I see Reverend in the front of her name, but this lady doesn't sound. I'm trying to be respectful.
Same.
Yeah, for lack of a better word, yeah.
No, but she did say that the mother had mental issues, right? In the interview. But let's go. I don't know who the other lady is, but let's find out because she looks very upset there. But let's go.
I stayed with him all night long. I made her leave the room. She
Must
was
be the
faking crocodile tears like she was doing when she dropped the children off. Later, she let people know, I only laugh, I only cry for a little bit, and I'm laughing, having fun with people who want to party. People are not paying attention to that.
Thanks, Foo.
This is a whole act, and she traumatized her kids, not just with them seeing, they saw the murder. My grandson had nightmares while he was with me from CPS. And the sister, they insisted that he be sent to the sister when they first put him in the system. She kept him long enough for kinship care to stop paying her, and then sent the baby to me. He had dirty clothes mixed with clean clothes. His hair was packed all around his head. I have the pictures, and he had sores all over him. Those sores on him, they said, somebody said, one of the nurses said that they're bug bites. He was not well cared for. But when he was with me, he had nightmares, and he did something that let me know that somebody touched him, and he named her sister. But I also know that he calls his mother by that name as well. He's been calling me mommy for a long time. So when he went to the sister, he started calling her that. He calls the caregiver that. But he called me mommy. And now he calls me mommy, grandmommy. And I haven't seen him since they did that. This is the reason I haven't seen him, is something I explained to you. She has threatened my life. She has threatened the lives of other people. The father of the two older twins does as I do. We wear body cams. We have some other things going on for our protection. So I haven't filed for custody because I know she's crazy. And I know that she's been on killing people. And, and the CPD, the police department here, they're not paying attention to us. So I am working on the murder case, not my grandson right now. Once I get that done, I'll be back for him. But these are the things that are going on. The caseworker, Sharon Ray Still, and I hope you're looking. When I told her what my grandson said and gave her the video of him telling me, and he said that she also beat him and showed me what
don't say the names.
It was a belt. He said it was her that touched him in his bottom, the sister. And I set up, we have something called, it's a certain institution that we have here that does the exams on the kids. An officer is present, and there's a psychologist, and they role play. I tried to set that up, and the caseworker acted like she was interested in whether or not they made an appointment. No, but she didn't know that they told me that she canceled it because she said they investigated. So they never had the opportunity to do the examination on my grandson.
No,
so we have a system that really is the worst thing that happened to these kids. They're the worst thing that happened.
No.
And the therapy I was getting for my son, my grandson, I think of him as a son because now that they killed my son, he's like my son. The therapy I was getting for my grandson, the prosecutor in the case of the lady that was falsely accused, he stated that, maybe his mother will take him to therapy. Of course not. That's who they saw kill my son. And the screenshot I was showing you earlier was the stepmother explaining exactly what they saw, the brick involved. And my grandson said that she hit my son with a gun and he fell down. And she showed me, and I have a video of him telling me he was really excited about that and telling me what happened to my son. But the kids saw it. They saw it. And you got that witness, and it's not going away. As they get, I wonder, if she'll kill them. But as they get older, they'll remember.
And all that you know about her record, and she has placed your grandson in someone else's care, and you already have suspicion that something happened.
Girl, I don't know
think
what
that
part.
is a priority to get your grandson first? Because I know that you want to get justice for your son, which I'm not saying is not important, which it is important, but
it's an absolute priority.
I feel like, wouldn't the grandson kind of be more of a priority first?
Yes, it's an absolute priority. In my state, if another parent kills the other parent, then they lose that custody as well, because they're going to be convicted. This is important. This is what makes that case important, because it frees my grandson. I just said that it endangers us. It endangers us. She pretended when she went to this man looking for someone to kill him, said, he's trying to take my son. Somebody shoot and kill him. I told them to break his legs or something, but basically tried to kill him, but it didn't work. I have those screenshots that my son took.
Wow, this lady's erratic.
Because she was threatening him and looking for a killer. The guy agreed to kill my son.
Well, then she would have killed all the baby.
Jonathan,
murked all the baby.
You've been on the screen the whole time. I just went ahead and brought you and your cousin up as well. So if there's anything that you want to chime in on,
let me do that, because I didn't want to cut my mom off. But the reason for that is y'all got to realize this system here, they're not really looking into Alexis. The reason why, even if my mom tried to get custody, all they keep doing is putting him back with her. They see these videos, they see what's going on, and they keep putting him back with her. So it's a moot point. So that's why my mom's focus is making sure that this case is settled, because first of all, she's a murderer. And second of all, they're just going to keep on putting him in the system to get him back with a mother who clearly does not want her kids. She does not want her 5 kids.
Until we get a proper investigation. And as I said, I'm not just alleging she killed my son. I was told she killed my son by the kids and by the people that documented those things. I have that. They reached out to me while my son was in ICU. They were with them for visitation on a weekend. So the fact that they don't have a village, they have a village. She's killed the bigger part of the village who has been watching and taking care of her kids.
You have to say alleged,
yeah. Well, they have a village, and they call me grandma. I love those kids, period. Because we love children, but they're like family to me too.
Damn, look at the cousin, boy.
Reached out to me on Facebook to tell me that the kids have to tell me something. They got a hold of my sister, whose name is Angie. She's my father's from later down the road. She's about 14 years younger than I am. Had gotten a hold of her. She came to the hospital and she told me what they were saying. That's what occurred there. And I have the screenshot. I just didn't get the message because I was with my son. I stayed with him all night long. And I made sure that all of his fluids were there. All his fluids, that the nurses started letting his fluids run out. He was dying. And then they did everything they could.
She sent me the coroner's office report of what he died from. Okay,
they documented it that way because they believed her.
Oh Lord!
That I tried to get to investigate as well. I called the coroner. My son's head open to see bruises and all. I called the coroner. He should have corrected that, and that's another reason why the murder case has to be done. That's why it has to be properly investigated, because they need to fix it. Also, again, the toxology report shows that he had enough fentanyl for an entire army.
I thought he didn't have no drugs in his system.
He would have been dead or dead. After Alex had died, he came to my place and he said, "I've been absent because I went to jail." And he said, I was in the house sleep. I didn't know Alex was in." Then changed his story. The detective called me telling me that the mother said that they found them both in the car. And that's what that's what the criminal case is about. They named Reese and they named my son as victims. They couldn't find the girl victim. They couldn't find the girl responsible for involuntary manslaughter for my son.
Who sold him the bad bag?
Documentation and things that I sent. The attorney that I hired to go in and talk to them, he didn't speak, but I was able to submit an affidavit, and they took that affidavit. I'm not finished. I'm going to make sure that my son, he gets justice and that my grandson is saved. I am not trying. I'm military. I think you see that right there. I'm not trying to do a war, but I know that the moment I go to do that, I got to have guns. I've seen her with Army guns. I showed that to you.
Lord have mercy.
Can I please clarify the autopsy?
When I forwarded the letter to Prosecutor Holbrook, those were the attachments. She was in Miami another time when the kids were taken away. She was in Miami and she had the AR-2 and some other. She said, the guy said, "You look like an assassin." She goes, "I am by nature." So this is the kind of person we're dealing with. Mr. E, the father of the two twins, the uncle was riding in a car with them as they were doing drugs, according to the brother of the uncle. He had fentanyl and whatever drugs he had, and I think it was probably meant for the other father, but he died.
The other
They
father,
didn't
not yours.
request
Son.
any kind of
Who smoked it?
investigation because all three of them were doing drugs. Your
Duh.
drug addict is her, and that's evident in what happened with the kids. She wasn't on any medical marijuana. She doesn't take marijuana. In fact, I think the latest video she made, she was smoking a whole blunt. She does weed. And that's, you know, that and the other stuff, the Percocets that she flipped.
I thought marijuana was weed.
Talked about on May 5th before giving away the kids, no doubt taking them. She had mushrooms in her car and cocaine in her car while she was on her way to Miami driving during this time after my son was murdered, and she was still on probation. And she's telling her audience, I'm still on probation. I don't want to get caught. They just tapped me on the hand and they let me go because the police stopped her. And she said,
what that got to do with
your
your son taking, smoking the Baghdad?
Video.
This lady is wild. She going.
Okay. Okay. So Jonathan wants to clarify.
Yes, clarify,
some things.
Jonathan,
Also, Lex
please.
is in the chat. I don't know how you. I don't want it to get messy, but if she wants to like talk to you, would you be opposed to that?
There's nothing.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't let her on here.
Wait a minute,
Hold on.
John. Never been a genuine person. Anytime Alexis, who always talks about plotting and all that, she don't take people seriously. This person, anytime they're nice, they have an agenda.
Well, look
and
like
again,
cousin
when she
could
first
be
had
her
the
butt.
baby,
Look at her.
electricity was off. My son wouldn't leave
Look
her.
at the cousin.
She said he left for 4 days and came back. He would not leave that place.
Cousin with all the
And
smoke.
I paid for her electricity to be on.
Why look like
I
a
paid for her
dude,
electricity.
man?
I got it back and I have the receipt. That's
I just want to speak real quick. So about Alexis, real quick.
I leave it to you to bring up everything she said. She lies so much. And here's the deal. When she's talking to you, she'll be looking over to the side.
The mama is wearing me out.
Lying, and you can tell she's lying. And this is the reason why when I spoke to you earlier today, I said anything that I have to say, I can document it. And I wanted to prepare those documents. It's important because she is a liar.
All right, Mom, I want to clear this up real quick. So first of all, with Alexis, not a good idea. Before she did that viral video about CPS, literally a day before, she wrote my mom on Facebook on a burner account, literally taunting her about my brother. My mom has those messages. So this is a person that cannot be reasoned with. And keep in mind, my brother talked to me about everything. Alexis told my brother that she was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. The girl is crazy. Now, the issue with the autopsy, let's get back to that real quick. Y'all gotta stay with me here. Keep in mind, he was on probation. He couldn't even smoke weed. He did like to smoke some weed, but he couldn't even smoke weed because if he did, he would have gone to prison. His alternative was alcohol. They put it in his alcohol. He did not overdose. So
hold up. Wait a minute. You just want to skip by the point that he wasn't a good boy, and how did he get in jail, and why was he on probation? You want to skip by all of that, right?
And by the way, you can't put fentanyl in alcohol.
You can't? I don't know.
No,
That's
you can't.
what the mama and the brother said. The mama and the brother said the first overdose was fentanyl put in the liquor. That's what the first overdose was.
But she said the first time they gave him a pill. He didn't know what it was. Like I said, a person who's not a drug addict, what person that doesn't do drugs would take a pill and they didn't know what it was? That's crazy. And she said this girl is an assassin. This lady is all over the place. I don't think she's mentally stable for real. And it's like she said, oh, he got hit in the head with a gun. The kids told her that and all of this.
By hanging by a string.
Yeah. but they missed all that in the autopsy. And all they found was fentanyl. They didn't see the bruise on the head from him getting busted in the head with a gun and all that. It's crazy.
Not to mind you, the girl is nowhere near around. He's around. He's with his own people.
He's with her because again, if y'all had custody, remember I said it, and she said it herself right after you turned the video back on. She said the M case comes first, then she'll worry about going back to get her grandson. That's what I was just saying before you turn it. She's not concerned with getting custody because how would he be back with the mama if you already had custody
Thank
of
you.
him?
I
And then
heard.
why wouldn't she?
Okay. Okay.
And you said, and she's her excuse now is that if she goes for custody, which she wouldn't have to because you already have custody, but let's say you did, she said she's scared for her life. Well, how come she didn't try to off you when you had custody and the son was living with you, with the grandson was already living with you? It's just yeah.
And how the boy explained somebody touched him and then gave her name, and then you go to say you went to go reenact it, but out of nowhere they didn't schedule it. No, that means you didn't schedule it or it didn't happen.
And the police are mandatory reporters as well as schools, whoever. And this is another thing I almost forgot. Then did you hear her fake trying to blame the nurses? Said the nurses tried to off him because they wasn't.
Yeah.
That's when I said. That's when I knew I was like, this lady is spinning out of control because now the nurses aren't keeping his fluids up, and they were trying to do something to him, and everybody's trying to do something to him except the person that had fentanyl in his system, except for the person who said his cousins was trying to poison him, but he stayed around him. The one that said this girl was crazy, but he had to protect her older two children. He couldn't even protect his own child apparently. So it just none of it makes sense.
And then the brother keeps saying, well, he was on what does that mean? How many people you know are on probation and still do it and pray to God it don't come up in their urine, right? But she just going to skip past he wasn't a good son.
Yeah, he keeps talking about the marijuana. He loved his marijuana, but he switched. You got to remember, every other drug, hard drugs, they don't stay in your system more than 72 hours, more than 3 days. That's
what marijuana does, though.
That's cocaine, that's mushrooms, that's ecstasy, that's methamphetamine. Every other hard drug, it doesn't stay in your system as long as marijuana. So he keeps talking about if your brother didn't do drugs, how did he have fentanyl in his system, and how are they getting fentanyl into his drink? And the alcohol.
We're going to hear that right now.
The effects of fentanyl. If you know anything about,
we're going to hear the new way right now. All right, because I don't want because she is supposed to be taking us down in 48 hours. That's why I started like really early, and I was hitting y'all up like, let's go. But the cousin alone, I'm scared of her. Shit. Think about this other little girl, this little young Amora's assassin. Look at the damn cousin. She looked like this damn assassin. Shit, justice for Ellen. That been scaring me. Shit. Let's go.
Look like she served for
Gotta let y'all understand this. My brother was very clear-minded, and he was a college student up until the time he was killed. So we have to get that out.
No, he was not a college student.
The issue with the autopsy is when they institutionalize you, and when they get you.
He wasn't a college student. He was on parole. Well, let's go.
You in the system, they're going to write you off. They didn't want to look into his death, so guess what they did? They wrote it off as an overdose. They didn't want to investigate the text messages, the recordings, everything that Alexis said, admitting to the fact that she killed him. They didn't want to look into that. That is the justice system that we have. That is why my mother is so impassioned.
Have they do that now? They just put anything. I'm not Lord knows I'm not laughing.
Never in the history have I heard of a court
they do that now. Tell the truth. When they wanted, being that you was in the system, they just put you down as an overdose now. That's what they do instead of investigating text messages. That's what they do now, Kev. Let me find out. Me. Kev, tell us the truth.
Kev, step through it.
Kev on mute. He better unmute. God dang it. Then he must didn't hear what happened. Kev!
When that mother said that they just took Alexa's word for what the determination of the autopsy was gonna be, like, girl, please, they will get sued left and right. They don't just take people's word for it. Like, oh yeah, he just died of a
Transcend.
yeah,
We
he
wait for
just
Kev.
he just
We
They're
wait for
not
transcended.
gonna
Kev.
even. They're
Kev,
not gonna ask
Kev,
anybody what
Kev,
they.
No,
tell me the
Oh,
truth. They do that now when they don't want to investigate. They put it down as a drug overdose. Tell me the truth, Kev. That's what they're doing.
yeah, it's like they just go, okay, you was here with him. What happened? And they're gonna go, okay, this is what happened. That's why they have a medical examiner that does an autopsy. They can't just take somebody's word for why something happens. All this sounds crazy. You notice all these videos she says she had, and I got this, and I got screenshots of that, and I got this where she says she's doing. If you have all this evidence, you shouldn't even. But she said it herself. I ain't even. She said her son's murder case is more important than her grandson. So that's what it is. We gotta.
But
We
let
gotta
me
take
find
that.
out if you in the system and being that you in the system. Not remember, he went from being in the system to a college student, right? I, so if you're a college student, that will sort of kind of take away. They will see that you're doing better with your life. So that will kind of help you out if you have done something in the past and they see you trying to make your life right and you're a college student. But being that you was in the institution, that will be the reason they put it down as a drug overdose. So these things we need to know.
And that's the thing. That's the thing too. If he was on probation, right, that means he already committed a crime. But if he didn't already have a drug offense, why would they be dropping him? Remember, he said they dropped him all the time, and his last time he dropped, he was clean. Why would they be dropping him if he didn't already have a drug offense? That's the reason they drop you. They don't drop you for if you have a DUI, they test you for alcohol. If you have some type of drug-related offense, they drop you. If you get an assault charge and they put you on probation for 6 months, they're not going to drop you. You just
well, listen, we ain't talking about the mama no more. Right about now, it's the whole family, right? I think they're gonna have to find some peace because this cousin looks very scary right here. So I don't know why y'all scared of that little old Alexis when we got the thug cousin right here.
Yeah, the brother's feeding into the mama's delusion too.
No, but look at the female cousin. She look like the dude. Y'all
Yes, I
scared of
told you.
little Alexa. Call her.
Any girl, any female that got a big mole either on her forehead or next to her nose, she want all the smoke.
Cap, I keep asking her, stop saying stuff when I'm taking a sip. You don't let me. You was going to send me some ginger ale if this would have came out my mouth. Right?
That's all I see. Who wants smoke with me? Who wants smoke with me?
This girl named Baby, I never forget her. She beat me up. She was 10, I was 12. She had a mole right next to her nose. Beat the brakes off me in 5th grade. I'm telling you. I said, I'll never forget, Baby. Moles on the face, they want all the smoke.
Oh,
people have been teasing her about that mole her whole life. She done had about 150.
She ain't blinked yet. No, she ain't blinked yet. Blink.
Look, and I'm like, what is she looking at on that screen? I don't know if she's looking at Nick like that, but some on that screen, she's staring a hole through it. I was like, what is she looking at like that?
They're watching the comments, Kev. They're watching the comments.
Okay.
Well, she's scared. Please put some nice stuff in there because the cousin scared the shit out of me. I'm like, hold up. I'm talking about this girl, this little old girl, because we seen the picture of Alexa. But just this cousin right here, shit. I'm going to rewind that part a little bit.
And just in case y'all watching
I don't know if Kevin went to go get a brownie because he usually got to get his little brownies and stuff.
Listen, my name is not Kevin. The family may be watching this. This is not my real account. This is the burner account.
I can't stand you. Yeah, because we don't want that cousin with the mole coming to get you.
Oh, yeah, she's pulling up. Look at her face. She's pulling up.
Let's go.
She's pulling up. They scared of her.
Bipolar, what is it? Borderline personality disorder. The girl is crazy. Now, the issue with the autopsy, let's get back to that real quick.
Okay, listen, Kev.
Y'all gotta stay with me here. Keep in mind, he was on probation. He couldn't even smoke weed. He did like to smoke some weed, but he couldn't even smoke weed because if he did, he would have gone to prison. His alternative was alcohol. They put it in his alcohol. He did not overdose. So I gotta let y'all understand this. My brother was very clear-minded, and he was a college student up until the time he was killed. So we have to get that out there. The issue with the autopsy is when they institutionalize you and when they get you in the system, they're going to write you off. They didn't want to look into his death, so guess what they did? They wrote it off as an overdose. They didn't want to investigate the text messages, the recordings, everything that Alexis said, admitting to the fact that she killed him. They didn't want to look into that. That is the justice system that we have. That is why my mother is so impassioned about getting all of this information out here, because they're not listening to us. So if they're watching and they see these viral videos of her giving her kids up and, oh, I'm about to go sprint, I'm about to go make this whack ass rap song, then they know what her character is. It's on them if she continues to kill people around her. It's on them, and they're putting themselves in a litigious situation. That's all I'm gonna say on that. So if they continue to let her run rampant, killing people, putting her kids in danger, she's literally endangering her kids in front of the world. I know this is social media and everybody is getting their entertainment, but this is real life. My mom is in her 60s. This is her grandson. Like, she's the only one that my nephew has left. Literally. So this is not a game. We're trying to get her off the streets because she literally threatened my mom a week ago on Facebook. And if she tries to do something to us, we're gonna have to go. We're God-fearing people, so we don't even want to have to get into that mindset. But she doesn't even know what she's messing with.
And
my mom's the black belt,
sure that our
military.
Well, then why y'all scared then?
Our mindset is to be defensive.
She high right now.
All right.
We have to be prepared. Don't like firearms.
I want to hear
don't
from
like
cousin.
firearms.
Cousin has been silent. So and somebody in your family, Judy, is backstage. Who's that?
Are you talking to me?
Somebody backstage named Judy. Who's that?
You talking to me?
I don't know, Judy.
Hey, you know Judy? Let me just see.
She ready.
Who's this? Judy.
Oh, family, wow.
Okay, I don't know who that is. Okay.
I'm looking at the toxicology report. After 8 hours of the dialysis that he had my son on, he had 13 mgs of fentanyl and 3.3 mgs of non-fentanyl and tested positive for the acetafentanyl. And no cocaine detected. No cocaine detected. No cocaine detected.
All right, Gab, break it down before she cut us off.
Toxicology reports.
I know, but break it down to the part where she's not understanding.
She's not understanding. Okay, so this is what it tells me. She keeps saying it's no cocaine in the system, but there was fentanyl. So apparently she knows he was addicted to cocaine at one time, because she keeps it. To me, what she's saying is because his drug of choice wasn't in his system and it was something else, they had to slip him a Mickey. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. And even if they saying they slipped it in his alcohol, which is impossible because you can't transfer fentanyl to alcohol first. But even if they could, he didn't die from alcohol intoxication. He died from fentanyl. Okay, so now if she's saying that, then how is she going back and still saying he died from the blunt force to his head from allegedly being hit by a gun? She doesn't understand the way they don't ask anybody's opinion. They don't even ask the police what they believe happened. When the coroner gets that body, that coroner gets a blank slate. They know that that person is unalive. That's why they have to determine what's it. Homicide.
You gotta remember, the part that the mother's missing, he wasn't DOA, right? So being that he wasn't DOA, they have to keep testing to find out,
see why he's sick. Exactly.
Right. Why he's in that state.
Exactly.
So, of course, they're gonna do a toxicology test.
Right.
So she got it to where as he's gone already. He wasn't gone already. So
and they also give them those shots and stuff for the overdose. When they overdose, they give them shots or whatever for them to come out of it. Yeah.
Narcan. And look, and this is another thing too. If he was in a hospital for a period of time, then there would have had to be an investigation as to what happened to him. If his children were there or her children were there and they questioned them, then she's saying she's got a statement that one of her sons said blase blah, but you could have gotten that from a police report, because if they didn't tell the police that, I don't care what you say they told you. You could say anything. That's why when you go to family court, they don't believe the mother or the father, or even necessarily the child, until they take a whole collective of the evidence, because one parent or the other could sway their child's testimony. That's
And
why. Go ahead.
what make it worse, she's reading it. You're reading what's in the man's system, which means you even okay, Sweet Sassy said you could put it in anything. I don't know. But what I do know, if it was put into something, I don't know if it has a taste. I don't know if it's tasteless. I don't know. But the thing is, you know it ain't water by itself. You know it ain't soda by itself. You know it's not a Mickey by itself. You know if it's drugs or something added in there. So which means he ingested all.
So let me get this straight. So first his cousins tried to poison him. Then the baby mama tried to poison him. Then the nurses tried to let him die by not replenishing his fluids.
Yeah, no, the
And the police, oh, I'm sorry, yes. The police and the DA and the medical examiner have all determined that because he was on probation, they wrote it off. They could have picked it as anything. They could have said it was a self-unalivement, but they said it was a drug overdose because they didn't want
now they had the audacity to put in what was in his system, the nerve of the autopsy people. The nerve of you to put in what's actually in his system that you just read to us.
Right.
This lady said that this girl was an assassin also, that she was planning on knocking off the other bed. How do you know all this information? Like this, it's just, when you hear people like it takes away from the whole thing again.
Let her tell it. The girl told her.
Yeah, this is supposed to be about this little boy. I don't think any of them care about the little boy for real. I think he's just a means of them thinking that they're going to get this girl locked up. Because other than that, if you believe he is in imminent danger of losing his life, you telling me your son who's already gone, his case is more important than getting this living child out of harm's way that you said you believe that she is going to unalive him. It makes no sense. And she said it herself. Like I said, she said her son's M case is more important than the grandson's custody right now. So
and then she says, the brother says, well, being that he in the system, they just wrote it off as they didn't care. They wrote it off as an overdose. No, they wrote what was in his system, right? The nerve of them to write what's in his system. And
I think the brother likes her
for the amount that the mother just read. God damn. That wasn't by accident. It was a heck of a lot. And acetylene too.
Yes.
That coroner, do you know that coroner could actually go to prison for falsifying the cause of death?
Kevin, that's what I'm talking about. Like, what is she talking about right now? People will go to jail and lose their license for stuff like that.
It wouldn't be worth it. That guy, and you got to realize too, like most people's family are in denial about who their kids are, especially when their kids are in the street. I've seen that myself. I've had parents come down and tell me so-and-so wouldn't do such and such, such and such. And I said, ma'am, would you believe me if I told you I was standing right there when he did it? Nah, because see, I raised that boy my whole life. I ain't never seen him do nothing like that. Ma'am, I'm telling you, I was standing there. Some people just, I'm just, and she's one of
as soon as you said my kid would never, there your kid go doing it.
There it is. That every time it's never failed. I've lived too long. That's why I said, as soon as she start talking, you got to understand, when you mentor kids, you hear this parent every single day, all day long, to the point when you find one that goes, hey, listen, when he get in trouble, don't go down to the school and get him. Let the police take him down to juvenile. And I'm like,
and then another point that she's missing, you claim she did drugs or whatever. But I ain't never heard her say anything was ever found in her system. So if she's selling it, that's one thing, as she say. But you saying she did drugs. So if she did do drugs, that would be another reason for you to get custody of your grandson. You have them already, right?
And the son kept saying they don't want to get him because they just keep taking them back and giving them back to her. She has to pass drug tests. She has to meet certain criteria if the state takes your children before they get them back.
Parenting classes,
which includes drug testing and parenting classes. So that's number one. Also, again, if he said, I want to clarify this point that he was in college and he was doing this. There is not a person in this world that's in college that's doing the right thing to hang out with a bunch of drug addicts and killers all the time. It's true. I'm just saying, you don't do that. If you're busy raising your son and you're going to college, that would take up enough of your time that you wouldn't be hanging out with no woman who's already, in their words, tried to off him, nor his cousin.
I mean, we do get the point that according to her being a pastor and doctorate and all that, she don't want to admit the fact that a lot of people want to admit I failed.
Yeah, because T.D. Jakes is also a bishop and he was at Freak Off, so allegedly. But
right.
That's why I say when people get to putting these titles in front of it, that's fine, but it's what you're saying makes no sense. You're all over the place. It's not coherent. You can't tell a cohesive story. You can't tell a chronological order because everything that you're saying is what your son told you. And if it was that bad, like when she simply asked him, why did he keep going back? Now it's every excuse in the world. Oh, he loved the other kids in it. Well,
and then you heard how she screwed up. She went from the kids was hungry to he went to the stripper place, which she did say, she stripped for money. That's in the interview. But then you went to saying he kicked down her door. Like, miss, how does he be kicking down her door and be at the stripper place at the same time? Instead of, your son ain't got no business kicking down her door.
He didn't have
took the kids to the stripper place. Right.
He didn't have to kick down the door. The kids let him in and said, we hungry, take us to go get something to eat. He took them to the strip club. When you kick the door down? Oh, after she came back from the strip club, when she wouldn't leave because they had to threaten to call the police because you wouldn't leave the strip club trying to get one of the strippers to leave. Do you know how many times they done seen crazy baby daddies at the front door trying to get their baby mamas and girlfriends out the strip club? Yep. Of course. Why would you? That shows me he doesn't have good judgment.
That shows he got anger issues.
Right, and you don't have good judgment because
you rather kick down the door rather than to call the police.
Thank you. If wouldn't that be the quickest?
And you'd rather take the kids to the strip club before feeding them.
Right.
I mean, not before feeding them, rather than feeding them.
But let's go back. You already got custody of your son. So then they say, well, why did you go back? He was concerned about the other kids because they were hungry. So then why not call the police and stay right there and have CPS come get her kids right there? Then you have taken care of your child, removed him, and then also made sure that the other kids were out of danger. But what did you do? Put them all in the car, load them up, and went down the bottoms up. Went down to shake your tail. Come on, bro. We gotta, that's
your tail feather. You done took the kids down to shake your tail feathers and see their mama shake her tail feather. What type of mess is that?
All right, let me get back into this before she take it down, because she did put on her page she's only going to keep up to 12 to 48 hours till she's taking it down. So let's go.
He's straight fentanyl. The boy said they put it in a liquid after they attacked him. And the boy Taylor Salmons, who was jealous of my son, who had once dated someone my son had dated, he forced it on my son. And then
now it's not her no more. Somebody who's jealous.
It's the dude that dated somebody who was jealous person. You know what I'm saying? It's
all right, here we go.
They both had the nerve to go buy a Cadillac just like my son's after they killed him. They had conversations that let you know that they did it. They were running from people. They had guns. She was at his grandmother's house. His grandmother's now dead. In his grandmother's house trying to fix guns, looking behind their back when they're driving and videotaping this stuff. He was the reason he was afraid. No one was after him. The wicked fear when they run when nobody's chasing them.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you right there. We're gonna hear from cousin, and then we're gonna get into some of the receipts.
How did they? Again, like Kev said, if it was anything else besides the drugs in his system, like it would have came up in the autopsy. Like if he was strangled, hit. None. I didn't hear you say none of that, girlfriend. But go ahead.
receipts that you sent in. I don't know what Lex is saying in the chat, but I want to hear from cousin, and then we'll get into some of the receipts that you have.
Can y'all get the moderators to get her out of here?
Yeah, because we can't even say nothing to them. There's been a lot saying over there.
She's talking to my mom, and I got a dead brother. So I want her out of that chat. This is too traumatic for my mom.
Okay, so right now, just don't look at the chat at all. Just don't look at the chat and just focus on just talking here. Don't look at it.
I'm here for support with my family.
Thank you.
I know what is being told and what's being said, so I wasn't too involved into the story, but I do want justice for my cousin.
She just want to be shown, but go ahead, because you wasn't too involved, but now you're here. But let's go.
Just want to be here to support my family and what they're going through. I would like to also say that this is not a Lifetime movie. I see a lot of people saying that this is Lifetime, this is real. This ain't got no channel to this. So that's all disrespectful. I see a lot of things. I can't even comment for some reason. That might be a good thing. I just want my aunt to be heard today.
You're respecting me. That's why you're not saying anything. Thank
you. So with all due respects, that's why I'm silent, because I want her to have the show, because she needs to be heard. This is her story. So for the people in the background, if you know, you ain't gotta watch, you ain't even gotta comment, you can move around, because this is not no joke.
Okay. The person Jay clicked on, I haven't given the link out to anybody but you guys. So this has to be somebody that I haven't given the link out to anybody but you and Anna. So the J person clicked on again. I don't know who that is. Are you guys expecting somebody else to click on?
No, that might be that girl playing games.
I didn't give her the link. She don't have the link.
Oh, okay. That's all I can think of.
I put the link on Facebook. I asked my son's friends to join in, and I put it.
Mama put the link up.
There we go.
Let's go.
Who's Jay?
She can put links up, but she ain't got receipts.
I don't want to block you. Who are you? Hello? Jay, unmute your mic. Jay. Okay, let me just block this person. I don't know who that is. Oh, I kicked them off right when they were unmuting their mic. Sorry. Okay, so let's get back to this story. I understand that it's triggering. It is. Somebody said Jay is in the audience. I don't know who Jay is. I didn't share the link to nobody, so that's why I'm like, I don't.
Okay, Mama, who's Jay? You put the link in Facebook. But let's go.
Know what is going on. Yeah, so it has to be whoever she gave.
He told me what happened. I went into my messenger and I spoke to him and Donald Davis, who's her brother, who handed him that bill.
Pause. Oh. Okay, so
He's
in 2015, because she said she didn't meet your son till 2017, 2018. So I'm confused right there.
You probably met him the beginning of 2018 or late 2017.
Okay, so 2015. Yeah. Okay, so we gotta go through it just a little.
2015 does not exist in this topic. It was 2014, June 14, 2014. I had the medical record. I'm highly involved in my children's life. I homeschool my kids. I'm very close. We talk to each other every day, and we always say we love each other before we hang up or before we finish texting.
Hold up.
Okay, so 2014.
She didn't know him.
Did he do drugs in 2014?
No. He did the drug they handed to him.
Oh Lord.
So before that, he did.
Oh Lord. I'm sorry, Lord. I'm sorry, Lord. I would not disrespect. She's in pain, Lord. I'm sorry.
That they gave
I'm
to
sorry.
him.
I'm sorry, Lord. I'm sorry, Lord.
Basically say
I'm sorry, Lord.
Whatever he was taking. We know that's not the fact.
I'm sorry, Lord.
Let me clarify why I was laughing. Not at him, it made me think back when my son was about 11.
Oh Lord.
And he took something from me, and I asked him, and I said, "Son, do you have my watch on you?" And he was like, "No, Daddy." I'm seeing it bulging out his pocket, so I reach into his front pocket and pull it out. And I said, I thought you said you didn't have my watch on you. He said, it's not on me, it's in my pocket.
Gotcha.
Oh my God. I can't.
Okay, I'm sorry, Lord. Forgive us, please. That's just
Anytime we all stop and laugh at the same time.
Jesus.
What's up,
Oh my.
sissy?
So everybody's jealous of her son, apparently. Everybody's out to get him. He doesn't do drugs, but they gave him one and he took
2014. This before he
before
met her.
she even knew the
3 years before she met him.
I'm back on mute. Y'all. I'm back on mute. I got cookies. I'm on mute.
I told your ass you better be here, Cat.
What's up, Bella? I'm back on mute. I got cookies over here. I'm back on mute.
I knew it. I suppose it was a brownie.
Dang, I forgot about my cookies.
I ain't got none. Well, hold on. I just got to rewind that little part, but let's go.
So in 2015, because she said she didn't meet your son till 2017, 2018. So I'm confused right there.
You probably met him the beginning of 2018 or late 2017.
Okay, so 2015. Okay, so we gotta go through it just a little bit.
2015 does not exist in this topic. It was 2014, June 14, 2014. I had the medical record. I'm highly involved in my children's life. I homeschool my children. I'm very close. We talk to each other every day, and we always say we love each other before we hang up or before we finish texting.
Okay, so 2014, did he do drugs in 2014?
No, he did the drug they handed to him.
So before that, he did. So somebody handed him a pill. How old was he?
Yes, let me clarify. So he was still underage back in 2014. He was still underage.
Okay.
So those people, the reason I know it's kind of murky, but the reason why my mom's mentioning this is because those people in 2015 were there when he died. They were literally there on the scene. So that's why it's relevant that he died kind of like in that same way. But during that time, he was still underage.
Damn, case closed.
Right.
Case is closed.
Y'all just killed your own case. I'm like, wow.
Case is closed.
Now they never even told what would be the cousin's motive to try to off him. And you said the baby mamas or whatever, but why would they? That's crazy.
Right. Case is closed. The reason why they was there 3 years before she even known the guy, and then they were there the minute when I'm sorry, YouTube, the minute he transcended, and then they was there for 3 years prior, and then they was there that same day. That would mean that him and his friends would be the problem.
Them would be his drug buddies. Them would be the dudes he gets high with.
She closed, opened and closed her own case. No, she bringing up because they were there. Oh, okay. Well, let's go.
Age, and they gave him something. He didn't know what that stuff was. Just to clarify.
I protected my children, and they were made fun of by being protected. But these are the things I protected them from, so they wouldn't be statistics. He went around Reese, who is my nephew's son. My nephew has a child near the age of my son.
How old was he in 2014?
20. He was born in 1994.
Oh,
so he wasn't underage.
He wasn't underage.
He wasn't underage. He was just with them. He was at their
God
house.
damn it. I can't take this.
Yeah, now they just flat out lies. See, now everything you said don't mean nothing because you
said he was underage. The brother, shut up.
He said it three. They said it 3 or 4 times. He was underage. He was underage. He was Come on now. Okay, never mind.
But now I'm glad she asked that question. See, oh Lordy. Here we go.
And they handed him that pill. And it's going in that report.
They didn't force the pill on him. He took the pill.
Yes, he took it. He tried to fit in.
So when he took this pill,
so he got addicted.
It caused him to go to the hospital.
It caused him to die, and they didn't call me until he was in the hospital.
No,
like they did before. When he died this time, they did that. And the guy, on January 2020, 2 months before they actually killed him, the guy that was in that hotel room, the only person able to put anything in their liquid, he filmed them, and he called her. And I asked him, how do you get the number? He said, in in your son's phone. No, you don't have his password because that phone is actually mine. He had to borrow it because the girl kept destroying his phones. He borrowed my phone and he didn't have that password. He knew to call her. He had the number, but he didn't get it from my son's phone.
He knew to call.
Oh,
Okay,
Lord.
so
Sasha Ray.
Okay, so-
I'm sorry.
Wait. Okay,
Yeah.
so the person, because I don't want to say too many names. I don't want to.
Okay, let me fill you in.
like
Sasha
interview
Ray is the
Sasha
daughter.
people.
Sasha
So
Ray. I'm sorry. SS is the daughter of the babysitter that she talked about. That was drunk when my son picked up the kids, and they had an incident where the kid got burned over there or somewhere near.
okay, wait. Like again, I know this is very triggering for you, and I know it's emotional, and I know that you have a lot that you want to get out. But I want everybody to be able to follow because it sounds like we started on 2015, and then you start talking about.
Okay, I'm just telling you who the people are.
Right.
Sasha
No,
Ray.
right now,
Oh.
okay, we're
It's
gonna get to that.
drug-free.
They're using my name. The chick kept saying my name. So let's say their names. Sasha Ray is the daughter of Robin Fisher, who was the babysitter who was an alkie.
She got doctorate
Okay.
where from?
The boy that was with my son when he died and lied and said he was in the house. Then the mother later said he was also affected. So they filed a police report, and this woman is now serving time for other things, but not for killing him. So this last report, he's saying, the police said it when he called me, that his mother said he was in the car. That case is about that. And also want to touch on the other girl she spoke about. This other girl didn't kill anyone. Her boyfriend and her boyfriend's friend.
Wait. You have to. Okay, so wait. Okay, so listen. Whenever. Okay, so.
Well, it has to do with it.
On this live.
It has to do with it.
Wait.
Mhm.
There could. Okay, so anytime I present information, you have to like. Even though I did the live, I conducted the live, I talked to her, I know things that she said. The audience, they don't know what you're talking. So you have to kind of tell them, like, okay, so in her interview, she mentioned this person, this what happened, this is the allegation she said, and then you have to kind of like, you can't, like, the audience doesn't, it's a lot.
They don't know the backstory. They
you-
don't know the backstory. So yes, let me give you the backstory.
We didn't even
she
get
started
Oh, Lord,
harassing
not
me
the
because she
backstory.
wanted the children
Lord, no,
using
not
a
the
profile
backstory.
called
Yeah,
Gandmother.
we didn't get
the front
It is
story.
a profile she used to harass
We
another
didn't get
girl
the front
who
story.
she thinks is named Nashe Parks. Her name it starts with an S. Her boyfriend had killed a man, and her boyfriend's friend killed a man in defense, from what I understand. The man, according to the news, that's all I know, the man came to their house shooting in the apartment. The two other men came out and shot him. They shot him in the head. She is telling you that girl, they arrested her, but they let her go because she was innocent. It happened at her house. They let her go. But she's saying to you, and what she was saying to me when she was menacing me, telling me I can't get my son back, but she has her son. And I showed the police record of the girl, which I already had and knew about. She said that she killed my son like she killed that man. She didn't kill the man. That man was shot and had nothing to do with any drugs.
All right, then
He
you
came
close
shooting.
the case
She doesn't know what
again.
she's talking about, but she's making up these lies as she goes. She's making
I'm
up
finna
lies
roll
as she
up.
goes.
I'm gonna roll up too, Fee.
Right. Okay. But okay. So the
She
audience
said
there.
that
Okay. So
do it again.
okay. So Jonathan, if you could chime in to kind of give us a reset.
Oh man.
She knows who these characters are, but we have to kind of like, if we're introducing a person into the story, like you have to start and then,
Okay, so let me just clear this up. I
Please.
think we need to move on
Even
from
worse.
2014.
Yes.
Again, there's a lot going on.
Yes,
And my
yes.
mom, she's really trying to bring everybody into the story so she can give you relevance as to those same people being around when he was dead. So I do want to clear something else up real quick. I got his age a little bit wrong, but at that time, when he took that pill, just to let y'all know, like, he tried a drug, whatever it was, that's that. But that's no relevance on when he died, because I
She
keep trying to
brought
let
it
y'all
up.
know he was on probation, and just so y'all know what he's on probation for.
No, bro. She the one brought it up, right? And then being that she brought it up, it wasn't because he took that pill. That's because she caught him. He became an addict from the pill. This wasn't okay. This is the first pill. That's it. Okay, son. Don't do it no more. And he like, okay, mommy, I'll never do it again. They tricked me. No, he was taking pills. That's just the first time you found out
Thank you. That wasn't
that
no
he was
first pill.
doing the
He
pill.
just took. No, no.
Exactly.
And again,
Exactly. It was
if
just a
you're
batch, a bad batch.
if you're not a drug addict, nobody can walk up to you and say, "Here, take this pill," and you gonna take it.
And let me go run tell my mama.
And then I'm
Most people that don't do drugs don't even take medicine like that.
This
They
girl
don't
done
even
put
take
out
like
more.
Tylenol and stuff.
Right, she don't know. She closed the case by saying, and these were the same guy. But then that would take girlfriend all the way out of the equation because these people was there before her and they was there at the end. She had nothing to do with that. Regardless of the toxic relationship they had, he had them people before he knew her. So then homeboy, I got the dates mixed up. No, it's a big difference between 17 and 20. Underage, or the thing was he was out there with the wrong people. We get it, mama. You don't want to let everybody know. I don't take pills.
It's almost like saying, okay, my son's not a drug addict, but somebody wanted him to shoot this needle this one time, and he put that needle in there, and they tried to poison him.
No, they stuck
drugs
him.
are poison.
They stuck him, and he didn't know.
Exactly, he didn't know what it was.
Even though he saw it, he saw the needle.
He backed into a needle by accident.
No. He seen it. He seen it, and then they say, "Hey, we're gonna stick you." He's like, "No, I don't get stuck," and then they just happen to stick him. Right?
He didn't know what was in the needle. Well, it. I don't know, man. She sounded like Vlad need to hire her, man, because she's probably more murder cases than Vlad. Because
Vlad needs to hire of Kev.
I mean, and you just see the level. You just see the level of delusion as it keeps going again. Anybody that came in contact with her son, in her words, from the doctors to the detectives to the medical examiner, his cousins, his baby mama, his friend who was jealous of him, all of them are trying to do her son in. He's just a good college guy. He don't do drugs, and people are trying to poison him.
But he's on probation. She still never said what. Well, let's carry on.
The brother said he didn't say what he was on probation.
We ain't got too much time with this video. Let's go.
Somebody asked about that. I was telling Neat this before the interview, but he actually stole a TV. He got a felony. He stole a TV. There was a guy in the neighborhood. He was like a neighborhood rapist. Excuse me. Sorry. Neighborhood R word. And he actually, that guy propositioned my brother's friend who was a female.
Huh?
And so he thought he was getting street justice, stole the TV. And even the guy who we stole the TV from, he tried to say, hey, he didn't do it. He did try to, say my brother didn't do it.
You know what? I do this for y'all. I swear I do this for y'all.
Who steals TVs? Nobody steals TVs.
No. But they get hit with the R word. But it was really the friend. But he was
stealing steal TVs. That's who steal TVs. Crackhead.
With the bait word in it. I only do this for y'all. I swear. What's up?
Cookies and Ray steal TVs. That's who.
But called a felony because he got hit with the R word while stealing the TV. God.
Yeah, he was pushing that floor model. He was pushing the floor model down the street because he was getting back at the dude for R word.
No, sugar. The R word is the one that propositions his homegirl, I guess, and he stole the TV for justice for her getting propositioned.
See what I'm saying?
Robin Hood. It was a Robin Hood type of thing.
I only do this for y'all, right?
He was running with that flat screen down the TV because his homegirl got propositioned. He's so chivalrous. Nah, man, that 55 inch on his back, he was doing that for a good cause, my brother. He wasn't on no
get no felony for that. I'm just saying.
TV on his back.
You don't get a felony for stealing the TV.
Hold up, Kev. That's why he couldn't get custody of the son.
Thank you. I was just getting ready to say that's why he couldn't get custody. That's why his mama, he was living with his mama because he was out on the streets and he was on probation.
And he could not, not probation. Remember, the R word is there. He cannot be around kids.
Oh, yeah, right. See what I'm saying?
Thank you, bro. That is in the system. You is a pedo. Well, not a pedo. A bapist. Registered. What would I do
Either way,
without y'all?
either
Same,
What
way.
would I
same,
do without y'all? I love
same.
you guys.
And
Christy.
now check this out. Check this out. You go over to now. That means if that's the case, you shouldn't have been around her other children that you
Correct.
were trying to play super
Facts.
stepdaddy to. So let's
Those
cut
are
it out.
facts.
Let's cut it out and
Oh
act like he
man.
was.
Oh,
Yeah.
I only do this for y'all. I swear.
Hey, this chat. Hey, y'all cold chat. That's why I mess with y'all, man. Y'all don't just go for the bullshit. Y'all be doing y'all a deep dig and a deep dive. So yeah, we got to look at it for what it is. Like I said, we all empathize with any mother who lost a child. But
No.
like you said,
Even if he is involved, right?
right.
It is still on his record because he is there with the friend. Now, the girl would have been the one who said, hey, it wasn't him. But if you're still there, that would make you a what you call it?
Accomplice. Thank you,
Accomplice.
Sexy Smart. Thank you, Sexy Smarts. Yeah, but like I said, when the story gets this diluted,
And that was his friend.
right? I forgot we
And
was
you
even.
stole her TV.
I forgot we was even talking about this
He
girl.
stole the R word is TV for his friend.
Right. She clarified that. But yeah, the whole thing is when the story gets this convoluted, we're supposed to be talking about this little boy. That's what this is supposed to be about. We talking about not we, but her and her family is talking about everything but that.
So
exactly, kid.
Sexy says he wasn't involved, but he came back to take his TV as a back.
As the get back.
I don't think I will. You know what?
You know how crazy that sounds.
I didn't want to even say all that, but
Sure. You let me know.
I left that all the way alone, right?
They should.
I knew what you. I know.
They say I'm a ninja hit on you. You tell me I'm going to steal his TV.
As a backpack.
Nigga better not whistle at you since I'm going in his house and getting his flat screen off that wall. God, y'all ain't no good, man.
No, don't let me run to the po-po. I'm going to take your TV.
Nope. Just call me. You're going to have a new 55 inch to watch the game on this weekend.
I bet not like.
And I am not on drugs.
I would not be telling Kev. I'll be having TVs all around the house.
Sir, why do you have a TV on your back with the game console still plugged up?
Imagine coming home and somebody talking about, hey, I got a TV for you.
He got the kids' game console still hooked up.
Yo, Kev, you got me? Kev, you got me? You got me? The person bothers me really bad.
Yeah, boy, y'all ain't no damn good, man. I swear to God, y'all ain't no good. Let's get through this, Suge. My bad. I'm on mute. Oh, my God.
But even who, I'm going to rewind back a little bit to what he said, right? And we already know the brother's not telling the full story. I will still stand by. Even he wasn't accomplished. And he happened to be there because one thing has nothing to do with the other. That's two separate cases. So she got the R word. If he's not there, that wouldn't have nothing to do with him going to rob his TV. The thing was that came up in it somehow, even if it's his friend or not. That's why he was not allowed to be around them other kids. Well, let's go. I still stand by that, but let's hear about the backpack.
Actually stole a TV. He got a felony. He stole a TV. There was a guy in the neighborhood. He was like a neighborhood rapist. Excuse me. Sorry. Neighborhood R word. And he actually, that guy propositioned my brother's friend who was a female. And so he thought he was getting street justice, stole the TV. And even the guy who he stole the TV from, he tried to say, hey, he didn't do it. He did try to, say my brother didn't do it. He didn't want him to go to jail. But the person my brother did it with pretty much snitched on him. So that's why he was on probation.
No. They would have, no. The guy was a neighborhood bapist, right? So y'all all knew he was a bapist, right? And then he gets, then just stop. He knew the
Imagine
baby.
having a neighborhood Bapist and nobody go and do something about the Bapist.
Right, but let me
He
go
made it
take
seem like he said he the neighborhood mechanic. Oh, he the neighborhood Bapist. So no, come on, bro. What is
Well,
you
let me
talking
go
about?
behind the people, and then he didn't steal the Baptist TV. He went this way. I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. Let's go.
And he was on probation up until he died. So, in order to meet the demands of the probation, he couldn't do any drugs, no weed, no nothing. So y'all got to keep this in mind. He continuously had to
No,
do
we're
drug
not
testing.
keeping
I
none of
really just
this
want to
in
clear this up.
mind.
He continuously had to do random drug testing. So he was not a drug addict. So I just want to put that out there. That being said, I think we need to move on from 2014. My mom is trying to make it make sense. But as of right now, we're just responding straight to Alexis. All of this stuff that's going on right now has to do with Alexis. And like I said, just before she did that viral video, she used that burner account to taunt my mom. So she was already on one. Whatever she was planning, she was really ready to scorch the earth with all this evilness that she's doing. So y'all need to know this is a negligent mother who literally recorded it. Y'all see the video yourself. So y'all know we're not lying. She literally showed y'all. CPS sees it, the cop sees it, but they're not doing nothing about it. So every time when my mom does have any type of custody or any type of bearing on my nephew's life, all CPS tries to do is place him back in her household. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So even though they see all of this, they think they're doing what's in the best interest by placing him back with the mother, but they're endangering all 5 of those kids. So we're dealing with a person who has severe mental illnesses, who is threatening people's lives, and who said on video, and Mom, hopefully you can pull up those receipts, who said in recordings, text messages, and everything that she did it. And when he was poisoned the first time, she said, next time there's no coming back. She literally said she implicated herself. Nobody's blaming her. She did it.
She said the first time he overdosed.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Maybe.
She said, if you keep doing that, you ain't gonna make it the next time.
Thank you.
Because if y'all heard the first video.
Thank you. That's exactly what she was saying. You OD again, you might not make it back this time. That's crazy. Anyway.
Herself. So nobody's trying to put the blame on nobody. She literally saying, ha, 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 I killed you.
And she tried to get him to delete his messages, she would unsend some of them. I have that, and I showed that to the detective. He wasn't being thorough. He was too focused on whatever they were saying. But normally, a detective will look at the closest people to the person that died or was killed. They didn't do that too well. They were looking at everybody that they were saying did that.
Okay, so the people, they want to see the messages so how I normally do it is I start from the beginning and then we bring up the receipts as we go along. Like I try to keep it,
Yes,
in order so that it doesn't get too confusing and going back and, bouncing from here to there to there to there. So that's why I try to I wanted to start from the beginning of the story, how you met her, how you came to know her, your son got with her, how things went from there, and then introduce the timeline that way, and then you can introduce the receipts. Like that's kind of easier for the audience to follow.
Okay.
Yeah. So
the complicated thing about it, and I'll do it, I have to make a copy and blur it with my Nimbus program so that I can hide people's names and numbers.
It's supposed to be between them two.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just want to chime in, and somebody said something about the family having a criminal background. No, my mom had custody of him, but what I keep trying to tell y'all is they think it's in the best interest to place the child with the mother. That's why they're doing that. So nobody in my family has a criminal record. We're all educated, intelligent people. My mom's direct, nobody. Like I said, that TV thing, they put him with a felony. That's how the system does. They gave him a F something for stealing the TV. That's how the justice system works. It is what it is. That's the situation with that. But no, the reason why we keep trying to tell y'all, they keep trying to place the children back with the mother. Like she's telling, this is why she's frustrated, because they keep giving the kids back to her. She don't want them. Why y'all think she's frustrated? She literally did that as a cry for help. She wants y'all to see. She wants y'all to see like, yo, I don't want these kids.
No.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Point at this.
The mother specifically said, I can't. Until this case is done, I can't go after my grand. Ain't that what she said, Gad?
That's exactly what she
So
said.
you can't change it up and say, well, they keep giving it back to the mother. Well, the mother
She
don't
has a
want him
stronger
either.
case. If the DFS had took the kid, well, first of all, why did they take him from you? But even if they took it from he was with the mother and they removed him and they keep giving him back, then why that would be a stronger case for y'all to get him while he's out of her custody because they removed him, according to y'all, multiple times. So I'm not getting all this. We scared. My mom's a black belt, and I don't get all of this. It's just this. It makes no sense whatsoever. They're just in denial, and it's painful really to listen to because these people don't care nothing about that little boy. That's obvious. None of them care about this little boy. The mama, the uncle, none of them.
Exactly, Tiffany. But I mean, you can't say, well, she's frustrated because she doesn't want him. No, your mother technically don't want him neither because she's worrying
No.
about. And then it's talking about this. I'm sorry, black men. Can you please stop doing stuff and blaming it on the system, please? We
Exactly. Oh,
we
she
as a
gave him the
people is
felony.
tired
So
of hearing this.
yeah, they just gave it to him out the blue.
Yes.
Oh, well, he stole a TV, but even the dude he stole it from tried to tell him my brother didn't do it, but the dude was with him, snitched on him. You still ain't said this Negro went into somebody's house and stole a TV. It ain't no system. It ain't the dude with him snitched on him. Is he decided to go in there and steal a TV because he needed to get some more drugs. You're not getting revenge from nobody propositioning somebody by stealing a TV. Cut it out, man. I hate when we do this. Black people will spin themselves in a circle to not take accountability. That dude was on drugs. He had problems. That don't make him a bad human being. But when you sit and try to spin these stories, it makes her look even more credible. And she's trying to give her kids away. She looks more credible than y'all do. That's crazy.
And then for I don't know, but the purpose of you saying the neighborhood vapist, and then all of a sudden he tried to do street. Nah, ninja, your brother got indicated in that some way, somehow, that's why he wasn't allowed to be around them kids. That's why she didn't have to fight. They couldn't win the fight against the mother because he is in the system.
And why didn't the father get custody when they kept taking the kid back, giving him to her?
They couldn't because, again,
thank you. They're not saying that. They're skipping over that.
And then, if the whole neighborhood know he's a neighborhood vapist, why didn't all the guys get together and beat his ass? Why go steal his TV?
That's what I'm saying.
And check this out, to let you know the son didn't have his life together. How come when he got custody, why was he living with the mother instead of with the father? Because the father don't have his own place, apparently.
The father,
why would he be living with the mother?
He was staying with his mom.
No, he would have had to move out of the mother's apartment for the kids to stay.
Wait.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying
No,
to
she
you.
did say, the grandmother did say that she had got a place for him and the child. The grandmother
Right, because he was living with his mama as a grown man. That's why. That's what I'm saying. If this dude had his stuff together,
to get him a place, not the son. The son couldn't stay with him.
Right.
No.
Right.
I'm saying if you think about how it's going, he cannot stay in the same place. If he has a case, if he's registered, he cannot.
Well, remember, there you have it.
Remember, he was homies with Chester, okay, he was homies with them and then stole the TV. Said, let me go steal the TV. So somehow that came up. Because ain't no judge. If you were judge,
the mother painted that narrative that she got a place for him and the little boy because the little boy was going to be living with her because the Alexa abandoned the child. That was the 2019 era.
Right, but in all reality, after I don't know if he was off the registry or not, but again, I mean, first of all, you got to be a crackhead. Well, you know what? Let me go rob the TV to get him mad, right? First of all, that don't sound right. But the point of you bringing, I would have been like a woman abuser or something, and he beat up his friend. I would never have brought up neighborhood babies.
Exactly.
Right. You brought that up, you just fed us more information.
The thing they keep skipping over too is she keeps saying, in the beginning, she kept saying the grandson was living with her, she had custody. How did, if the woman was steady getting in trouble and doing all of these things, why would they remove your grandson from your custody and give him back to the mother? If you already had custody, they already went through mediation. She said her son.
Because she was talking about the 2019 era. She wasn't talking about. She's mixing the two eras together, Kev.
That's what I'm saying.
Trying to keep her going in the formation that she should be going in.
She's out of her chronological order is messed up, and that's what I'm saying. I just
even if the chronological, even if that's messed up, none of the story, even if it was. Now she says the son was in his custody. The son was not in the custody, or the mother cannot just come and get him, right? That's why the mother got them a place. He is not registered as an ex-offender. We don't know if he was registered as an ex-offender, because if he has custody and remember, even in the interview that we had with the girl, she said her and the guy didn't live together. So if he all Google Gaga over her, why didn't he just move in?
Right. And then why didn't he have his together? And this is another thing. As a grown man, why didn't he have his own place? Why does his mama have to get him a place for him and his son? That's what I'm saying about knowing the people that you're procreating with, because if that person doesn't have a stable place to stay, if something happens to you during childbirth, that fool can't even take care of the baby. That's what I'm saying about these people.
Exactly.
They're trying to make it seem like, oh, he was in college, he just had it together, and he was trying. No, he didn't. His life was not together, because one, you wouldn't mess with a woman like that if you had your life together, because it doesn't take a long time to see what the signs of a person who's not living their life the right way, right? And then number two, my whole thing is they're skipping past the fact that no matter what they say that this girl did, if she did half of the things that they claim, they would get custody of that boy so fast, but they are not interested in custody. That's like a pressure point for them to her. I think that's their way of running an end around to try to get the police to look at her and hold her responsible for her son's passing, and that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
That's exactly the motive, Kev.
Yeah, that's the only motive. That it's obvious. They've made it clear, because the whole thing is she can't get over the fact that her son was on drugs and he accidentally OD'd. So many people OD on fentanyl because they don't know that it's in X pills. They don't know it's in lean. They don't know it's in a lot of stuff. And so my thing is, if again, they done got so far, they ain't talked about the grandson in 30 minutes. They're talking about cousins from 2014, poisonous this, her friend tried to get her boyfriend knocked off, and this
witchy poo this, witchy poo that.
Yeah, it's nothing, it has nothing to do with this girl, to be honest with you. It has nothing to, that's why you always got to hear the whole story, because like I said, I started out thinking, wow, this lady really was gonna give up all 5 of her kids. But then when I heard her story, it made me even look at that in a different way. Because like I said, I wasn't looking at it from a grown woman giving her kids up. I'm looking at it as a 15, 16-year-old girl getting pregnant and having babies by people who were too old and never really having that guidance. And then to now hear these people, like I said, if this girl came on the internet and said, I want to give my children up, if that woman would have picked up the phone and said, hey, I'll take my grandbaby, what's the problem? That she's trying to give them away. I mean, not trying to give them away. I want to say it like that. She's trying to surrender her custody because she's overwhelmed. Why would she tell this lady no? And that lady, that's why I said this lady is trying to run an end around to solve.
You know why she would tell her no? Because she knows, for one, she has a vendetta against her. She knows, two, she's not going to take all of the rest of her kids. And she knows, 3, she is not going to take care of that child like that child needs to be taken care of. All she's going to do is spew evil and nastiness into her children. And no mother, even if she's overwhelmed, is going to give her child to somebody like that.
And you're exactly right, because again, working with kids, I didn't see mothers who are the worst mothers that you will ever encounter in your life. But when they have a grandmother, even if it's the father's mother, and she's a very involved grandparent, that girl will give that baby to that grandmama in a heartbeat. And these are girls that they don't want to be bothered with no kids. They want to live their life. And their grandmother is present.
They're doing
Even if the
Malaya.
father's not present.
They're doing Malaya. I'm going to the store for some milk.
Yep.
And never come back.
Yeah. For
never
real,
come
especially when they know they're going to be taken care of. But because that girl knows no matter what issue she got, she know that lady right there is not going to take care of that boy. That's the only reason she didn't give it to him. I'm convinced of that, just based on how this whole family is speaking. The way the whole family is speaking. Why would I give my child to a family that believes that I unalive their son? I'm gonna think they might do something to my son because they're trying to get back at me. Maybe that's the only reason they want him.
My thing is, lady, I was gonna say that you get older and older. It's been 4 years since you seen that little boy. 4 years. How much more time do you want to waste? Right? And to the uncle, that's the only thing y'all got left. I don't know if he got more kids, but from the way it's sounding, that's his only child. I don't know. But
she got a daughter too, but I'm saying if something happens to this lady, now who's gonna take care of the boy?
No. I'm talking about
your other daughter is gonna take care of him?
I'm talking about the son.
Yeah,
the one who passed away. I'm saying, to my knowledge, that's his only child.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But I'm saying
I don't know if he got other kids, but from the way they making it sound like
that's the only one.
Like, so y'all wasting a lot of time here.
Yep. That's all I'm saying. If because again, you will be the hero if this boy knows that his mother is overwhelmed and she wants to relinquish her custody.
First
and
of all,
my grandmother comes in and takes me in. I'm going to love my grandmother for doing that, so I don't have to go into the system. She's saying she would rather go into the system, and until she get this girl indicted for an M charge,
and
then she'll worry about the boy.
and after other. First of all, let's go all the way back. First of all, you is a pastor, as you say, you is reverend, right? The first thing that came out your mouth was the girl says she got bait. But come to find out that, first of all, she's 15 years old, right? 15, 16. Right then and there, you supposed to be a mother.
Yes.
You were, even if you couldn't be the mother, you could have been the person who helped her, but you couldn't help her because your son is out there too, right? But instead of going, no, well, come to find out, they was talking about getting married. No, she was not talking about no getting married at no 15, 16 years old. No, they wasn't together. No, it was none of that. Just the point of me hearing 14, 15 years old, that should tell you something right there. So everything that you're saying, it's like you should have known that it's toxicity there. She grew up a hard life. It should tell you this girl life ain't been easy, right? How do I deal with this as an adult the minute you meet her?
Right. Yeah, and she says, who says that? Someone that's wounded and is evidently crying out for help. And I imagine your son saying, your son telling a young lady, oh, I want you to meet my mom. She's a minister. She's a pastor. So if he told her that, of course, she's going to try to feel comfortable with giving her that information so that she can feel safe.
In church, there's plenty of more of Alexis out there. What do you tell them?
Right. And what's going to happen?
They kick them out the church.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going to end up happening now is I can almost guarantee you that no matter what happens with her children, that middle son will probably never have a good relationship with his father's side of the family.
Right, because at no point in time, I heard her saying she tried to help the son. She don't want the son. Baby, you were supposed to help her and you didn't. Knew just by me listening to her, right? you can sort of kind of know what you're dealing with. If she tell you the story about her mother or whatever, regardless if it's distorted or not, you know it's not normal. You do know by the age of 16, this girl has two kids by the age of 16, right? So it's a troubled life there somewhere. So all this extra stuff you're doing is too extra if you are a reverend, right? I didn't hear you say at one point, I might hear it at the end, I don't know. I tried to introduce her to the Lord. I tried to get her to come to church. I brought the kids with me to church. I don't hear where she tried to have a godly foundation for none
She
of
didn't
them.
even say I prayed with the girl.
Exactly.
And I thought about this too, like in the context of the son and him having a relationship, with his father's family. It's like I just worry about how much they would speak about his mother to him if he were in their custody. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think that they would try to foster a healthy relationship between him and his mother. I think they would tell him, yeah, your mama killed your dad and she's on drugs and this and that. And it's just so contradictory. One minute she's going to Miami because she's this big drug dealer, and then the next minute she's addicted to drugs. And it's like, you
But
can't be
see,
addicted to.
what Tiffany said, the difference is Alexis let you know her downfalls, right? Alexis let it be known. I kept going from disaster to disaster. I did this. She let you know I'm effed up. Even she says it in the video. I'm effed up. And we was like, you could do better or whatever, right? But at least she could accept it. I'm all effed up from being young, never having a childhood, even though she didn't say all that, but we as adults can say that. Never having a childhood, you know, you got, like I said, by the time you 16, you got one crying kid
Yeah.
falling off your lap. You got one crying kid you rocking to sleep. You know what I'm saying? No job, no education at that point, living with her mother. And at that point, her mother is a drunk at that time, So it's a lot of things going on there, right?
I'm
And
sorry.
then,
Mhm.
and then at that point, she rather keep, instead of her saying, you know what, I failed, or I should have did better by my son, or I tried to get my son help and he didn't want to get it. She wants to exclude all of that and keep it on her. Your son met her
Right.
because they were the same. If
Yep.
you
Yeah.
claim if you claim she was doing drugs, that's how they met. She didn't meet a good your daughter.
Right. Right. Right.
She didn't meet a good boy in
Because he was
college.
selling
Right.
her the drugs when she first tried it.
This is what I was gonna say too. It goes back to what I said again earlier. I started off just like most people probably when I first saw the story, and I thought, wow, that's kind of messed up. This girl just gonna give all her kids up. But as I think about it, the point I stated earlier, if those fathers, and even when she was 15 and 16 and getting pregnant, they were older men. If those men were
That was the same
prepared,
man. Mhm.
if they were prepared to step in, she said the twins got a father, and then her son, and then the other two kids. Okay, well, if those men were in a position to take care of their children, that woman would have never had to surrender them. All she would have had to do is drop them off to their fathers. It wouldn't have been no system involved, but because the men are not held to that same standard, if a woman have a baby, she have to get ready because she have to take care of them. But a man don't necessarily have to do that. He at his mama's house chilling, and he's going taking Pampers over. But again, what if something happens to the mother of your children? Are you prepared to step in and care for your children? And those men have to accept as much responsibility as her for giving her children up, because they weren't in a position as a man like they were supposed to be able to take their children, so they didn't have to worry about them going to the system, so they didn't have to worry about them being in danger or with some woman that was on drugs or neglectful. They would have never had to worry about it because they could have simply took their children. So you got to blame them dudes just as much as you
Yeah,
blame them for
and
giving
then
their kids up.
she thinking in her mind, Alexis met a nice young man in college. That's not who she met. Your son. That's not the son that you think that she met. Okay.
She met the drug addict. She didn't meet the nice son in college. She met the drug addict.
She met the son that climbed in your back window and
I
steal
knew
your
you was gonna
TV.
say that. I knew
That's
you
who
was
she
gonna say.
met.
I was gonna tell you.
I don't know what you
I
talking
heard
about.
it. I heard it coming out your mouth.
Ow.
But you
So
know
what?
what? And I hate to even say it like this, but every time, I don't know if whoever else watched First 48, but every time you watch the First 48 on every single story, soon as somebody lose their life, oh, they was just getting ready to go to college and they was getting ready to go to beautician school. They was getting ready to start driving truck. But in the meantime, they had been robbing and killing and stealing up until the end. And they was just getting ready to do the right thing when somebody took that. Well, that's what it is. That is exactly what it is. She has not held her son accountable for one single thing this whole entire stream. Not one single thing did she hold her son accountable for. Everything that her son came into question about, she made an excuse. The son, his friend was jealous of him. His cousins tried to poison him. The girl's the devil. The nurses tried to off him. The DA don't care. They ignored the evidence. The police didn't investigate. The coroner took her word for the way he passed away. She ain't put not 1 ounce of accountability on her son. That's the most important point of this whole thing right here.
And he went to go, here I come to save the day. Let me get that TV off that wall.
Proposition. You tell me the next time some dude whistle at you on the street. That's it. Just again, when people start lying, it sounds ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? She could have, you know what? She could have just as easily said, you know what? My son was a good guy. He wasn't perfect. He had his problems. He hooked up with this girl. They probably came together in a bad situation. And my main goal right now is to make sure that my grandson has the best possible chance that he can. All this other stuff, it don't even matter. It don't even matter. It just really doesn't.
And she messed that up. Well, in 2014, I'm like, girl, you don't have to case up right. But I'm just trying to give you a backstory. These were the guys that were girl by. If you don't mess up, you done close the case, right?
And that's a good point, Tiffany. I knew plenty of people. You can be in college, you can be in a doctoral program, and there's a lot of cocaine addicts and drug addicts that are in college right now. So just because somebody's going to college doesn't mean that they're doing the right thing all the way across the board. You know what you can look at? When you look at the people who either yourself or your friends hang around with, you only hang around people who are similar to you. So there is no way that your son is doing the right thing and he's hanging around a bunch of drug addicts, neighborhood bapists, and cat burglars. He's not doing that. How did he run into the? How did he happen to run into the?
He was saving the people.
Yeah, how did he happen to? The dude that went in the house with him that allegedly snitched on him, how did he happen to run into him? And they just happened to, he decided, yeah, I know you don't usually do this, but I'm going to climb in this nigga with you and get this TV. Yeah, see,
that's why I said he was hit as an accessory.
Yeah.
That's why he couldn't have them kids. That's why, and then that's why you had to live with your mama. And he had to prove. Even the young lady had to say it because it was no need to bring that up at all. But he felt that I would have just left it as, yo, he had beef with somebody. He had beef and the guy was causing trouble in the neighborhood. And even though it still don't sound right, he stole his TV. No parts of that sound right. But the point of you saying neighborhood bape is he got caught with that. If somebody told on him, because I'm quite sure the Bapers didn't tell on him, right? The neighborhood Bapers didn't do that when he just baped the girl, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What really struck me, because I know how my mama is. I know how my grandma is. Not one time have I seen this lady get emotional and say, I miss my grandson so much. I just wish I could talk to him and hug him. She hasn't mentioned that boy. The only time she mentioned him was in context to the story, but she didn't get emotional. I haven't seen her choke up. I haven't heard her talk about missing her grandson, missing, kissing his face, waking him up in the morning when he was living with her and all. I haven't heard any of that. And it's sad because like I said, this woman is so obsessed with trying to get what she perceives as justice for her son that I just don't think she has the emotional ability to really take care of this boy the way that she needs to, because she has
can't
so much
take care of-
animosity for his mama. I just think
She doesn't have the emotional
She can't-
wherewithal.
yeah,
No.
she can't
right.
separate.
And
She can't separate it.
get the timing right. She said when it happened, I had custody. And then the next minute, but then how was he with the mother if you had custody of him at that time? So when you ran to the hospital or whatever, you would have had the son with you. Did you leave the son someplace?
That's what I'm saying. She never clarified why the grandson was taken out of her custody in order to be back with the mama. That's what I'm not getting. See, and again, if it's not about the kid, then it's not about the kid. And I think that's the most important part. So not only did a lot of people fail this young lady along her life,
thank you,
to the point of her having 5 children. Now
failed the kids.
I'm afraid all 5 of her children are going to be failed too, because the way it looks now, the other kids' fathers are not stepping up, and the middle son, who's apparently he's the only one whose father is not here. His family, that's not their main goal. So I just fear that these 5 children are going to kind of suffer the same thing that the mama went through, and that's sad.
And we're gonna hope they don't. But I would like to just say, Anita, you know what? For circumstances, you are absolutely correct. We all hear that, keep your legs closed. But the problem is in society, when you're introduced to X at a very young age, it makes you really promiscuous, right? Because you was used to it at a young age. That's the sad story of a lot of females. Yeah, they should keep their legs closed, but when you are traumatized and that's all you know, that's what happens.
And let me tell you this, working with kids, 82% of girls that have children before the age of 18, 82% of them were molested as a child.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Or SA.
Assaulted, yeah. And not for nothing, though, that correlation runs very, very deep, because again, like Suge said, if you're 13, 14, 15 years old and you get exposed to certain things as a young girl, you don't process that the same way as an 18, 19, 20-year-old. Even an 18, 19-year-old's mind is still fairly immature. Now imagine being 15. And that's why I said
No. That's when she got knocked up. It was happening before that. Right.
Yeah,
I asked her.
And that's what people are overlooking. And that's why I said I'm glad I went back and watched that interview, because it changed my mind, because I had to look at this woman fairly. I couldn't just look at, oh, she's just abandoning her children. Why? And how did she get to have 5 children and 2 by the age of 16? Then when I started looking at the story from a 16 or 13, 14, whenever this abuse started, when I look at it from that child's perspective, everything else that happened after that makes sense with this woman. So again, yes, I still believe in accountability, but now when you have a better understanding of why, now I can approach my conversation differently with her, because it's easy to look at somebody and go, oh, she just neglects, she don't care about her kids, she's leaving them. But you got to look at the child that bore these children. She didn't get to be a child before she was forced to be a mother. She didn't even get to finish being a child. You can't expect that.
And then let me just correct something. They're not looking for Mr. Right or Mr. Love. They're looking for Mr. Protector. Right? I'll make sure nothing happens to you. They don't care about the love. They're looking for somebody to say nobody will never do this to you again. It's not about the love. They're looking for, they never had protection. Right? Now, as an adult, yeah, she has to fix her life. You're absolute. Yeah. Now she's identifying. That's what she's doing now. She's identifying, I can't do it no more. I need help. That is trying to correct your wrongs. Right. I need help. I can't do it no more.
It might not look pretty the way she's doing it, but
Right.
like I said, I have way more respect for a woman that would surrender her custody because she knows she can't do it than to keep children and get frustrated and beat on them and neglect them because she's tired,
Absolutely.
but she don't want the
Absolutely.
stigma of giving them up. So that I just have to look at it like that, because no matter how much we tell these little girls to keep their legs closed, some of them aren't, and a lot of them, though, this is what we have to look at. They're not just fast; they are being assaulted and they're being exposed to sexual things at a very young age, and that determines how their life goes after that, especially sexually. And so we have to understand, like, yeah, we have to take accountability, but most, like I said, and check the stats, 82%, that's 8 out of 10 girls, more than 8 out of 10, but 8 out of 10 girls that have a baby before they're 20 years old, 82% of them have been assaulted. And so, you know, that comes in with promiscuity. It comes in with not having boundaries. It comes in, and I get what Tiffany was saying about looking for love or looking for Mr. Right.
Right.
In a very, very subconscious way, yes, but it's not necessarily a Mr. Right. Everybody wants to feel protected, especially a young girl. And if you've never felt protection, the first man that makes you feel protected and safe and loved, you are going to cling on to it. I've seen it the whole 30-something years I've been mentoring.
She's 27 years old, but after you go downhill, at that point, age doesn't make you smarter. When you go from a toxic childhood, then you keep running into toxicity, right? Because you thinking, hey, this man said he gonna protect me, and he turned around and beat her up. This man said he gonna protect me, and he turned around and beat her up, right? That we're not excusing it, but because of life, we do understand.
Let me put it this way, and a lot of people say that, Anita Carter, and that's fair, you know, but I look at it like this. Yeah, she's 31, but maybe it took her
27. She's 27.
27. It took her 27 years to get to be 27. And when your development is stunted, when you're a teenager, it might take you to be 40 before you should learn the lessons of a 27-year-old. You get what I'm saying? And not to make an excuse, but where I give her credit is she's 27. And even though she's made a lot of mistakes up to this point, at this point, she's still willing to say, you know what? I'm screwed up. And I know it so much so that I don't want to damage these kids. So I would rather let someone else take care of them rather than for me to damage them. I respect that more than her not saying anything and abusing those kids, because that's what happens more often than not. Women don't go and say, hey, I can't handle this. They'll just hold it in because they don't want that social stigma of saying, hey, she gave up her kids, she abandoned her children, and then those kids end up mistreated. And then we have a whole new generation of Alexis. She's got a daughter behind her. So if she's not equipped, I respect the fact that she knew she wasn't equipped to do it, and maybe that little girl has a chance. Maybe those other boys have a chance, because, you know, again, it's either them stay with her, knowing she's overwhelmed, knowing she can't do it, or her give them up, and hopefully they'll get with someone who is able to provide for them the right way, and it won't damage them permanently. That's the best we can hope for at this point.
And then, you know what, Cap? I asked her, have anybody, I remember, Keisha, was you in there when I had to, anybody ever say they love you before?
I was not I was in the chat, but you did ask her that.
And she don't even know what love is, because she doesn't know. Father wasn't around. Her mother abused and was always drinking alcohol, passed out, right? And then the guy used to kick down the door. The mother didn't hear nothing. The man snuck in the room, had his way with her, and then she wasn't a VJ, right? So she also has siblings herself. They went plenty of times without food. There was like, all of us could at least say we was told I love you once. We were hugged, and it was a real hug. She never had that. Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind, most of the teen moms were made pregnant. That's what happened by predatory men who knowingly preyed on vulnerable able children looking for safety.
Anthony Reeves. Good point.
Safety.
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Safety.
He articulated it. Yeah, he articulated it much better. It's and you gotta realize too. Think about the psychological damage it does to a girl when she realized that she was impregnated with by a predator. She has
Not once but twice.
Yeah, she has to process that and still love that child and not let that affect her. So it's so many layers to this. When you take a child that's damaged, like I said, and I keep saying it, she never got to finish being a child. She was forced into being a mother. So we really can't blame her for not embracing motherhood because she doesn't know. She didn't have the regular childhood, playing with her friends, going to dances. She didn't do any of that stuff. And then I know how powerful it is. I had a 14-year-old that burst out in tears because I simply told him I love him. He was getting ready to go back to juvenile hall, and I just told him I loved him. And I mean, this kid held on to me for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is true, Kev.
He told me like his mom died when he was 2, and his grandparents raised him, and they were older and they were kind of hard, so they didn't say I love you. He said he know that they cared for him, but they never physically told him that. And when I told him, I was thinking to myself, like, and you know, when it comes to these kids, like I'm a big ass cry. That made me cry because I'm like, Jesus Christ, I don't know what I would have did if I would have had to make it to 14 years old before I finally had somebody. And this is a person who's not even related to him. I'm just his mentor. And he told me that. And when I tell you, when I look in this kid's face, man, and I knew he wasn't lying to me, and I just thought, that's it, man, to never be told your whole life until
older
you're 14.
people, they don't show their love by telling you they love you. They'll feed you, they'll clothe you, they'll
She didn't even have that.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Now, I would like to say, Anita, again, I get what you're saying, but my thing is, listen, we got to pull our sisters out of this, right? We can't keep beating them now. We should have kept your legs closed. Yes, she's suffering from the consequences right now. It's always consequences in what you do. That we would never dispute that. But we got to help them. We got to stop beating them down. They already got beat down from young. They got some was beat down since they was born. Some was beat down since they was in their mama's belly. Right? And they made a lot of bad choices because of things that they had no control over by being essayed or wherever. They already had a rough life. Now we got to build these sisters up or build these brothers up. We got to build them up. We can say all day, close your legs, you shouldn't do this and shit. That's not helping them. The kids are here already, right?
And
so how do we build them up?
And these men that impregnated her, they need to be held just as accountable as her. Because she's taking her accountability. I give her that much credit. Most people won't even take it. Like I said, and that's why I said earlier when I started out, we could preach to these kids all day long. Keep your legs closed, boys. Keep your thing in your pants. Those are things they said since the 1940s. But the teenage pregnancy rate is higher than it's ever been. So obviously, us saying that is not working. What we have to tell them is say, listen, we know that you're going to do X, Y, and Z. But if you have a child with a man who is not proven to you that he is able to take care of your child, and even if you and him are not together, so let's just anticipate that y'all are not together. Is this man spiritually and emotionally willing to take care of your child? And is he financial? If you help them focus on that, that will keep their legs closed quicker than anything else. Because you telling them to keep their legs closed, that don't mean nothing. Soon as they see a dude with long dreads, tattoos, and he got muscles, they gonna open their legs. But if you tell them, listen, have fun with the dude that's got muscles and tattoos and the long dreads and the rapper and all of that, and he lit and turned up, have fun with him. You can't get pregnant by him, because if you get pregnant by him, you will be a single mother taking care of a child.
And that's a parent who cares.
And keep in mind that we are not even right now. We're talking about a predator doing something to a young lady that was helpless and vulnerable. Okay, we're not
CPS
just talking
failed this.
about, she didn't just get to this point. We're not talking about just a young lady that decided to, oh, this is my high school sweetheart and we're gonna take this chance and
Right.
oops,
Look,
we got pregnant.
CPS.
No, this was a predator that had a young lady at her vulnerable moment and took advantage of her.
Because she
And
said
CPS failed her as a child because
Yeah.
the men who impregnated her were never prosecuted, apparently.
and
So
then make it so bad. The guy, she was
right.
going through so much. What she said? Oh, I thought I could talk to him.
She
And
thought
then-
she had
and
a
then-
friend in him. This man was
right.
hanging out at the
And
park
then
by
the
her
minute-
school.
Right, and then the minute she told the man that she was hungry, it changed everything. He already knew that he was going to get her, but oh shit, I ain't got to do too much work here.
if a
Girl,
person
already
tells you they're hungry, if a person tells
hungry.
you they're hungry to a predator, to a trafficker, they know that's the sign of a homeless teenager or a teenager that is in distress and has nobody.
Right.
I don't even got to work you now.
You
Shit,
can't even
you hungry.
you don't even have to convince nobody that's hungry.
Right.
You will volunteer doing things to satisfy
Yep.
that hunger because that is
Yep.
a need. That's not a want. And that's why I said I had to look through the perspective of a child who was failed from the beginning. Nobody protected her from the predator. They weren't prosecuted. She was in an environment where she never was protected or felt safe. And so I can't expect that woman, that young lady, to grow into a healthy woman that would have children and then be able to do everything the right way. She's never seen anything done the right way for 27 years. So,
again, I'm not disputing nothing you say. The scenarios are beautiful. But what I'm saying is, no, you said if everyone said don't play, but guess what? Nobody told her don't play with the firecrackers, right? No, nobody told her that, right? She's still living with the consequences. You making it seem like we're ignoring the consequences. We are not. But these are the things that is going on in our community. These are the things that some women never get over it. They never seek help. They never ask for help. Some of them, even some men who've been through stuff, you wonder why they sit in the parks or they sit on the benches just as drunk and figure some people, whatever happens, and some people, they fight their way out of it. We just hoping she fight her way out of it, right? Why? We just hoping they fight their way out of it. Like I'm here to build up. We could do this all day. Well, she could have did this. I don't feel no emotions for her. Well, she had. We could do that all day, or we could build her up. We could build her up, and that could be for anybody.
Or even if you don't feel like you want to build her up, like I said, I get the other side too and what the other side feels. But my thing is this. I would just ask anybody the question, would you rather her give her kids up, or would you rather for her to keep her kids knowing the condition that she's in mentally, emotionally, spiritually, everything? Mine would be, I would rather her give them up. And that's just the lesser of two evils. But, you got to understand at some point, if all girls listen to their mothers, there would be no teenage pregnancy. But we know that all kids do things that they were told repeatedly not to do. Just like we tell our sons, don't go out here and be in the streets and be no thug and sell no. But how many young dudes out here sell drugs? And again, we can't.
And that's where this mother is at right now.
But
she told her son, go ahead. She told her son, it goes right with what this mother's saying right now. They in the now. Go ahead, Kat, finish it, because you're speaking about this mother right now without saying it.
Yeah. And and the thing is even though it may hurt the kids in the short term, of course, because any child who's not with their mother, but what are the success rates if they go and get adopted or if they stay with their mother? Which success rate would you bank on? I would bank on them being with somebody else, especially if their mother is telling me I can't do this. I'm not up to this. I'm not going to say that it would be in the best interest for them to stay with her. And at some point, even if I was angry with her for giving them up, at some point, the focus is not her. She's got to deal with herself, and she's got to get her life together. But at least she had enough humanity in herself to say, listen, I don't want to mess my kids up the way that I am. I would rather give them to someone else.
Yeah.
I just the humanity in me. I give her credit for that, as opposed to a person who's sitting here like his mother or his brother, who could actually take the kid, and they claim they're all college educated and good people, and they're saying we won't do it because we got to make sure she go to jail first and then we'll get them. So again, you could look at her and blame her all day long, and of course she's going to have to deserve some of that blame. She earned that. But at the same time, all of those children have fathers. We have to hold them to the same exact standard. We have to hold them to the same.
She said she reached out to them and told them to come get their kids. She even went to their door.
I'm gonna say, even if she didn't, that video went viral. People who know them called them and say, man, you know your baby mom trying to give your kids up. So these dudes, if they didn't come get their kids, I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about her. I'm gonna talk about her and them, because they are just as responsible. Because if you can't get your children, then you're failing as a parent. I don't care what her reason is. That's not even if she says, I don't want these kids, I can't handle it, I'm overwhelmed. If I can't go get my kid, then I can't criticize her too much, for real, because obviously I'm not in a position to take care of my kids either. And we have to, and again, I give her grace because she had enough in her to at least not abuse her kids, because, you know, she could have just kept them in that.
Mines are like houses. If the foundations are broken, you can't be stable without repairing the roots. So many kids are raised by wolves. I'm gonna just let you and Kev have the floor, okay?
That's a fact.
I so agree.
It's like taking somebody. It's like saying, take a person who's been totally messed up, who's never seen anything right, and then because they're numerically of age, now they are supposed to do everything right, and their life is supposed to. The reason that I'm the way that I am is because of the family that I have, that I was raised by. The reason that Suge is the way that she is because the family she's raised by. The reason Nature Boy is the reason he is because the people. See what I'm saying? So there's a direct correlation, and so for me, I'm going to say to those men, listen, you got to do a better job, because you can criticize this woman all day long and it may be justified. Every word of it may be justified. But after we get through putting all the blame on her, and let's just say she deserves all the blame. Now, at this point, who's to blame if your child is in the system? Sir.
And don't I always say that, Kev? I said,
who's to blame if your child is in the system, knowing everything that you know at this point?
Yep.
If your child is in the system, then she's no longer responsible, because she did what she was supposed to do, even if she failed in the beginning. Now, where did you step up? See, if she still got to give up 5 kids, that means there's 3, 4, 5 men, or how many other fathers that are not doing what they're supposed to do. That's just the bottom line. And until we look at our whole entire community like that, like I said, my family, you cannot come around without your children. You can't come around without your children. Where's the baby? Oh, she another. Listen, we ain't gonna eat till you get back. Go get the baby, and if she don't want to come, you fix a plate or 2 for her.
You always say children, that.
You fix 4 plates. We're gonna put them in them little plastic bags you get from the grocery store, and then when you take the baby and drop the baby off, you give her this for the. That's how we. And because we were raised like that, we don't think any other way. But of course, everybody doesn't think like that.
And let me tell you something. I don't care. All my siblings are with, my cousins is with. I mind my business. Why? Because God forbid, if something like this was for to happen, we can go get our nieces and nephews and cousins or whatever, right? But I've seen interviews of some of the kids. They say she dropped them off. Well, listen, we already know she messed up, and she already let it be known she's messed up. So I got you, baby.
Yeah,
I got you, Anita.
Wrong.
I got you, Anita. I got you.
Anita, you're not wrong either, because just like we see it from this point of view or from maybe a different perspective, I can't sit here and say, oh, Nita, you just bashing this girl. No, because people look at it the exact same way that you do. And we have to be aware of that. And that's what I was saying earlier about, think about how many women don't relinquish custody when they should, because they don't want people to bash them, but they keep the kids with them and they starve them, or they over there beating them every time they get mad, or they, you know, not loving them and nurturing them the way that they're supposed to, because they know they're going to get dragged.
That is true. But remember, she's taking this video down, right? So I want to get a little bit more into, we're halfway there, because we got to, let's go.
Point is, when it's easier for you guys to go in and get them, though. Like in the past, they kept
no, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. I have the most recent recording from, and I recorded that conversation for this very reason. I have a recording of me calling the supervisor. I called 5 days in a row. When she took the kids into CPS and ended that live, I called and I asked for them.
Wow.
They told
Look
me
at that.
to do new fingerprints since the time they sent them back from 2022 and
yes, sir.
Look at that, Kev.
They said I had to do new fingerprints. When I called them in.
Look at that. Look at that. I directly heard my own father state that he really resented being responsible for providing for his children. He wanted the title, not the work. My God, we are, baby. We sorry to hear that.
We are so sorry to hear that, Anthony. May God bless you.
These things need to be talked about.
Yes, and let me tell you something. I guarantee, because of that unfortunate experience that Anthony went through, I guarantee you, without even knowing him, ever met him, I bet you he's a good father because of that experience. Why? Because at some point, he was around other individuals that showed him something different. He was able to recognize what that was. And then when you hear your parents say that, it's like that has a lifelong impact on you. And that's why I said nobody's really wrong. We're all kind of right, but we all have to understand that these issues are multi-layered and we have to deal with them like that. I want to hold Alexis accountable, of course, because y'all know me. I'm the king of accountability. It is. But at the same time, I want to be able to be of help to her as well if she is trying to get her life. I don't want her to feel like because she messed up in her life that now we just throw her away. No, if you take accountability and you make a sincere effort to change, then I got your back. And so that's the message I'm trying to send. Yes, I'm gonna hold your butt accountable for everything, because that's part of the program too.
We would be like everybody else that failed her, and we want to be the opposite of people that failed her.
Right.
Because if she doesn't have if you don't have somewhere to land after you mess up, you give up. You say, you know what? Everybody dragging me. Nobody want to give me an opportunity to change my life. I know it looks bad, but she may be thinking, because think about how they frame it.
Anita, even if she closed her legs, she has been traumatized since a little kid. So again, we can offer, even if it's not really for her, even if it's just for the kids. This is what's going on in the community. She is just happened to speak out. It's a lot of other mothers who feel the same way.
And never say nothing. Exactly.
Even married mothers feel the same way, because a lot of times these men work all day, they not home, then after home they with the friends, they drunk, and these mothers are
single mothers.
These mothers are tired. They are tired. They are tired. And then when we give you the answer of, you know what, we want to decensor these men and we only bought, then we wrong again. Every which way we turn around, the woman is wrong. Again, that doesn't mean that we don't help her, Anita. Even if we got to say some kind words, like we could,
We don't have to. We don't have to argue the point, Anita. I get it. I listen. I totally get where you're coming from. But here's my thing. Okay, let's go by that.
She
frame
said it could be done.
Let's go by that frame of mind. So everybody that sells drugs, we throw them away. Anybody that's been to jail, we throw them away. Anybody that's had premarital sex, we throw them away. It's like at some point, we there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance of, yes, we hold them accountable, but how do we help them succeed if we steady telling them you should have closed your legs? Your kid is 12 years old. Why are people still telling you you should have closed your legs? Maybe you should have. Exactly. My question is, what can we do now to help that child and to help that woman so that they don't become statistics of what our society is already a victim of? And if being supportive and saying, hey, thank you for at least having the courage to come out and say that you couldn't handle this so that maybe your kids have a chance, and we're not going to throw you away. We're going to try to help you as long as you're sincerely trying to make an effort to get your life together. That's there has to be a balance, because if not, think about how many people do shit wrong. Then if we threw everybody away that didn't do what they were supposed to do, our whole community would be gone. You got women out here that's doing things. You got men that's out here doing things. And I feel like that a lot of times. I keep asking these women all the time. There wouldn't be so many abusive men if they didn't have women to date. But somehow these men that are abusive, that have been abusive for years and years in multiple relationships, they still end up in relationships. And then we can tell the woman, well, you shouldn't have got with him. He was abusive. Well, yeah, but after that, then what do? Do we tell her, well, since you were stupid and you were with him and he was abusive, then that's on you? Or do we say, okay, this is what you need to look for. These are red flags. These are resources that you could utilize if you need help in getting away, if you need to talk to somebody. That's the best that we can do, because like I said, we've been telling young girls since even before when I was a young kid. That's all I heard. Keep your legs closed, keep your legs closed, keep your skirt down, keep your legs closed. But we have teen pregnancy at an all-time high. So obviously just that alone is not the message, because that's not working. What do we do when our kids find themselves in these positions? One, we hold them accountable, and we say, in order for you to get assistance, you have to do certain things as well. And then as you do things, I will do things to assist you. And then in that process, that will make you learn not to repeat that same mistake. But me saying to you, girl, close your legs. Do you know how many mothers that have daughters with multiple children, and she told them to close their legs from the beginning? That's not just the solution. We have to be able to say, once the mistake is made, how do we correct course? How do we correct course? And us showing compassion or mercy to somebody is not condoning what they did. It's so multi-layered.
We gotta help her.
And again,
to help the kids.
So we need to teach the young men, the boys, the same thing we are teaching the girls.
We're talking to a
But
girl.
hold up.
These girls to
But
close their legs.
Hold up, guys, because like I said, I don't want her to take this video down, because I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all. You see where she says, after 28th, I will be taking this video down. I understand she's grieving and do not feel she specifically said she's taking it down, right? That's written, right? So that's why I'm rushing it a little bit. And then before they got an after show after this, so I'm not rushing anybody. I just want to catch it before she takes it down. Because as you see, look, it's written, it's pinned, right? So let's go.
All right, let's go all the way through. We ain't gonna stop till we get on.
We ain't gonna go all the way through. They may say something stupid, but we ain't gonna keep. What?
Say it again, baby.
Hey, boo.
Hi. I just had a question.
Go ahead, baby.
Where is Legina?
She with R. Kelly. She with her pappy.
All right, I'm on mute. We're gonna stop. We're gonna wait till we get done to come back in, Suge. I'm on mute.
Tell her she with her pappy, R. Kelly.
She all busy today. See her daddy. All right.
I said, I'm on my way to do the fingerprints. Do you need to come do a walkthrough? They said, no, we made other arrangements. That's what they did. I have to file for custody outside of the court. I have to use her last known address and then take it from there. This is somebody that is not a reasonable person. We are not criminal type people. In fact, when Alex stole that TV, Reese just started coming around. That's what occurred. We don't do those kind of things. I took time as a single mother of 4 children to homeschool my kids. I taught them about God. I'm not no crazy person. My father's a bishop and my mother is an evangelist. This is my life, and I'm filled with the Holy Ghost. She wouldn't know what that is. But I am adamant about giving my children the best outcomes spiritually and as Black people. I educated them and made sure they went to college. Alex was the only one. He had a hard time. He struggled. He was born early. His father attacked me, and I carried him without placenta. All the way up to the age of 11, I was his nurse 3 times a day. He would get sick enough to die, and I would have to take him to the emergency room for oxygen because he had low surfactants in his lungs. I don't like to talk about what his father did because I'm not trying to bash anybody.
And he was just
I'm
like
not
his
to
daddy.
And when she said to him, they killed his father, they talked about his father like they did my son, and somebody probably did. What happened was there was a mixture of medication he had. They said,
so you did it.
He put it with something. I got the coroner report. I didn't know him like that, but I ordered it for my son.
Who
and
did
his head exploded.
Wait, what?
I ordered that for Alex, so Alex would know what killed his father. What happened? His
so
father,
you did it.
Dad is deceased as well.
Yes,
like mother,
his
like
father
son.
died in 2018.
Father like son.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, Alex,
you mixed
he's an early baby, and he was just beginning to develop. And that's another thing. No matter how I tried to keep him away from those people, wrong people, which were basically his family, he kept going around them. And they're using what they have him do against him. People that met Alex is a guy named Ghost. He's a white guy.
That's right. Tell everybody.
He says that Alex is he's a gentle person. And he described when he heard that Alex had died, he made that statement. Jimmy Urban, I invited him to join, but he must not be online. He's an older man in Toledo. They used to have my son over. They would cook with him and everything. And they even had a video of Alex fighting. Alex can fight. This girl wasn't just beating his butt.
I thought he was gentle.
And I don't do things like flaunt that I'm a martial artist. She's a martial artist too, but not like me. I'm a martial artist. I don't walk around fighting like that. I just trained hard, and I'm good at what I do. So I'm not afraid of her even that way. I'm not afraid of her in any way, but I do know she's dangerous enough. I watched her play with gums and wrap it around her head while we had kids in CPS.
What year did your son die?
Wait, what happened to the CPS?
What year did my son die? March 14th, 2020. He died 2 days later. She didn't wait until he died and all that stuff. He died like a day later after I sent her out of the room. I sent her out of the room when I got there. The doctors, I asked them to please fight for his life. We prayed over him the whole time. My family, we stood around my son and prayed over him. His kidneys couldn't be sustained. They left him with that in him so long before they called that his kidneys were so damaged that he couldn't live. It took 3 doctors. They walked into the room one after the other and just pumped his heart. They were trying to make him live. And then they told me, look, he's not going to live. His kidneys keep shutting down. We did everything. You could hear them all the way down the hall, bashing his heart, trying to get him to live. March 14th is when he died.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the receipts portion of it so that people can see, because they hear what you're saying, but if you can show them like how you came to the conclusion, because a lot of times moms are passionate and they on the outside feel like, okay, this is a mom who doesn't want to accept certain things about her son. So if you show them the receipts and how you got to the point that you got to, that kind of would help. So
okay, I did share with you the screenshot of S. Miller telling me while my son was still alive. March 13th is on that message she sent that the boys, now they were for visitation. So he's got a village, but she's leaving it out. So whatever money she's trying to get from the public, she's trying to get. They were at visitation with their father, and they told their father what happened. She didn't tell me the message. She said, the boys had something to tell you. And I didn't get that message till after my son died. But my sister, she's my half sister, and she really is my physical sister. We did a DNA. She's not my sister, but she's still like a sister. Angie,
the kids said their mom took a brick and hit him in the head. He fell. the kids mentioned their mom told them to go back upstairs, and they looked out the window, and their mom came upstairs, and someone was there babysitting them. It was the neighbors. The kids mentioned they saw their mom say that she had to go to the hospital and she'd be back, right? So hold on. If this is what the kids saw, do you think they had to be neighbors who saw what happened that night? She possibly moved his body.
Oh Lord.
She's, I don't want to mention his name, stated that Alex tried to get back up and fell down. I don't believe, I believe after he hit her ass, she clocked him with that brick. Because why did she? I'm not going to clock you with the brick and take you to the hospital. Right?
But that would be in an autopsy. If he had a head injury from a brick, that would be on the autopsy. That would
No,
be.
this is, I think she's stating some of the fighting they went through. But what I'm saying is the kids mentioned they saw their mom said that she had the hospital and she, but I'm just saying, if I hit you in the head with a brick without having any type of self-defense, I'm not taking you to the hospital.
Sure, we better get through this video for this girl taking down.
You ain't lying.
My mother grew up around, and she came to the hospital to tell us they wanted to talk, and we got the information about what happened.
And remember, this is what the kids say. This is not what the
right. The kids say they, yeah.
This is not a where is the show me the document from the hospital? But let's go.
You could see this. Can you see the kids said their mom took a break? This is from Shanice.
Yeah, I can see that.
Hold on, real quick. So when Alexis made that video, my mom called CPS to get my nephew. She fixed the house up, everything. So she was ready to get my nephew. But again, they wanted to place it back with the mother, and they wouldn't tell my mom anything. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Because he beat her up first.
This system here is messed up. She tried to get my nephew. So y'all don't understand what's going on. This is not TV. This is real life. There's processes in place. There's a justice system.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, Jonathan's back. Oh, that's the brother. Okay, that's one.
That's so many things.
That's one. Go ahead, girl. I'm strolling. Okay, here we go.
That's the reason why.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make.
All right, arthritis people, you get the message later.
As a single parent, you're going to be a statistic unless you take measures to try to prevent that. And I did. They came out great. My daughter has an MBA. My son has this one. He's been a manager just like Alex. Alex had really good jobs. He's a manager at several places and a model.
At
and
several
many
places
things in his life. And now he's finishing his bachelor's degree and will be going for his master's. He had an accident at a store.
Oh, he had an accident.
Who did?
The one that has been talking, face discrimination.
Oh, he got now all of a sudden he had an accident, but he's a manager at several places. But go ahead.
He faced discrimination where he worked.
Okay,
we don't want to talk about that. We don't want
right, because his ass ain't working now neither. That's it. Well, let's go.
And the people will get lost. So I don't want
we won't talk.
Kind of like, trying to keep on. So let's get back to the receipts. I want to just show the receipts. So zoom out. Sometimes if you zoom out, it'll make it bigger. Like sometimes doing the opposite will do the opposite.
Okay, you see this?
No. I can't see
no.
You see it now?
I can't see it. Maybe the audience can. I can't.
I can see it. The audience, you can actually you can stretch the screen on the actual video player. So if you do that, you should be able to see it. But I can see it.
She's saying my baby daddy.
But go ahead.
She's saying my baby dad trying to keep me from son because I went on vacation. She was in Miami and had abandoned the children at this point.
In the chat, they're saying they can't see it. So if you said you were gonna screenshot it and then post it.
I can send it to you. Would you like me to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we can't see it.
Was saying my name in that recording that you were doing. She repeated it and was trying to be as disrespectful.
No, I understand that Amor Lexington, somebody said that to stop.
Okay, but still, F him. Didn't say they had to ill him. Just take out the kneecaps. Call me. Brandon Kerr. Oh, Lord. Reese, he won't be leaving a lot. Where I'm at, can't talk. Okay, then just text me. Boy, if you don't get your corny behind before you start something you can't finish or some ushy corny ish.
Before they start something they can't finish.
Chris Lawson is my son. His name is Alex Christopher Lawson, Capital Lawson. That's who's talking. Alex is answering for himself.
So she's talking to your son about your other son. Oh, okay. Come on.
His screen name was Chris Lawson at the time.
So, that's your son that passed away is on.
Yeah, he's Alex Christopher Lawson. That's his name. Cop.
Okay. No, just play it. If you just play it on your computer, we'll hear it. Just play it.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't playing for me. It was just kind of pausing one call for you.
Okay, so let's play the 911.
0025. Done and speaking with several attorneys to have that done. I don't know what to do. And when I called
there's no proof. She's talking to your son about somebody else, not him. Well, let's go.
Called the supervisor. The reason I'm telling you I don't know what to do is because there are laws that are what it is.
Not reasonable. And she's the type of person, she likes to provoke people. Y'all keep saying, like, what we're telling you, and Mom, you got to play the audio of her saying that she was going to kill Alex. You need to play that. But the situation, this is not slander. This is her own words and her own text messages that she's saying that she did this. So she can't sue nobody. I mean, there ain't nothing she can do. She implicated herself.
At the time,
I'm just talking to the chat.
And input these receipts in, it would have been easier to follow. You know what I mean?
That's what I was trying to do. And I did let you know that I had been working on the murder case, and it's totally separate from all the old stuff involving the baby. So now I had to go back through those things. I do have my stuff organized in my mail. And so you would have to ask me in my mail and on my my drive and I have another Clout that I opened up to the police. You would have to ask me for what you need because I'm not following all the other messiness of her.
Right.
Mom, do you have the audio of her saying that she was going to kill him?
And share why you feel how you feel and share why, I didn't want you to get every detail. I just wanted you to get a couple of key things.
I sent that to her because she is the supervisor over the probation. And I was asking why they didn't follow up on that, but they should have acted on it when she attacked him, when she menaced him, all these things. They should have acted on it and jailed her, or at least they would have been able to do something. But I took it to her because Holbrook was refusing because he wanted to convict the person that was wrongly accused in Alex's case, but had a real case on another end for other things. And so she was convicted for the other things, and they dropped the involuntary manslaughter. Reese, my nephew, he's my great nephew. His father is my nephew. My nephew, it added him to the case after they changed the story, and he's also a supposed victim. But see, when Alexis told the story, she didn't know the facts. She doesn't keep friends very long. So all the group of people that were rooting for her, they're no longer friends on Facebook. Reese is doing his own thing. Deontay's the only one that reappeared. He's supposed to be a friend of my son's, but she was wanting to cuddle up with him. My niece, Christina, who hates her own family, was her friend too, and I'm no longer there.
if you could show us, because right now it's like kind of like becoming like a repeat. So I kind of want you to like show, because the people hear you and they've heard like what type of person.
I gave it to the detective with all the apps open. The call that one of the
Yes, I have
people
to skip it a little bit.
Again,
earlier.
Poisoned him. Keep in mind, she said next time. That's why this is such a crazy thing that we're trying to sift through, because she said next time she'll get the job done, or Tina, whoever it was, will get the job done. So she literally was saying, hey, guess what? That was me the first time, and the next time we're gonna get you. So I don't know if she showed you those text messages, but that Alexis literally said that herself. This is her saying it herself. So the second time.
All right, pause. All right, pause. Okay. So you're saying that a month before your brother passed away, he was poisoned a month before that.
Yeah, because remember, they put it in alcohol. And he texted her trying to tell her, like, yo, like, I think somebody did something. And that's when she said what she said.
So each time he's with people and people are putting things in his alcohol?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was only one man in the room.
As a listener, I'm just going to be honest. That sounds like something that he probably, I don't know. That don't.
He's not gonna put. That's the thing. He's not gonna put. He's not gonna put fentanyl on his own alcohol. And it's like everybody drinks. Like, I mean, this is not his fault. He didn't do this to himself. Like, yeah, he was in a toxic relationship, but he didn't do this to himself. Like, so I mean,
well, she didn't do it neither. She wasn't there. But let's go.
I get it, and it's reasonable to ask these follow-up questions, but it is like he didn't do it to himself. Yes, it was a toxic relationship. Yeah, he was drinking a little bit of alcohol, but he didn't put that in his own. Like, who would do that? And why would he text her telling her, like, yo, somebody did this if he did it himself?
And like, nobody who dies off fentanyl is majority of the people who have passed away from fentanyl, they didn't pass away purposely thinking that this is the pill or this is the one that's gonna do it. Sometimes
he wouldn't use drugs. He was trying to stay straight. He was in college. He just started college. He had a due date for his assignments.
Oh, now he just started.
And he was actually, I told him to research an area of weakness so that he could teach the family on Sunday.
Hold on. Hold on. I just want to say this real quick.
When they get a better understanding when they study something themselves, when it comes to themselves. And I wanted him to do that. He was going to do that. And he promised me. When the Lord showed me what they would do, he did show me. I called my son, I called my daughter, I told my kids exactly what the Lord showed me. And I told my son to be careful and stay away from people you don't trust. And would you please come home? He said, I'll be home Sunday. He died Sunday.
So, yeah, so just to kind of chime in. So, obviously, he was around the wrong people. I mean, but he didn't do it to himself. So the reason why it was important for me to mention why he was on probation, trying to answer all these questions, is because of the terms of the probation. He couldn't even, only thing he did other than alcohol was weed. So if he was doing these tests and they weren't finding drugs in the system, how is it he goes all these years on probation? He's literally just a week ago got tested, and now all of a sudden he goes off the deep end and just starts taking a bunch of fentanyl. It just doesn't make sense. So that's why I'm trying to give the rationale so people understand that when Alexis said, hey, next time, she literally, if you read between the lines, she's saying that.
All right, guys, before we get to the after show, I'm going to pull up alcohol and fentanyl. And as they said, it's very few cases of it. You will have to put it in a pill form, but you really can't mix it. I just wanted to back up what Kev was saying, but I didn't want y'all to say, well, that's what he said. I'm going to pull that up for y'all. I'm about sick of this right here. Right?
See, I do my research now.
Yeah, but sometimes,
Yeah, though, it's good for people to hear.
You know me, right?
Yeah,
right.
It's good for people to hear it because don't never take nobody's word. You research everything.
Now, it can't be, but it has to be in a pill form. But it has to, as you see, it had the antihistamine in it, right? Now, where you at? Okay, here we go. I'll take
Nicole stupid.
Well, why would he be poisoned? What Hold on.
This girl said, take
Anthony,
the
thank
cognac.
you. Thank you so much, Anthony, for your support. I really appreciate you. But why would he be poisoned? What would instigate this? If the woman was a danger to her loved ones, where is the concern for there is none. And
Right.
every time and you notice this is every time he's out with his people, right? Not her people. And
Right.
she took it upon herself to say these were the same people in 2014, which she didn't even know them.
Exactly.
You know what
Correct.
told it all? When she just said, one, he was trying to stay straight. And then when
Mm.
Nick asked her,
I was
so
looking for something else. I didn't hear that part.
yeah, she said he was really trying to stay straight, trying to emphasize the fact that he wasn't on drugs. He only liked to smoke weed, but he substituted with alcohol. But then you turn around and in the same breath say, when Neek asked her, so every time your son is with other people, he gets poisoned. They go, yeah. like who
Like
just
it's
goes around
normal.
poisoning people? When have you
Like
ever heard
it's
of
normal.
a black person poisoning someone to death? I'll wait. Tell me when you've ever heard
They
it.
may think it. They may think it, but they ain't gonna act on
But you
it.
don't exactly, and that's why I said when you have to dodge reason in order to make your point right, that's how you know you're probably wrong. And that's what we're seeing on display. And I think
Yeah,
that hurts,
bro.
like I said,
I
again.
mean, I'm not one thing, and don't I just want to let it be known. I am not. It's not funny. She lost her child, and we're not. But we know she's misplaced anger, right?
Yeah,
So we're not trying to just let that be known because we're not like that neither. We do have sympathy for the mother too, but um, we just can't
it's the
blame this.
lies though.
We
We
just can't blame this on Alex, right?
we can't just skip past everybody trying to poison the boy now. Come on, we
Nah,
can't just skip
man.
past that. It's like, come
No,
on.
we're not skipping past that, but I just
No,
want to
I'm
let
saying it
that be known.
sarcastically. Yeah, I'm saying it
Right.
sarcastically. That's
Now,
what people want you to do. They want you to skip past all of the behavior that, again, we can point out 100 things that Alexis should or shouldn't have done, but we haven't got one time said he shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have went to the strip club with the kids. He shouldn't have went back after we had custody. He shouldn't have, but that's a symptom of what's wrong with us today.
Or everything that led up to his demise.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
and she can't get past 2015. You at this plane, okay? Then after that, what happened? Oh Lord, I didn't even know what was it. I never she can't get past that neither, right? And like I said, the guy who Alexis met was not your son. It was your son, but it wasn't the son that you're talking about.
That
right?
you know. Our parents, people, somebody wise said to me one time, we all have two versions of ourselves. One we present to our parents, and the other one we present to the world.
All right. So now, remember, substances. I don't know if I can open it or not. Oh, damn you! I keep dropping this mouse. I hate wireless mouse. Okay. I don't know if y'all can see it, right? But look hard, okay? Fentanyl overdose exposition. Okay. Remember, what happens when you drink alcohol and take painkillers? So basically, you're not putting it in a cup, you're taking it together. So you can't
Correct.
put it in there, right?
Right.
Understanding fentanyl, an opioid prescribed for chronic pain, they ain't even giving you that no more. Okay, mixing opioids and alcohol, right? Again, the opioid drugs includes both illegal surface. Okay, let's see.
Go into common questions because they usually ask the good questions under the common questions.
No, it was one I wanted to show. Fentanyl and alcohol is a dangerous combination. So the thing is, the brother said he did drugs, and the fentanyl was basically mixed with the amphetamine.
Right.
Right? Can you drink? Because you notice it says after, doesn't say together. Can you drink can you drink after fentanyl? Even though there is some research on opioid and alcohol use, there are very few studies of the risk, right? Because it's not done together. Okay, opioids are a depressing drug which slows down the activity of the central nervous system. Okay, can I mix fentanyl and alcohol? Mixing fentanyl and alcohol even one time can ill you. This is because fentanyl is an extremely dangerous synthetic opioid,
Mm-hmm.
right? So what happened was you cannot mix it, and that's what he was doing. I think that what he was doing was making lean or something.
Yeah.
That's just what I think, right?
Okay.
And you know you got to put this, and he mixed it. That's what took him. Fentanyl lace pills can trigger a fatal overdose.
They call it speedballing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was saying. If somebody tried to drop fentanyl pill into your drink, it would not dissolve, first of all, and it would bubble and it would change the color of whatever liquid it.
Right.
So that's what
Right.
I was saying about you can't liquefy it and then mix it to where it's tasteless and odorless, and they wouldn't know that it was in their drink. Like you could do some of them like that. There's roofies.
You
NDA.
could drink it together, but somebody cannot drop
Yeah,
it
they can't
in
just
your
drop it
cup,
in there and you not know.
and you
Yeah,
don't know
that's the point.
exactly.
Yeah. But that's the common thing, that because people don't realize how powerful of it's not just an opioid, it's a synthetic opioid. So that means it's man-made. You know, you got other things, you know, like poppy that grows right out of off of poppy plants that they use for various drugs, legal and illegal, right? I don't want to get too explicit, but when I say poppy, we all know what I'm talking about. So that's a natural opioid. It causes mushrooms are a natural opioid, cause you hallucination and have it. But when you start making it like methamphetamine, like ice,
Right.
those kind of
Right.
things are synthetic,
Right. But don't get me wrong. You could drop it in the cup, but it's still a pill.
Yeah, but
And
you're
it's
gonna know it's
and
there.
it's some,
Nobody's gonna drop it
exactly.
without your
It's
knowledge.
something
You're
that
not gonna, yeah.
right.
You're gonna
It's
be
some,
well aware that it was in
right.
there.
It's
And that's what
something
they
that
call
you
speedballing. When you drop
right. But
that
you
pill in
can't
there, and then
say.
yeah.
But you cannot say, "Oh, I don't know," and they slipped it in like a Mickey or something. That's like tasteless or something. Maybe
Right.
you could, but not fentanyl. Okay, soon
Right.
fentanyl and alcohol. Soon after it hits you, that you just mix alcohol with your new treatment medication, you remember that. Okay, it's a warning. Okay, not that. Okay.
Rohypnol, which they call roofies, is called
Mm,
Rohypnol. That's the name of the drug. That is the only odorless, tasteless drug that they can drop into your drink and it'll dissolve.
right.
And that's what they use when they was getting girls at clubs and things like that, and date babes and things like that. They use Rohypnol, but that is the only drug. But now they've banned that to where you can't even get that unless you're a physician. And that's only in certain situations. But that's why they did that, because all of the other drugs you can't just drop them into a drink or somebody's food discreetly without them being able to see it, smell it, or taste it. So, but
And
yeah,
and he said out of his own mouth that he couldn't smoke the weed. But if he wasn't a weed smoker, why would you have to worry about smoking weed? And you said, then he went to
why
alcohol.
would he have to
Right,
substitute it?
right, exactly.
You
Why
don't.
would you
Yeah. People see, and that's another thing too. People think it's okay to say, "Oh, well, he smoked his weed." Listen, if he's around all people that are popping pills and dealing with fentanyl, that's what he does. I smoke weed, so the people I hang around with are weed smokers. They don't do anything else, because they wouldn't hang around with me, because you're gonna if you play sports, you're gonna hang around with people who play sports. If you don't play sports and you drink and smoke and party, you're gonna hang around with people who drink and smoke and party. That's just
right,
natural. But again, as parents, a lot of times, and I've been guilty of it, when my kids, we don't want to see our kids the way that they are. Kids are people too. My mom had
yeah,
time. Kids are people too, meaning
Right.
they're just like the people that we see on the streets and go, wow, I can't believe that dude, got addicted, or I can't believe that dude is out here doing this or that. Some of those people are our kids, and we have to be aware of that, because that's how these kids get to the point where they OD, and then their parent go, well, they weren't on drugs. Well, how did they OD if they didn't just OD the first time? But people don't realize, okay, you know how small the head of a pin, like a safety pin, the head of a safety pin in the amount of fentanyl can unalive an adult person. 2 adult people, I should say. A pinhead dose of fentanyl can unalive 2 adult humans.
She keeps saying that it was first of all, technically, yeah, it is poison, but it was his poison, right?
Yeah, poison. Yeah,
You're right. You're right. It was poison, but it was his choice of poison, right? It was his choice, right? And what I'm thinking is their thing was so toxic. Sometimes when a woman beat up so bad, obviously, all the other her baby daddies are living, so she wasn't gonna do nothing to that one, right? She wasn't gonna do nothing to that one neither. But it was so toxic. Of course, they saying things to each other. Of course, you may not like what was said, but it doesn't take away that whomever dropped it, they didn't even put her down as an accessory. And the lady who sold him the bad, I keep saying the bad bag, but it wasn't a bad bag. He had it mixed with the pill with the acetylene, right? And he was taking it together for whatever high that he wanted. So, and that lady has been arrested. Me threatening you back and forth. Now, if you happen to pass away the way I threaten you, that would be different, right? But if you passed away something totally the way I have not threatened you, if I threatened you, then it just like a man could be very abusive, right? That's what I'm saying. That's like a man could threaten a woman all he wants, even if he beat the heck out of her every day. Now let's say she goes somewhere and break her leg. I don't care how abusive that man was. And she broke her leg and not living no more. That you can't blame the boy.
You said it exactly right. She solved her own case, because if you're alleging that he passed away at her hands, but the medical examiner says that it was an accidental overdose, those things in itself are contradictory. So if you're alleging something, you have to have some kind of evidence to support that. So I could sit here right now and say, I'm going to do such and such to so-and-so. If I see him, I'm going to unalive him, and he gets in a car accident. They're not going to look at me and say, oh, well, he threatened to unalive him, so maybe he cut his brake lines, or maybe he paid somebody to run him off the road. They're not going to, that's kind of what
the drug dealer was charged.
Yeah.
I'm answering Queen Kish's question.
Oh, yeah. And you know who got that law passed? I don't know how many of y'all used to watch Archie Bunker. I'm telling my age, or Heat of the Night.
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, Carol O'Connor.
Yeah, that's not bad.
His son passed away, and he was the first person to get a law passed and prosecuted his son's dealer and sent him to prison for manslaughter. And so thanks to him, that was he got that done. But again, he had to get a law passed. He couldn't just, because at the time it wasn't illegal. Although it was illegal to sell drugs, you couldn't be charged criminally if someone lost their life as a result of taking the drugs, even if you sold it to them or you were doing it with them. But and I think that's what this woman is getting confused. She thinks that even if this girl was on drugs and she took him to the crack house and they all sat there and got high, the one who sold it, that would be the only person that would be possibly able to be prosecuted. And a lot of times they can't even prosecute the dealer. It's in rare cases, but you have to be able to prove, one, that the drug came directly from that person, and you have to be able to prove that they knowingly or had some idea that that drug would cause that person
we
fatal
can't,
results.
and she can't even do that.
Can't
And
do
she,
that because the
and
medical
she,
examiner did an
no,
autopsy.
no, but besides that, she took it upon herself and went back to 2014, right? And then she said, remember, she didn't know him to 2000, and she let it be known that in the 2017, 18. So 2014, she didn't even know these ninjas.
No, and Alexa said that
So,
she met him because he was the one selling her the cocaine, right?
but
That
she's
was how
right,
they met.
right.
But she
So,
said, yeah, but she
right.
claimed Alexis was going to Miami doing deals because she was a big time. See, that's why I
No,
said,
but all of that has nothing to do with he passed away with his people, the people who he was with before she met him.
yeah, and she still ain't talking about this baby.
Yep. And no.
She ain't.
No,
Oh no,
no, and no.
that's after he. But I'm like, I, I get her pain. I don't even get her pain. I don't want to get her pain, but I still can empathize of how she feel. But she's in a denial because even her, number one, getting her arrested, it doesn't bring her son back. Number one, and then number two, now you would now have to take on a kid that how you gonna
That's what I'm
my
saying.
mother did no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His whole life, he's gonna hear, well, your mom ain't with me, and you with me because your mom is a crackhead and she killed your daddy. I mean,
I didn't want to
not your
say it
daddy.
like I didn't want
Yeah,
to
no, but I'm just saying that,
I
and
know
that's
that,
what
but
I'm
That's
saying.
how
I
it
don't
would have
even
went.
think it would be
That's
good for
how it would
her.
have went.
I don't even think it would be good for the grandson to be with her at this point anyway, based on the way that their family is. I
No.
don't think they would give a positive I don't know. It's just I don't know, man.
right.
I wouldn't want my child to go with people if God forbid something happened to my wife and our kids were young and her
Cause
family
she
blame
like
me. You
in
think
her
I'm gonna let my
right,
children
her
go with her
family,
family?
she feel that she forgot about the 2014 when he got the first pill, and then what she doesn't understand is after he tried it the first time, he was hooked, right? Some people, that's what happened to a lot of people. That's why I tell all these kids, don't try it the first time.
But you gotta
Don't
Tell you
try
what,
nothing.
anytime that I get unalive while trying something, you ain't gotta worry about me trying it no more.
No, but I'm saying is you
But
might
it did something
that's
chemically to his brain too, though.
right. That's why I say because sometimes even with cocaine or whatever, your body might just like it and it wants the high again. It
and
wants it again. So don't even try it the first time because you think, okay, it's the first time. But
That's why I never
they're
but
tried it.
taking they're even
mhm.
taking for granted that the alleged pill that his cousins gave him that he didn't know what it was. They're acting like that was the first time. He told you that was his first time. That's just the first time he probably OD'd. That's the first time you know about. But I don't believe that was the first time his cousin. That was just the first time
Because
it
he
went
can't
bad.
tell the truth to his mama.
Exactly. That's why I said
No,
she
not a
stated
good
as if
reference.
it's
No,
gospel.
absolutely not.
Yeah,
Not
as
the
if it's
one, not the one. That's why I say all the time, parents, I know you love your kids. I know that you have had it hard, and I know you're glad your kids are doing well, and you like to post them, and post them. All the graduate, but in between there, what you now do is cut off a conversation because you got them boasted out there as the best. So now they have to lie and stay that way because you boasted them out there. It's like there's nothing wrong with that, but stop making it seem like when you do that and make them seem too perfect, they have to keep the act up. So then when something hits you, when something happens with your kid, it hits you hard because you cut off the communication because now they have to keep up this act. So it's okay to post graduations and all this other stuff, but post regular pictures and stuff too. Because why you think you're bragging, even in college, a lot of things happen to your kids in college all you know is, hey, they
And they don't
graduating,
say
and
nothing.
now they can't come to you because
Exactly.
they
Because
can't.
you're gonna say, why was you at that party with them boys in that frat house? See what I'm saying? Because now you're afraid of being judged, so you're not gonna tell. And this is a thing
Or
too.
you don't want to break mommy and daddy's heart because they I don't
That's
want to
what I was
break
getting ready to
their
say.
heart.
If that lady thinks she knows everything that her grown son was doing, think about it like this. How many parents know that their daughters are sexually active before they find out accidentally or before they pop up pregnant?
Uh-huh.
Now they could tell you when they got pregnant, oh mom, that was my first time. You don't know that.
Right.
But see, and that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
And if they're not gonna come tell you when they start having sex, they're not gonna come tell you when they start doing drugs either.
That's like your sons. You thinking they out there with their homies, and they out there pulling their pants down and being, if they ain't got no fathers, they running with the now. Next thing you know, your son's full gang and don't even know until somebody run up in your house or your
Right.
son owe me
Yeah.
right.
Do
Or
a
they
drive-by or
or they
something.
son gets shot and they go, my son don't carry, he don't carry guns.
No, your son was gang. No, he
No,
wasn't.
exactly.
They
That's
He would never.
Uh-huh.
I hear it so much
Mhm.
with younger kids. That's why when this lady started talking, I'm like, my God, she's still doing the same thing for this grown man that I be hearing these mothers that when I try to tell them what their 13 and 14-year-olds are doing, they're like, there's no way. There's no way. He's a sweet kid. No, he's out here terrorizing the whole entire school. That's why they don't want him there. Not because they jealous of him. Why are they jealous of a 14-year-old? Because of some sneakers or the way he dressed? I looked at it, I said, do you mean to tell me you honestly think that every teacher and faculty member got together to kick your son out of school because they're jealous of him? They're jealous of the way he dressed?
Yeah, and we gotta get
Your
out.
son is a
And,
menace to society, lady.
and
He's
we
not
got
like that at home, of course.
yeah,
Right.
and we gotta get out of what shit look like, right? Or what people might
The
save your
perception.
kid. F what people think about you trying to keep up the you better. No, ain't nobody better than nobody. Everybody family go through something, right? Stop trying to keep that up. Go get your child help or go talk to your child. Stop. That's why a lot of these kids they cannot talk to their parents because they got this wannabe image that they want the world to see, which is fake. And everybody else, like Kev said,
Yep.
everybody else know about your kid but you. But you paint the picture, oh no, not me, not never, not my child. I raised my kids better than that. Baby, I just like Kevin said,
Bull swanky.
I got a million stories of parents who raised their kids not like that. Okay, how you raise them and what they do in the street is, but you know what? I'm sick of that argument with parents. Like you'll
I
find
get
out.
so
Like
tired. I get,
you'll
yeah,
find
that's so
out.
tired.
You'll find out. You'll find out.
That's why I'm so heavy on accountability. But I also know that I have to pull back some too, and I have to balance it out. I have to tell you did wrong. We're not cheating for that. If you do that again, you're not welcome in this center again. But this is how you make amends. You come in, first of all, you have to apologize to the person you transgressed against. You have to apologize to the group for causing a disruption in this whole center. And you're going to let this center know, too, that you're on your last notice. And if you mess up again, you will not allowed to be in here. And that's how you have to do it. But what do we do after he says that? The whole entire group, and give him a hug. If you good, man, you good. If you need to talk to somebody, holler. That's how we hold people accountable and still show them that we're not going to throw you away because you mess up.
And the ones you can't hold
Packing
accountable
up the mother.
because
When
their
your parents aren't
parents
allowed, you have to let it go.
because their parents refuse.
You have to let them go.
You
And that was
gotta
hard for me.
I'll be like you'll find
Gotta let them
out.
go. Yeah, you gotta
You'll
let
find
them go.
you'll find out. And I still want everything good to happen to that kid. Everything good. But
Yep.
it doesn't take away too that we do all make mistakes, right? So I have sometimes your mistake is too big that you have to let them go. But people do grow up. People do grow up, and some people
Facts.
they grow down, right?
And it takes longer.
And some grow down. Some
That's
grow
what we
up.
have to.
Some, and I
Okay.
think this is what she's not trying to see is that her son grew down, right? He got caught out there. You thought that you in church. You don't want the church members to know because you is the reverend. So
Right,
you
right.
know And then, like, how do you skip around the point he stole the TV? Right? How do you
Yeah,
make
yeah, yeah.
make
You
that
see how
look?
they glazed over that.
How do you make that seem like
Even
that was
If
an
he's stealing
honorable thing to
TVs, I
do?
guarantee you he stole something out of that house too before.
he done stole before, and even when he did something obviously wrong, they still made an excuse and said he did it for a good reason. He was defending his homegirl from, so that. But the thing about it is, when we in order to fix something, you have to acknowledge that it's broken. If you don't acknowledge that something is broken, then you're never going to fix anything. And just as a group, as a culture, like, we have to stop saying every time we hold somebody accountable, we judging them. But we also have to act. We also have to know that. And I had to learn this myself, so I'm not pointing fingers at nobody. What I had to learn is, just because I learned this lesson at such and such age in my life, that doesn't mean everybody will. You see what I'm saying? Some people, it's going to take them longer to learn that lesson for a variety of reasons. But I can't get mad at people because I'm like, well, he such and such, he should know better. See, that's what I had to stop doing, because I had to realize.
And then how does she get past? Well, this one got a really good job, but this one right here, he's a manager of everything. Oh, but he had to act ninja. He broke too, right? He ain't like, it's like,
Well, the thing,
I get it, lady.
she rattled off all their accomplishments. I was in the military. I'm a martial arts expert. I got weapons. We're all highly educated. We're all college educated.
But
Great.
no, he broke. He
But
broke. He
but
ain't
out of
got no
all
job.
all of that, your son ended up with a woman with 5 kids that was on drugs and all these other mysterious things that he like. So you can have all these accomplishments. What's underneath that? When you peel off what, let's just say everything she said was true. All of they're all these, they're so prestigious. How did that help you? And you still ain't said nothing and shed one tear about that grandbaby you ain't seen in 4 years.
She ain't even shed his tear for the son. But I guess that messes her up. But this is the after show. I'm gonna be skipping through this too, right? But this is the after show where they discussed what they just heard. Let's see if they sound like us.
Okay, that'll be interesting.
I know she ain't on ChatGPT doing nothing.
She didn't even have her ducks in order to even do the interview.
Somebody else wrote that.
I knew she wasn't working human beings. I'm gonna shut up.
Nick, can I speak?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to come back and circle number one, because I was really vibing with what your mother said. She was on point, and I really identify with her. I just want to be the person of reason. Again, when I stated earlier, I stay from experience. Number one, because I went through it, and number two, because I did a lot of homework to understand. You didn't do anything wrong. You presented and you shared your platform with a traumatized woman. Now we can get up here and we can culturally, as we do, go back and forth and say a lot of stuff about that woman. At the end of the day, she's a traumatized woman. She came on this platform by nature because of what she's went through and her suffering on the defense. And since she didn't express herself as much as she felt she needed, we all saw the interview, how she constantly was jumping from one subject to the next because her mind is unstable, it's unhealthy. She is in a place of hurt and pain, and that's just the reality. And you've done nothing wrong. She's on the defense because she has lost, and she's drowning, and she's trying to protect herself the best way she can. See, culturally, we attack these things in such an unhealthy manner. Now she's she's operating from a place that we are very culturally accustomed to dealing from, and that's pain. You do what you feel is best, but what I'm telling you is you've done nothing wrong, and all we can offer her is grace. We can talk shit about her all day, but it ain't helping her. and
Right.
there's so many people like her. And I'm saying this to bring awareness because I see it too much in our culture. This lady is in pain. We can offer her nothing because she has what she needs. She has to seek that help on her own. We know that there's a problem there, but there's nothing we can do.
The problem is she failed. And a lot of people don't want to admit that. And then she fell to the point whereas, even though I'm not saying she fell as a mother, I mean, the life that she was painting, it had cracks in it. So instead of trying to fix the cracks, she overlooked the cracks. And the cracks got bigger and bigger and bigger to the point that it took her son's life because she did not want people to know, hey, I got a drug addict as a son. Because that, but the picture she painted is everything is beautiful. Everybody's smart. Everybody's intelligent. We all educated people. I'm from the military. He's a kind, sweetest soul. And it's not the fact that we don't have sympathy or empathy for her. We do. But at the same time, she's dragging somebody else who could possibly, not saying she's going to go to jail because she's been cleared, but what if that girl go to jail because she is hurt? So that go both ways. But let's carry on.
And
that still would be hurting
Something bad to say
the
something about
child.
somebody.
I wanted to give you this for Christmas. And
what you said? Because it's on commercial.
That still would be hurting the child because putting the mother behind bars is not helping anything, especially when she didn't have anything to do with it.
I mean, I wouldn't take it down because, again, this needs to be talked about, and I believe she did a good job. Neek did a good job of playing both, hearing both sides because that's the only correct way to do it. You hear both sides, and now you be the judge. But me, I show it so we could at least have the conversation. That's my job. Let's conversate because this is what's going on in the world, right? So, oh my God, Tommy Sotomayor. Oh, Jesus, I got to breathe for that one. But let's go.
A voice to say something back because all we can do is react to what we see. We never know what really went on in a situation. I didn't know what was going on with the young.
And he better not blame it on a woman.
Yeah, this big booty lip. You get your ass off. I mean, excuse me. No.
Both gave these people voices, right?
Exactly.
So it's sad to listen to the people in the comment section try to tell you don't listen to him, but like you said, you've offended people. You offended this woman to the point where she wants to sue you. So by their logic, let's just never hear from Neek again. It's stupid to say that when you could just talk to the person, but they don't want you to talk to me because most of the time, like what happened with the woman tonight, if you give me a chance to talk to you, I'll answer all of your questions, and you'll see that the 5 minutes or 10 minutes you saw me on something is different than actually talking to an individual. But we all should know that. The person on the swipe right on Tinder, when you swipe right off of that profile picture and that thing, that's completely different than that person you start dating. That's not the same person.
Yeah.
Tinder.
He interviewed Lex. So where did you interview? You said you interviewed her on Rumble?
Yeah, it went great. Like I said, she ended up crying halfway through it.
After she seen my interview?
No, crying because of the way I was talking to her.
Oh, okay.
She was expecting one thing, but when I listened to her, the one thing I do when you interview with me, if I feel like you're giving me answers, good, bad, or indifferent, you're just answering what I'm saying, and it's not confrontational, I'm not going to make it confrontational. There was no reason for it. So I was getting to why she was in the situation she was in. And if you listen to some of the ways she was raised, and then it went back to the way her mother was raised, it was pretty bad. And I think like with these, when we do content creation, we're giving knee-jerk responses. When I do interviews, it's no longer a knee-jerk response. It's
That's
let me
how I
see
do
if
my
I can.
interviews too.
Exactly. I have to agree with him. That's why I tell people, like, if we doing commentary, is one thing. If I'm doing an interview, it's something totally different. Now it's a safe place. If not an interview, y'all could go crazy all y'all want. But when we're doing interview, I'm not here to feel like that's for y'all to prove, right? I'm old enough to know if somebody's lying, if they're not lying. I don't have to indulge that. I can do commentary on that later, right? But it's not doing an interview. You don't see no. That is why I leave. You can leave, but again, my thing is to get the information. I'll do commentary on it later. I'm not doing an interview to have a pissing match. Well, you like, no, say what you got to say. It is an interview, right? When you see people like do interviews on TV or whatever, you don't see them doing a piss contest, right? You see them do the interview, then everybody else now you break it down. I'm here to bring the interview, right? Now, if they're wrong, they are wrong. And I will let them know I don't agree with that, right? I don't agree with it, but carry on, right? And then that's why it's a lot of content creators. It's your job now to break down the interview. The same way if I'm watching somebody's interview, it's my job now to break it down. It's not the interviewer's job at that point to break it down and have a pissing contest. That's not now having somebody on, I will cut up in the chat. As you should in the chat, as you should. That's your job. But the interviewer job is to talk to the person and get information. Now, if another content creator or somebody in the chat, if they're not agreeing with it or don't, that's something totally different. But it's a different. Now, if you're bringing somebody up to spar with, that's something different too.
Yeah, that's why you the best at what you do, because for a lot of people it's hard to take emotion out of stuff, especially when we feel strongly about whatever this particular subject matter may be. But I think it's more important, like the other day we was having a conversation about exposing people as opposed to giving them a platform, and I had to look at both sides of that as well. It depends on how it's presented, and you'll find out a lot more about a person by allowing them to talk as opposed to attacking them, because I don't want to hear people screaming back and forth at each other. Because as soon as I hear people screaming and arguing if I'm just scrolling through and people and everybody screaming and talking, I don't even want to hear it. It's you can't hear nothing. Nobody's getting anything accomplished, and so it's easy. It's always easy to look at something somebody did and go, you know what? She's horrible. I don't want to hear nothing she got to say. She gave up her kids and she did this and she don't want her kids. But I think our challenge moving forward, as far as improving the way that our community looks and moves, is that we have to be emotionally intelligent enough to be able to speak to people who we may not like or we may not agree with.
I really don't like you. I'm not going to even talk to you. Like a nature boy. I could never, even let's say, I could never interview him. Like certain people.
But if you have a BBC and they come in, they're not going to take what he did personally. They may feel a way about it, but when they interview him,
they got to do their job.
They're not going to come across angry, because they know they're not going to get they may still not get the answers, but you have a better chance of getting the answers that you're looking for.
And then that's for us to break it down.
Right. And that is a lesson for us in real life. Like, people are so ready to pop off. If it's a parking spot and you feel like you got there first. And I know that feeling, because I used to be like that. Man, that person know I was here. I'm not moving. I just used that example. I was pulling in Walmart day before yesterday, and a lady pulled up, and I was sitting there waiting on the car before. I was being courteous to them, letting them close the doors. Long story short, she pulled in and she jumped out waiting on me to say something. All I did, threw my hand up like, oh, okay, it's okay. And I just pulled down to another spot. Now, was I annoyed that she did that? Yes, but everything is not worth popping off. We have to learn how to deal with people in situations when we're angry, when we don't like what they say, when we don't like their character, because conversation is what sparks change. And so we have to be able to communicate with people when we don't like them or we don't agree with them. We just have to.
Mine's is strictly interviews, food, and you know that for a fact. You know I don't play that talk about nobody crap, right? It's strictly information and interviews, and I bow to you and I thank you. I bow to you and I thank you. It's all about bringing that information and interviews, right? It's about all that other stuff. Y'all already know I don't play, right? I'd rather have two people in here, right, rather than have a bunch of people in here with bullshit, right? Look, you know, I'll dip out of something real quick, real quick, right? Well, let's go.
Huh?
Try to be combative as well.
Remember, I'm going to skip through a lot of this. I'm not watching 2 hours, but let's go.
Like that, like if because people were like, well, you gave Lex more grace. And when I told Lex to stop using, at first I'm like, okay. After a point, it's like, okay, stop saying R word, or you know. And so I stopped her, and she respected, and she was like, oops, my bad. And she was conscious of what she was saying. So it's like, you can't want me to be riled up with somebody. If I tell you an instruction and you abide by it, what do you want me to say? Like, I'm not here to embarrass any guest that I have on my show. That's not my purpose.
Yeah, and I just want to explain that. People forget when you're on panels and when even in the chat, y'all don't understand when you're no, you cannot say what you want to say. Y'all channels are not being jeopardized. Then y'all get mad if we say stop cursing or don't do this or don't do that. It's like after a while you don't have no respect for us. If we gotta sit up there and say, "Oh, excuse my language," "Oh, I didn't mean to say that," "Oh, I didn't mean to," if we gotta say that, sometimes people get like really comfortable and they don't understand. No, I'm gonna show you guys. I was gonna show it today. Show you guys the new community guidelines. Y'all choose not to read it, but everybody has it. So the more you cuss or stuff like that, no, you cannot have a potty mouth. You're jeopardizing people's channels. They say you can curse, but you cannot over curse. It is a community. You cannot dox. You cannot threaten. They got a lot of things that's changed. And then when people don't want to drop the link and stuff no more, or you see a mod taking out your comment, now you erasing the comments because it's like y'all saying, I don't care about your page. People put in time to get their pages.
Yeah, and they do.
And they're allowing you to come up, at least respect the daggone page, or don't get on the panel. Or you go make a page and talk the same way and see how long you keep your page.
Yeah, and that's practice for real life, because you can't go around in real life. People who got jobs and are regular people you can't walk around talking to people like people try to talk to each other on the internet. You can't do that. You have to be able to communicate with somebody. Like, I can cuss somebody out without saying a cuss word, if you get what I'm saying. I know how to make my point to somebody without raising my voice either, and let them know I'm not playing with them. You know, we have to learn how to be able to communicate in different ways, depending on the situation. Sometimes you have to pop off. But I'm saying...
And then that girl specifically said nicely, stop doxing people. Do not say the name. She said it over and over and over again. You cannot do that. So
yeah, she had her own agenda.
Right. And then she still kept giving first name, last name. first name, last name. Right? I mean, Nick did her job. She did it very
She
well,
did
but
do
she
her
had to.
job, and that
She
lady
had
just kept going and going and going, and she
right,
kept telling her, "Ma'am, please, please."
right. Because you're doxing people on her channel, and after a while, let's see how many subscribers this girl have that people don't care if she lose. This girl got 336,000 subscribers. 336,000 subscribers. Why would she want to start over with zero? Because you cannot respect the guidelines. Now, it takes people forever to get 100 subscribers. That's like 1,000,000 subscribers to somebody. Why would they want to lose that? I don't, even if it's 100. But imagine over 300,000 people. You damn right. You daggone right. I got to keep correcting you. And then now I'm going to have to let you go. Even all of that arguing and stuff, you got to chill with that too.
I was getting ready to say that. Stop talking to people that you have to argue with. See, that's what we do. Like, and I got mad a couple of days ago about that. It's like you know, stop acting like just because you say something to somebody. If somebody shows you who they are, if I tell you, hey, you can't threaten nobody, and then you turn around and threaten somebody, I'm not talking to you no more. I'm not telling you no more. I'm not finna say nothing. I'm finna cut you off. It's simple as that. Like, if I tell you you can't threaten somebody, and then you sit there and threaten somebody and continuously keep threatening them, I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to talk to you. But again, we got to get out of the mindset and the mode that, you know, we're going to change people. The reason that we do these lives and people have panels is to discuss certain behaviors and certain things that go on in our community. But for you to think that you're going to change somebody, think about the last time
you don't even know.
That you don't even know. Think about the last time somebody that you don't know said something to you and made you change your life. It's not going to happen. So, you know, take all of the emotion out of it. You know, I know, like, I'm passionate about kids, but I'm not going to get on here and go crazy, because if I want people to hear what I'm saying, if I want people to hear my message or whatever point I'm trying to get across, I have to, you can't annoy people. I can't be up here hollering and screaming and, you know, you have to be able to articulate yourself in a way that where no matter where you are, I don't care if I'm in a business meeting, I'm trying to get funding for my center, I'm talking to my wife, I'm dealing with my dogs. I try to keep an even temperament, because again, you'll lose more information calling yourself trying to be like, you know, all on top of somebody, whether it's your kids or your partner. You learn way more when a person feels, even if they don't like what you're gonna say, they know you'll listen, and they know that maybe that person will give me some constructive criticism that I can use. But if I know that you're gonna turn up to 10 every time I do something, every time I make a mistake, every time I do something wrong, guess what? I'm gonna hide everything that I do from you. And that's
why she got mad.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you got to drop people, because at the end of the day, number one, it's gotten to the point that people can't even, sometimes people just say something just to say it. Here comes somebody that wants to correct them, right? Or my thing is, if you don't like what people got to say, you ain't got to say nothing. If you don't like the content, then don't watch it, right? And a lot of things you don't like, you don't have to do, right? That's like some people watch the things that they want to watch. They don't want to watch the things they don't want to watch. But people, even in the chat, they got a habit of them. People just can't type something in, and somebody else got to go at their head. That's their opinion. In your opinion, is your how do you correct somebody? Even it's not even wrong. It's just that's how they feel about. Here you go. Well, no, it's supposed to. No, don't say what you
it's
got
a
to
point
say.
of view. It's a point of view. I was telling a young lady earlier, like, you're not wrong in what you say, even though I have a different perspective about it. But I also can understand your perspective. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I can be neutral enough to say, yes, I understand why you're saying what you're saying, but I also have enough life experience and I have enough emotional intelligence to say, yeah, I can hold her accountable and I can show her grace.
And yeah, she dropped her like a hot potato. That's why I said I didn't even see no more, because at this point I dropped her, right? Nick got longer than me. I had to say
Baby,
this.
it was crazy. I mean, that lady was
I couldn't take it no more, so I dropped her
no.
first, right? I dropped her quicker than what Nick did. Cause Nick, it was like maybe a half an hour before. I couldn't take it no more. I had to drop her. That's why I said this. Let's just get to this. I had to drop it because at this point, right? Like I said, I'm not taking away her grieving process, but at the end of the day, you're doing a fake criminal case on my page. So I get what you're saying, but I hear what you're saying, but it's not a real criminal case, and you're using my platform to do it because it's a lot of ears that's listening. But
Quarter of
it's
a
not
million.
right.
Over 250,000, that's over a 250,000 people
Right.
listening.
So you're
Or at least
using
subscribe, so.
you're
And
using
on her Facebook page, she was like, I thought this was going to be justice for Alex, like we talked about. And I don't think, and that's why Nick went off, because she was like, she didn't say this. She did not agree to that. But she said, I have my receipts on every single thing that we talked about, and I record everything.
right. So at the end of the day, you get injustice. She gave you 3 freaking hours, but she can't get you justice. Popo did, and Popo said that would be a no.
And what about the baby?
No,
What
no.
about the baby? That's why I said 3 hours in, the baby might have been mentioned 3 or 4 times in the first probably 30 minutes. Other than that, it's been about how bad Alexis is and how sweet and wonderful her son was and didn't deserve it. You still didn't say it's a process. But my whole thing is, again, don't skip over the fact why the boy is not in your custody when he was in your custody, and why you said out of your own mouth that the M case was more important than getting your grandson. You said the M case comes first. I said that before you even played that part of the clip, because everything she said was about getting justice, or what she feels is justice for her son,
Right.
and not justice for the baby.
Yeah, a standing job. And if you already gave them all the text messages ain't got nothing to do with that fentanyl they took, right? They like, Miss, we get you. Yeah, she wanted him. A lot of things she wanted done to him. But guess what? She said take out the knee. His knee wasn't taken out, right? Everything you got in the text has nothing to do with him being out with the same guys he was out with 2016. He's the same people.
And we can point the finger at both of them for real. But the bottom line is, and I think the point that people are missing, is that this is a symptom of the overall problem. You have 2 individuals that did not have themselves together, came together and bonded in their dysfunction, and then they procreated another life, and now you have a child that has 2 unstable parents, and then even the grandparent. I don't know about his family, her family, and how much they're involved or where they're at in the process either. But not only do you have a child that has 2 dysfunctional parents, probably 2 dysfunctional grandparents also. Her mother, the girl's mother, and the guy's mother.
And what make it worse, you put reverend in front of your name and did not do anything godly. Like I said, I was waiting to hear her say something godly, like,
we're in prayer. We she going to church with us. We praying for her.
Like I could say, like at least tell me like where you tried with her and then it failed.
Now imagine,
that's what you understand. Well, in the beginning, I heard her story, and from the way stuff was done, I seen her like family, and I prayed with her and the kids, because if you're a godly person, you're gonna make so they should never went hungry. You are reverent.
Imagine if she
You
would have went
go,
to that girl just the opposite and said, "Listen, Alexis, we may have had our differences in the past, but my son is not here. My grandson is the only connection I have to him, and I want to try to help you out as much as I can with my grandson." The girl is willing to surrender custody of her children. She would have gave them right to you. I just keep going back to that. Your
because she
son
was
is
a
not
fake
here.
reverend.
Yeah, your son is not here. Your grandchild is. You're more focused on your child is not here. And I'm not taking away from her grief. God knows I'm not. I'm just saying we have to keep, if the child is the most important thing, then this is what this should be about. But this is all about your son who you can't bring back. No matter how it happened that he's not here, he's not here. What about your grandson that's here? You don't know what he's been through in the last 4 years.
And then now that the only way she knew what was going on, because A, you following her on Facebook, and B, you saw the video, right? So now it's like, okay, now let me get back into the action. If you wanted to do a case, again, public opinion does not send somebody to jail or keep them out of jail, right?
At all.
And people keep thinking that, just like them 4 birds, right? Them 4 drone sisters. Oh, he innocent. Telling us that and him doing life plus 10 in jail is telling us is not helping him, right? But let's go.
And why would they favor Alexis over the father? Because they were trying to make it seem like because of him being on probation, that's why they just said, oh, it was drugs and not the real cause. Well, she has 5 children that that y'all claim she's not taking care of, and she's the typical, welfare mother or whatever with all these kids. Why would they favor her then? Why would they do something to favor her as opposed to your son? See, it don't make sense. Like it was a probation, but
I believe because when the neighborhood Spider-Man went around being Spider-Man, crawling up people's walls and stuff,
yeah,
he knew.
The police know him. See, that's the thing. That's what he's not saying. Maybe they did. Well, I ain't gonna even say maybe they did, because there's no evidence to say that. So we got to quit just assuming because somebody said the police overlooked.
I said I believed. With all of this is alleged.
No, I'm saying as far as me.
I gotta say that to protect the channel.
Yeah, black people.
All this is alleged.
We just assume that everything people say is true. But even that being the case, and this is something I just had to tell somebody. If your son has had, and this is not even an exaggeration, this is the actual number. If your son has had 130 separate run-ins with the police, he has 4 felony convictions. Do you think they're going to give him the benefit of the doubt if something happens to him in any situation? Do you think they're going to automatically give him the benefit of the doubt based on his past behavior? Well, yeah, that was the past, but that's all they have to judge off of, because he's been doing wrong ever since. Yeah, that's why they know him so well. That's why they know him.
And if your son was so stable, he shouldn't have been living with you, and you could have got custody of the grandson. Exactly. But you did not want to put your son out.
That's what I said. He didn't have his stuff together because he was living with his mama. That's why she had to get a place for him and his son. Why would your mama have to get?
She never got it.
Right, but why would your mama even have to help you if you were in a stable position? You're a grown-ass man. You don't have enough credit to go out and get an apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment for you and your son, or a 2-bedroom so that your son has somewhere to be.
And the only reason why they could not live together, because like you said, he had them charges on him and he was on probation. Because if your son was a good son and living with his mama, and he was a good son, then you could have got custody of the son, still living with your mother.
If he was stable, he wouldn't have had no problem whatsoever, even without all the text messages and all of that, just based on the fact of everything else they say what was going on. If he had his stuff together, he could have went to court and they would have gave him his son in a heartbeat.
Living with his mama.
In a heartbeat.
Yep.
In a heartbeat. But that's how much her son didn't have his shit together, because she had to actually take custody. And
she
that's why
had custody. She just kept
Well, that's what she claimed in the beginning. Remember, she said the son was living with her.
Because if she had
Yeah,
custody,
they had custody and all of that.
She just can't just walk and take her son back. And she never explained that neither.
Right. She
never said how she got custody and because they want to be with the mother. No, they because they want them with the mother. If she has custody, he was staying by you, but you never had custody.
If they remove those kids for any type of neglect, abuse, or whatever, it's a process in order for her to get them back. And again, if they were stable, they would have automatically gotten custody of that boy if he was stable. And
a God-fearing person would have, as she says, Reverend, there she would have had all the kids. The church members would have helped. I mean, you're a reverend, right? You would have had a whole. I mean, if she would have did it the correct way, right? She would have got the church members together, got the pantries together. She could have even got you know how they put the plate around. They could. She would have had a lot of help from the church because she got the word Reverend in front of her name. She don't have the name that sits in the church. Right? You got Reverend, which means you up there. But who? Let's go.
I'm not a shock jock interviewer or YouTuber. Like if I interview with you, it's because I genuinely want to hear your side. Now, just because I don't confront you about everything you say, don't mean I believe everything you say either.
Tell it.
You know, it's just that's for the audience to listen to what they say and
tell it,
and have at it as you will. But if I have you on, my intention is not to embarrass you. You know what I'm saying? But I do have to ask tough questions that pertain to the topic.
But I want to say something too. Tommy, I'm glad you touched on that. So I interviewed her too earlier, probably like an hour before you interviewed her. She was on my platform and she talked about certain things. Now I didn't want to bring up the fact that I interviewed her because I wanted to like respect Neek's platform and not bring up my interview. But she did talk about like some really personal things on my platform that really happened. Like even like the whole thing about like the giving like her children, so-called the CPS don't have her children. On top of that, like she was going through a medical crisis. There's like certain things that people don't even understand, that she had like a heart condition going on, that she was afraid that she was going to pass away. There was a lot of things going on in that situation. She didn't just go to CPS on some whatever. There was a lot of things going on. And then you got to hear too about her upbringing with her mother and this, that, the other. Like there was a lot of things going on with that whole situation. And so I'm glad.
Sorry, DJ, but I did that. But let's go.
That Tommy Sotomayor also brought up that same thing, is that she was going through a lot of stuff. It's in her
at the same time that we can give people grace, we can give them space, and we have to find out then what do we do on the other side of that, and what is the person who receives the grace, then what is that person's responsibility, self-responsibility for themselves in terms of how they can move forward in whatever situation they are in that is painful, that has them acting out of a place of trauma. At a certain point, you can't keep acting out of a place of trauma because we all, unfortunately, will more than likely be traumatized about something. We cannot all move through life always completely acting out on our traumas without things that we've learned to either self-soothe, to move past, to deal with, and all of those things. I'm gonna stop talking, but if we can't even talk to people who may very well be vile, I don't know, but we have to be able to hear and make those decisions in real time for ourselves with our own critical thinking, based on how we feel and what we think. And we don't have to be gaslit into accepting everything that everybody says just because we hear and are willing to at least entertain for our own personal growth. So just to bring that into the fact that you talk to that woman just like you talking to this man, girl, you be doing things. And I always find you to be wonderfully fair.
Amen. Amen.
If two of her kids were a product of a assault, right? And then the one child that was built out of love, right, from between her and the guy, the mother is on here saying that she murdered her child. You know, who does she have to turn to now? So it's like, let's really be honest about what's really happening here. People are saying, well, why didn't you just go to the grandparents or whatever? Well, really look at the situation as a whole. Like, I really want people to really hear the story, the 100% story, and understand that she probably really felt like she did not have nowhere else to go. That's what I really want people to really understand.
If you have a 700 plus credits,
DJ, how did you forget that I did the interview? Like, hello, but let's go. Carry on.
Okay, my question,
Well,
I have a question for everybody to analyze here. My question is, okay, her first two children came from the result of grief, right? She did not have nobody else to turn to, nobody to listen to her, right? What most people would question at logic is why have three more? If you know you are
See,
unable.
girl, shut up. What I'm going to say, right? Lakeisha, Kev, Jackie, we all know I did the interview, right? I don't know how she didn't say me and sugar, right?
Yeah, it's
But anyhow, but you know how that goes, Kev, right? We've been through this for years, right? Kev, we've been through this for
I
years,
ain't gonna
right?
say that because you already know.
And we know how this goes, right? But I will say, well, what would make her have three more kids? Because that's all you know. When you get beat up, when nobody explains, that's why I keep trying to tell people. That's why I don't really speak upon. I take this, what we see, and I make it in general, and how do we learn from it, and how can we do better, right? And then we have to explain things to people. We have a bad habit of not explaining love to our children. We just say it. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you. Right? Now, you also have the predators who also says, I love you, and you're beautiful, and you're the princess, and you're the best thing that's ever. And then next thing you know, they start touching them. So if nobody says, hey, love doesn't hurt you, love respects you, like, you got to keep saying these to your kids. We just can't stop at the word I love you, because if you don't put a meaning to it, they're going to associate the wrong things with love. If you say, hey, if you seen daddy always telling mommy I love you, but smacking the heck out of her, and then mommy never leave, they associate that with love, right? So then when you get abused so much and you keep saying the word love at the same time, that's not love. You got to teach them what is not love and what is love. So if a predator comes to you and start, oh yeah, you my favorite, and hold up, mama said that's not love. Touching on me, not no grown man. You can't just stop it as, well, somebody touch you, just tell me, and I'll kill. No, because they don't come to them like that. They come to them out of the word love. And that's how, oh, I just love how your hair look. Oh, that dress look beautiful on you. Oh, you like the best person ever. So people take love, flattery as love. Love and flattery is two different things. But if you don't explain that to these kids, that's people give, even grown women, you give them a little flattery, they fall in love.
That's
That's
100%
nothing but
right.
no flattery. Go ahead, bro.
Let me tell you something about.
Exactly, sugar.
let me tell you something about a predator too. You're exactly right, because it's grown women that are my age that all you have to do is tell them the things they want to hear, and they'll let you move in their house, and they'll let you drive their car and put you on their bank account and all kind of stuff because of whatever they went through in life. And what we have to also realize too is, predators work like this. Just say, for instance, I was a person who was a predator or who was trying to traffic young girls. I could very easily manipulate this girl based on just the little information that I know. And I would know exactly how to manipulate this young lady. Now, that's not saying that in a bragging way. It's saying that when people are wounded, when people are hurt, whatever they suffer from, they wear it. So in other words, if a female has low self-esteem, you can see it. You can see it in them. And so that automatically opens them up to those predators, right? And so you got to understand, if you've never been in a loving relationship, especially with your parents, it's very difficult to understand what a loving relationship looks like in a romantic sense, because I was raised in a loving environment with a big family, and we're close and we talk. It's foreign to me to be on the other side. Like, I couldn't imagine not having support. So I have to be able to realize and understand in my mind, I could very easily say, well, after the first two, if you was so traumatized and you were abused, why'd you turn around and have three more? I just answered my own question, because a young child was traumatized, and so that became her normal. So she's not looking at it like, okay, I was assaulted during my first two children, so now I'm going to stay with. No, that's just equated to a person that's using drugs. They know it's wrong. They know it's bad for them. They know it's going to cause negative effects on their life. So that's like asking them, why would you continue to use drugs after you know what it's going to do to you? Because they're not at the point where they know how to not use drugs yet. We're already there, but maybe they're not. Just like I look at a person, I used to ask women all the time, especially when I would talk to them, I would be like, why would you stay with somebody that's abusing you? Why would you stay with somebody? And I would be real hard on them. And my wife had to tell me, because they're not you. Maybe they didn't grow up in a loving environment. So they don't look at it the same way that you look at it. Or maybe they will, but maybe it might take them longer than it took you, babe. You can't expect everybody to be on your time clock. And it seems so simple when she said it, but it made so much sense, because that's where grace comes in. I can say I'm smart enough to avoid being in a cult or getting roped into a trafficking ring, but that doesn't mean everybody else is. And I can't beat them up because they didn't have the same experiences that I had in my life that would prevent them from getting in those situations.
And that's just like an elderly person, not an old person, but let's say an older person. That's like calling them dumb. Like, how can you fall for a scam? Like you said, whatever the people are, they wear it on them. So yeah, they were smart, but when you start getting older and they see that you're lonely,
you're vulnerable.
You're vulnerable, right? So it can happen at any age, right? So are we to keep calling somebody? Are we to call them stupid too? Even though they was the best parents, loving parents. Some of them, these people done said the most outrageous lies ever. Oh yeah, I'm running from somebody, and they done close my bank account. Send money, right? And there's always send money, send money. Now we could see is book, but probably in their younger years, they probably would have saw it too. Are we to call all of them dumb and stupid? No, what we want to do is help grandma and mommy or grandma and grandpa out, right?
Exactly.
Like right. That's what we're going to do, because we know they getting what? Taken advantage of. So ain't no age bracket. So the same, we gotta help them. They're getting taken advantage of.
Once a man, twice a child.
Right. And some of them may not stop. I've done seen a lot of these, I be watching these shows. A lot of these people end up in the negative. They go behind their kids' back and they sell the home. They sell this. They sell that. until the kid or either the child, after the child realized what's going on, then they'll call, even though they can't get none of it back. But do you see how hard they got to fight to prove to their parents this person is fake? Have anybody seen them shows?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those. Those people, even after they've gotten all their money taken, they still
Yes.
can't believe they got scammed. And see, and that's the thing too. Like you said, you know, whatever a person is going through, like the number one, and I don't know if people realize this, the number one way that elderly people get scammed is through loneliness. People, if it's an elderly person and they don't have any children, or their children may have passed on before them,
Or they could be grown, but
yeah, a
the
grown and
quick,
don't deal with them. But
but
all a person would have to do to take advantage of an elderly person is go over there and help them, go to the store for them, act like they
no,
care.
I'm talking about the online stuff.
Yeah,
You
no, but I'm just saying this is how, and people know that because a lot of older people are lonelier, because I even see it now with my parents. Most of their friends have passed on. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And so if
And
they
that's
didn't
how
show
they
up,
catch them.
yeah,
Oh,
and they
my
catch them
wife passed away too.
exactly.
I'm all alone too, and you thinking, "Whoa, God gave me a second chance."
Yep. See, and it's not about them being stupid. It's about whatever they're experiencing in their life. And so that's why I said we have to, you know, we have to hold ourselves and others accountable. But we also, just as much as we hold people accountable, we have to balance that with grace, because that's how you move forward. We can condemn everybody, and then but then what's after that? What do we do with Alexis if, you know, if we just push her to the side? What happens to her? We just count her. See, that's why I said it's, you know, we have to we just have to do better than we've been doing, because what we've been doing in the past hasn't worked. Because this we're in the position that we're in now. And you know, my thing is, if I can't help, I don't do no harm. And I know that I can't help everybody. And so I don't try to help everybody, because everybody is not open to be helped. But the people that can be helped, the people that are crying out for help, how do you turn away somebody that's crying out for help? If I say to you, you know, I'm on drugs, I've never done this before, it's out of my character, you know, and I've never done this, I just need y'all help. And then y'all go, nah, man, fuck that, you too old. I mean, excuse me, you know better, man. You old enough to know not to be getting out there on no drugs and just throw me away. Then what? You see what I'm saying? We have to have a balance. And
it ain't gonna hurt you to say, "Hey, you know what? This is a place right here." Now, listen, Barbara, they take it, it's up to them. But it doesn't hurt you to say, "Well, here, right down the block, they just opened up a substance place. Go check it out. See if you like it." Right? And you got to remember, a lot of people do get help. Not everybody, but people do get help. People do change their lives.
yeah, and you can see where people are when you offer your help to them. If a person is truly wanting to help themselves, you'll see that. Like I can tell 100 people, hey, I can get you on at my job if you need a job. Out of that 20 people I tell, 2 might show up, 3 might show up, and only 1 out of that 3 that show up is really serious about working. But even if I just got one person a job and was able to help them out of a situation, I did my job. All 20 are not going to take that help and take advantage of
Or
it the right
they
way.
may not, or
Some
they might
people are
not
going to try
take
to
it.
use,
They might not take it at that time.
right. It
And
might
we
be later.
also, but you got to plant seeds, right? Because somebody may say they may not took it, but damn, I remember what Kev was saying. Yo, he's absolutely right.
You know what?
I keep running into these brick walls, these brick walls, these brick walls.
Yeah. And it's so
Right?
crazy that you said that, Shug, because a guy just recently that I got a job, when he came down and got the job, I asked him, I said, damn, man, I said, I hollered at you like 6-7 months ago, man. Why you ain't been came down? He said, Kev, I ain't gonna lie, man. I wasn't ready. He said, I didn't want to work. Plus, I was still out here messing around, man, you know, getting high and all that. And I ain't even want to burn your name up like that because, you know, you one of the only people that have helped me. And I appreciated him for that. See, I had been mad at him for the last 6 months because I said, you try to help ninjas and they won't even take it. But he was smart enough to know he would have messed it up if he would have did it at that time because he wasn't ready. But I had to still be able to show grace and go, you know what? You probably wasn't ready 6 months ago, but if you're ready now, you got you're doing certain things. Boom, come on. See, so that's why I said we can't expect people to be on our time clock all the time, because people come to that understanding at different times. People learn lessons at different stages in life.
If you do not, the way the universe works, the universe finds something that breaks you down too, right? It may not be drug. Like some people, they may lose their job, and then now they out of their savings, right? God is going to humble you, right? He didn't say everybody could be saved, but you gonna have to keep your heart pure, right? He didn't say you could save everybody. Everybody did not go on that Noah's boat. Whether you believe it or not, I'm just using it. Ain't up. The boat was still built. They said everybody welcome. Everybody didn't want to walk on it, but the boat was still built, right? But you don't ever want to get yourself in the place as somebody's gonna say to you what you said to somebody else, but just in a different way, because it's going to be containing your problem, right? You cannot save everybody. You don't want everybody telling you every 5 minutes about accountability. People, at the end of the day, you don't have to be accountable to nobody but yourself. If your life is in shambles, it doesn't make me no matter if you do want to be accountable, because your life still is shit, right? Now, it's up to you if you want to do better, right? Certain things you gonna have to want to do. So people gonna have to learn how to take accountability within themselves, right? Now, like she said, and like I always say, we old enough to know when somebody's lying, right? We also old enough to know when gaps are missing. We old enough to fill in the gaps. It may not be 100% correct, but we in there. We in there, right? But sometimes, again, people, their truth sets them. They haven't healed the younger person, and they're trying to shield that younger person the best they can. They're not doing a good job at it, but they're trying to shield it. And if they tell too much of that truth, the hurt one they was trying to protect is triggered, and then they go even worse, right? Some people, you have to baby step them, but remember, if you have to be like a professional to do that. You don't have to be a professional therapist. You just have to be a professional or somebody that is your line of work. Everybody cannot baby step people. If you cannot baby step people, you got to know each person is different. Some people you can get it done like that. Some people you have to baby. Some people gonna relapse, like even abused women. Some of them go back 7, 8 times before they finally leave, right? Because again, we didn't teach our kids at a young age what is love and what is not love. That is the most simple conversation we can have with our kids that we do not, because we so busy saying, oh, I love you, I love you. We always end the conversation, I love you, I love you. But how many times do we tell our kids this is not love? This is love. Matter of fact, none of these motherfuckers don't love you. Your mama just love you right now, right?
And you know what? And it go back to what you said, earlier, because this lady said that, not far after her son met Alexis, she got pregnant. You have to, like, people, if you're gonna be with somebody, like, especially for a long time, you have to know who that person is, like, just just on a human level. Like, you have to know, is this the type of person who takes care of their responsibilities no matter what and don't make excuses, or is this person wishy-washy? But when you don't know people, again, when you don't choose who you have a child with, it always turns out this way. It always turns out
at that point. Some people, at that point, it don't matter. But what the mother slipped and said, and this is another reason why she doesn't like that girl, because in her mind they are the same. Because she slipped and said that's how his father passed away. Oh, the medicine got mixed up. But I'm
Mhm.
glad they stopped her. So
Mhm.
now he became his father, and because you're the one that messed up the medicine,
Yeah.
you're reflecting you. People didn't catch that part.
No, I did. That's why I
No,
think
I'm
that
talking about on the panel, not us.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We
She
catch it.
calls. That's why I think she every time she referred to him passing away, it was he got poisoned because I think that's what she's correlating. Her husband, he passed away from getting the wrong medication. He was
From
poisoned.
her.
Yeah, I know, and I say that's why I think she
Mhm.
correlates those two things together.
And then she was like, "Yeah, that's how he passed." But then she said it was a mistake. And but so your son basically became his father, and you seen similarities of her and you, or you and her.
And what if
Yeah.
the father accidentally OD, but she looks at it as he got the wrong medication? You see what I'm saying? Because the way she
Mhm.
thinks, you can't take what she says at surface value because
So she not just hurting, which people not paying any attention. She's not just hurting because of her son. She's hurting also from the way his father passed. So now she ain't got the father nor the son,
well, that's what I'm saying.
and it happened in a similar type of
Yeah,
way.
fashion. Mm-hmm.
She's basically got the father's deceased. Her and her mother, from what I heard her say, don't have a great relationship, so that's not a source of support. The father who's passed away, his mother doesn't seem stable. So again, you have this girl that she didn't have good parenting coming up, and now that she has children, the fathers nor the grandparents seemingly aren't really active in the kid's life. So who does she turn to? She can't turn to the baby dad. She can't turn to their parents. So it's like,
Her parents,
her parents or the see because if the
Mhm.
fathers haven't come and got the other kids, aside from her grandson, the other four children, their fathers haven't come either, nor their
Mhm.
parents. So
Mhm.
again, not only is she dealing with her generation of dysfunction from her childhood, now she's growing up. She doesn't have an adult relationship with her mother. She doesn't have a relationship with the father of the grandmother of the kids' mother either. So her whole life, she hasn't had any type of a positive parental influence or guidance, it seems like. You see what I'm saying? Even now at this point, her being older, she can't count on none of the kids' fathers or their parents. So it's like, she doesn't have anything to fall back on. She never had that stability. So it's like for
And
her,
she want to live, like you said. She was robbed of childhood, so
yeah,
now she want to live.
yeah. And I like I said, I understand things so much clearer now because that's why you have to listen with an objective ear. Because like I said, I was like a lot of people. The first time I heard the story, my first thought, I'm gonna keep it a buck. How could this lady lay up and have 5 kids and then just say she's tired of them and abandon them? But now that we done peeled back some of the layers, the conversation is a little different, ain't it? That's why it's important to do this and stop being emotional and stop being overly judgmental and just let's figure out what happened. And now we know what happened. Why did it happen? Now, when you went back and did the interview, now we have the why, Suge. That's why I said you the best at what you do, because now we understand so much more of the why. Not just she should have kept her legs closed, she should have laid up and had 5 kids. Why did she have? Oh, now we can see the relationship with her and her mom. Oh, now we could see she was an SA victim as a child. Oh, now we see that the support system that she would normally have, her mother is not there. Maybe the father's mother, that's not there. So now we have a different picture just by being able to have a reasonable conversation without yelling, cussing, screaming, trying to tell the person how bad they are. We peel back the why. Now we can do something about it because we know the why. We know the person. And so now we can offer resources and help to that person if they're in a position to accept it and go forward. But until we have those conversations, we'll be stuck at the point like, oh my God, this chick ain't nothing. She done abandoned her 5 kids just because she laid up and had 5 of them. Now she's tired of them. Yeah, it looks bad when you present it in that fashion. But when you find out this girl was an SA victim, when you find out this girl was, you know, her relationship with her mother, when you find out everything that entails, and even now, if she was trying to look for help and say, hey, I'm overwhelmed, can you come and get him? Well, nah, because you unalived my son, so I got to get you locked up for M first, and then I'll come get. See, it's like it's so many layers to things.
Yeah, so let them stay with strangers. Let him stay with strangers where you still don't know what's gonna happen to him. Because I mean,
these people are not friendly to you. So what makes her think they're gonna be friendly to her son? See, it's a lot of layers to this, and that's why I said
she ain't giving up her kiss to that lady. Not 1, not 5.
Yeah, that's why I said you gotta have these conversations, and a lot of people, and that's why I appreciate you, Shug, because you put it on the table to where we can have reasonable, sensible conversations about stuff. Because, like I said, my mind changed just from because unfortunately I wasn't there for the live interview, but I watched the replay today, and I was like, wow. So as soon as you came back on, now I'm coming in with a totally different perspective than I did 2 hours before when I watched the video. But if I wasn't willing to be able to say, hey, it's more to the story than just this girl left her kids. Why did she leave her kids? How did she have so many? Where are the fathers? Where are the family members of the children? You know, so when I start asking, when you dig and you unpeel those layers, hopefully those of us who are emotionally intelligent enough will understand that this is how you fix a problem, by finding out how the problem was created. And I think you did a great job at that, Shug. Nick did a good job too, but you were able to get information that led even into this interview, I believe, because I believe when they saw your interview, they felt they had to come on and defend themselves. But in doing that, we saw kind of a window into their behavior and how they deal with this lady. So again, it adds another perspective. And that's why I was telling the young lady earlier, you're not wrong. I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you or change your mind. You feel how you feel. You just feel, well, hey, she should have kept her legs closed. It's people that feel like that. I'm not going to take that from you, but I'm going to go a step deeper. I'm going to go a step deeper because who am I? You know, we all are sinners and we all have done wrong. And until she shows me that she's unwilling to change, I'm not going to throw her away.
But see, the thing is, even God willing, she does. But, you know, our content is about how do we have the conversation.
Right.
Hopefully she does, but this is something that is constantly going on, right? How do we have the conversation? Like if we can't help her, guess what? We're training each other to help other people.
Yeah, because what about all the Alexises that are going to come after her? Because she's not going to be the last young lady that is an SA victim and that has a lot of children and that's dealing with, you know, lifelong trauma. So what do? Do we tell all of them you should have just kept your legs closed? So we don't want to hear it now. We can't do that. We have to evolve. We have to get to a higher place to where, yes, like I said, I'm Captain Accountability. Like I 100% believe in that because I believe that is one of the key elements in order to change any sort of behavior or the trajectory of how your life is going to go. You have to take accountability.
And if we don't, right? And people are like, I care about the kids. That's why we got to help the mother because we don't want no more nature. We don't want no more nature boys, right?
Right.
And if we don't get these people help or at least try to, then it's gonna be more nature boys that's out there.
Exactly, because all the kids that I mentor and I help, guess what? If I don't establish a relationship with their mothers, all the work I do, it goes out of the door literally when they leave out of the center and go home. So I tell the mothers that all the time. They'll come to me and they'll say, Kevin, I appreciate you so much. I see so much change in DeAndre. I see so much change in we since you've been. And I say, but you know where that change? The only way that this is going to be effective is if you do the same thing I do and I do the same thing that you do. It's consistency with kids. It's consistency. If they feel supported at home, and then you may be at work, but they know, hey, I can go right on down to Sankofa because I know, Mr. Kevin, Mr. Darren is down there, and they got my back, and they know my mama, so they care about me because they know I know they mamas. So they know they know I don't have no ulterior motive. I don't get no money for this. I don't get no awards. I don't get any of that. They know that I know their mother. And when they see that I come over and I offer assistance to their mother, because I know that part of me helping that kid is helping their mother get to a place where once I'm gone out of the picture, what I tried to establish and help her establish is going to continue. And so we have to include the mothers no matter how we feel.
Right. We can't.
About how they got where they are, we still have to have compassion for them because they're going to be ultimately raising those kids.
Right, because if we don't, we're going to see more Velvets. We're going to see more Nature Boys.
Yes.
We're going to see that. This is what makes. I'm just saying Clout as a example, because then these kids are gonna, again, when they want to run, they're gonna want to. Her kids may want to run away too, like and find a spirituality and go from the hot place to the hot, right. So then next they'll end up in a cult or something because this is a better life.
That's
they're like,
why so many kids are easily trafficked nowadays, because they're looking for acceptance and love, because our family dynamic has become so perverted and diluted that just being with a bunch of girls that say, yeah, girl, you pretty, all you have to do is put on makeup. Yes, girl, you can get money for just being pretty and having a conversation. To a young lady that comes from a stable family, that's going to sound crazy. But to a girl that's never had love, that's never felt accepted, that's going to be like, what? I'm with my girls. We're going to be in our own apartment and I can just go out with dudes and I can get money and support myself. And then I won't have to see. That's why I said you have to really literally be able to put yourself in somebody else's shoes in order to understand why they did certain things. And unless you have a conversation and get to the why, you're never going to have enough compassion and understanding to want to help them. We all have traumas. You understand what I'm saying? But if whatever help we got to get through our traumas, we have to be a source of help for somebody, because everybody needs somebody. And you don't know if you're that one somebody that person needed to hold on to make it to that next day, or to give them the encouragement not to give their children up. You don't know if you're that person. You don't know how many. And I say that because until people actually came up to me and said, hey, I was really, really down today. Like I was thinking about like ending it all, and just out of nowhere, you had called me and you came and picked me up and just hanging out with me to stop me from it. I'm like, whoa. But until you really know that, like, you don't know who you affect and how. Like I could say to that girl, you know what? You just like all these other B's and H's out here, and you just having a bunch of babies and don't want to take care of them and blah, blah, blah. That could have pushed that girl over the edge. But on the other hand, when I heard her speak, she was so appreciative to Suge, because ever since she made that post and went viral, she been getting dragged back and forth. This was probably that one time where she came and felt like they're not condoning what I did. They're trying to be understanding. They're trying to find out why, and maybe possibly if I can help. That's it. And that's all. And I'm never going to make people make me feel bad because I showed compassion to somebody.
And then at the end of the day, I always tell people, God don't make no mistakes, right? So we don't know what part of the generation is going to be, but she could have future doctors, future lawyers, right? And I
was thinking about that earlier, Sugar.
She's 27. We don't know who that young lady might become one day,
or her kids,
or
right?
her children.
And then people, they always go keep their legs closed. Look how many kids you have. Look how many, the kids are here already. Who gives a fuck, right? Pardon my French, YouTube. But people make it seem like the kids are going to disappear because you said you kept. They're here already. So what we going to do?
Yeah.
All that sound good. Well, she should have did this. It's done. Like people like to give advice for past things. The advice you giving people, it cannot help them in the past. Now you can give them future advice, but telling them what they should have done, it doesn't matter what they should have done. It's done already.
That's a fact.
They cannot go back and take your advice that you're giving them now and change the past.
Advice is not
It's
retroactive.
done.
It's not retroactive, right? I could have, I can say to you, hey, you shouldn't have let this person on your panel. That's why you got your channel took. Or I can say, listen, what can I do to help you to file a protest, or what can I do to help you build back up your subscribers? I'm not gonna sit here and keep going. Like you said, advice is not retroactive. If it's not future advice, it's no sense in telling somebody what they should not have done. Because the kids are here. So what she should have done is really irrelevant at this point. Now, if I said at this point, listen, you have 5 children, you're already in this position. Don't have any more children, because that would be detrimental to you. That would be, now that's advice for the future. But to say, well, you should have kept your legs closed. She didn't keep her legs closed for whatever reason, whether you think it's a good reason or not. The fact is we have 5 other Black human beings that we as a culture, as a community, are responsible for, whether they belong to us biologically or not, because their lives are going to be indirectly impacted by us and vice versa, right? People always talking about they tired of welfare. Well, what if these 5 children don't have anybody to step up for them, and they have to go into the system, and then we got to pay more into the system in taxes because we're going to have to take care of 5 more children, instead of saying, hey, let's try to help this mom because she's realizing she's overwhelmed. She's reaching out for help. Let's offer her and her children some options to be able to move forward. And maybe that will be the push that she needs. Maybe that will give her children the hope. If her children maybe see, hey, my community will stand behind me. You see what I'm saying?
No, but the main thing she said, I gotta get help. The main thing she said was, I realized
that's accountability.
I got a lot of stuff. You heard her when she said that, right?
That's accountability.
I got a lot of stuff I gotta unpack that I thought I was okay. I'm not saying it verbatim, but I'm not. So she gotta go back to that young little girl.
Yeah.
And fix her.
Tell her, go think about, well, I ain't gonna say your own child, but think about a child that you love, that you close to in your family, and she was violated by a predator, and you tell her you should have kept your legs closed. Psychologically, you know what that does? You've already been victimized, and then when you tell people, they tell you fast, or you shouldn't have been grown, or you shouldn't have had on what you had on, or and so how do you move forward when everything about your life is being scrutinized and you feel like you're being judged as soon as people meet you? Oh, you got 5 kids? Welfare queen, this, that, she a freak. That you get just automatically. If you just go to a guy and say she's got 5 children, the first thought that is going to be in a man's mind, she's loose, she's promiscuous, this, that, she like to party, drink, smoke. That's all she do is lay up and screw. That may be totally not the case, but that's why we have to have these.
Oh, thank you.
Shout out to you, Anthony Reed. Shout out to you. Let me read his comment too, because he's been on point this evening. I'm 39 and childless. One of the many things that prevented me from following my dad's poor and trauma-informed behaviors were men and women pouring into me. I was told that I am not my family's past and that I have value. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, sir, you do. In evidence by the way that you speak and the encouragement just the words you've typed in this chat have probably given a lot of women encouragement that read that, because they go, wow, here's this guy who really understands. He really went through what I went through, you know, because it's a trauma for a son to not feel accepted by their father and to be told and shown that. And so for you to be speak the way that you speak, you've done a lot of work, and I salute you, because I've seen a lot of people that don't bounce back from that, bro. And more don't bounce back than actually do. So salute to you, and that's a testament.
And yes, you have plenty of value.
Yeah, we gotta pour in. We gotta pour into these kids. We do.
And we gotta pour into,
regardless of how they got here or who their parents are. We have to pour into them.
And we gotta pour into each other, right? Because I don't care what age you are, like we all fall short, and then the first people who's always got the first things to say, then you will have to now show me where you never fucked up, you never made a mistake, you never had to pull yourself up about the bullshit, you never, I mean, oh, y'all keep it real people out here, then you must be free from everything.
And you know, and this is a thing too. Just as a human being, it doesn't make me feel good to tell somebody you ain't shit, you should have did this, you should have did that. You know what makes me feel good? When I can actually positively impact and help somebody. So that's my natural inclination. I'm gonna say, how can I help you? As opposed to saying, well, you shouldn't have did this and you shouldn't have done that. That comes later. See, before I start.
And a lot of times people know that already.
Yeah.
People know when they're doing right or wrong.
Yeah.
But like I said, show me somebody who can't say that.
Yeah, nobody. And you can't make my wrongs worse than yours. If we both did wrong, then we both did wrong. See what I'm saying? But you can't, just because you don't have 5 children, I can't make you seem like you're less of a person than me because I didn't have 5 children. I wasn't SA'd either. I didn't come from a bad family. I wasn't beaten. I wasn't mistreated or wasn't told that I was loved. So I can't sit here and go, she has 5 kids and I don't, so she's a bad person, or I would never do that. And that's right. We can't get a community to stick together because we can't even get families to stick together. We have to start at home. And when I say at home, literally at home. We have to start at home. My thing is, if I know that if my son had a child with a young lady and I know that young lady wasn't stable, that would motivate me even more as a grandparent and as a father and as what I put myself in this community as a leader. That's incumbent upon me more to reach out to that young lady and say, listen, whatever you're going through, if you don't have support from your family, my family is here for you. We love you. We love our grandchild. Not only do we support him, we support you as well, because you are part of him and he's part of you. And I leave it there. Now, whatever that young lady would do with that information, that's up to her. But I have to make myself available. I can't criticize you if I haven't made myself available to you to offer my assistance.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? I can criticize you all day long, but if I haven't offered any type of help, then my criticism is like everybody else. We can all sit back and go, yeah, she's stupid and he dumb for doing this and he dumb for working there and she's dumb for staying in the relationship, because, you know. But if I can't offer you a safe haven, if you leave that relationship, what good is it me calling you stupid all day? But if I can help you, if I can give you the resources to get to a shelter or find a way to, then it makes me feel better to help you than criticize you. But we don't realize that as human beings, because it's so easy to go, yeah, you stupid, you this, you that, you shouldn't have said you, instead of going, you know what, if I help this person, that would make me feel 10 times better than it would to criticize them.
And then that's how a lot of people, they don't understand. Sometimes you take a part in people who want to commit suicide. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Because whatever you're telling them, believe me, they know already. Now, the minute you start saying, that's just like I always tell people, if you know a woman is getting abused, it could just be that day he tore her ass up. And that's the day you want to call her all types of dumbs and stupid, not knowing that she
Right.
just now she figuring, you know what? I don't got nowhere else to turn.
Right.
Let me take my life. Sometimes people play a part of that because they, like I said, you gotta be. It's not
Yeah.
what you say;
I,
it's how you say it.
I told you
Right?
this was just recently. I just went and picked this person up, and we went and had lunch. And they just told me after when we were eating lunch, I was gonna harm myself today. And I said, "Wow, what was going on?" It was like everybody I tried to call, not one person picked up the phone. And then you called me and I didn't even call you. You called me and was like, "Hey, what you doing? I'm gonna come and get you." And it was like that, right? I had no idea. I had no idea whatsoever that and I don't even know why I called that particular day, but I just did call him and say, "Hey, I ain't talked to him this little while. Hey, what's up? What you doing? Man, I'm finna come pick you up. What you hungry? You ate yet?" But just that right there, I didn't know what he was going through that day. I hadn't talked to him in a couple months. I was calling to check on him. I didn't know he was suicidal. I didn't know that he was going to harm himself that day. So that's why I said you
That was
never
God
know.
using
Yeah,
you to save him.
yeah, you never know who's listening to you. Somebody told me that a long time ago. They said, "Kev, you have a powerful voice. Be careful what you say because you never know who's listening." And I always remembered that. And when that person said that, in a couple of other instances where people have told me, "Man, you really helped me," I would just be like, "Wow, I had no idea." You're never gonna know. You're really never gonna know. But maybe something that one of you guys said to her, or a comment that encouraged her in that chat, maybe that made her hold on one more day or one more week, or till she can figure out what she needs to do with her life. But I definitely think that we gave her more hope in how Suge it talked to her in the way the chat supported her than if we all would have just dragged her and called her all kind of worthless, no good mothers and all this, that, and the other. That's just my opinion. I think that we helped and did no harm. We don't, it's not our job. God is, whatever she did wrong or whatever we feel is morally, unthinkable to us, that's between her and God. Like I said, I don't get in the way of God no more. God know what he's doing. So
We don't have a heaven and hell to put her in.
whatever happens, that's out of my control. But I know what I'm supposed to do as a man that calls himself a leader and that is involved in this community. I am obligated to do certain things, no matter what I think about that person, because there are 5 children at the end of the day who are depending on somebody to come through. Somebody. But we so mad at the mama, we don't forgot about them because we pissed at her. But if somebody don't come through for them, guess what? You're gonna have 5 more Lexuses, 5 more Nature Boys, 5 more Velvets. But the hope that I have is I never thought any of those numbers was
Lars.
I never thought any of them was worth talking to. But look look at Aaron. So you never know what impact. And this is another person who said personally, "Bro, I was listening to y'all a long time ago, and y'all used to be saying," and he told me personally, "You and Suge said certain things that planted a seed, so that when he really started pondering within himself, along with some of the things and points that we were making and seeds that we planted, and not just us, it was probably a bunch of people. But like I said, he conveyed that to me personally. So that's why I can say that. And it's like, I never knew. And I even said that to him, dude, I said, y'all was so brainwashed, bro. I didn't think y'all heard nothing nobody said. He said, I'm going to tell you something, bro. I don't care how brainwashed everybody act while we was there. Everybody heard certain things that people said. It's just that we chose to push that down and deny those because we was on a different agenda. So that is another confirmation to me. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep saying what you say, because you're going to help somebody whether you know about it or not.
And then let's not mistake us. We know when to we're gonna always show compassion first. But don't get it twisted. We far from stupid, okay? We know when to give you that smoke too, right? So please don't think that, oh, they dumb up there and we smarter than them. No, you ain't smarter than us. It's just that sometimes people's lives are people's lives. If we can help you, we can help you. We can't. I don't have time to go back and forth. If you're a liar, you're a liar. If you're telling
Facts.
the truth, you're telling the truth, right?
Yeah.
You know. And then if somebody's doing something terribly wrong, we gonna get into that ass too. But hold
Yeah, and
on.
y'all done heard me. Yeah, even if it's somebody up here and I like them, if you say something wrong or you out of pocket, I'm gonna address it. But again, I want us as a community to get to a point that yes, we hold each other accountable and we show each other grace so that we have somewhere to go after we fuck up. I mean, after we mess up. We have an opportunity, we have space to make it right. Because when you don't have any hope, that's when it goes left. When you don't feel like nobody's gonna give you a chance to come back from whatever you did, that's when people give up. That's when people stop trying. And it's very easy to get there. I don't care how wonderful your life has been. We've all experienced depression. The people that come from the richest, best families, we've all experienced that. And so just imagine if you didn't have the reports. And I think about this all the time. I thank God for my family, because if I didn't have my family when I was going through whatever issues I was going through in my life, I don't know where I would be. But because I had people around me that were stable, that were level-headed, that were mature, that were loving. And listen, I come from a Caribbean family. There's nobody that holds people more accountable than them. Trust me. Like I said, we can't come to a family function without our children. We cannot come to a family function without our children. That's how strict they are. But at the same time, they love you just as much as they're going to get on your ass and make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do. And I love that in them, the balance of it all, because to this day, I'm in my 50s. I would not raise my voice or make my parents in any way feel like I'm grown. I can say what I want to say, because that was instilled in me.
Oh,
I care about my community because my parents instilled in me to care for my community, not just my family, but for everybody, because I'm a part of everybody. I can't be black and then I don't worry about nobody else black except my family. That's crazy.
But
And
hold on, God.
yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, God. I do want to hear a little bit more because I'm not watching this whole thing.
My bad. I'm sorry, y'all, for talking
I
so
do
much.
want to hear. I want to hear what this little young lady had to say.
Able to take care of the first two that you have, because she is not the only one going through what she's going through. There are a lot of people who have a platform and the ability to have people to support them. The way she's going about it is wrong. If you have trauma, both parties are wrong. I may not agree with what Tommy says at times, but he did speak facts. Sometimes, and he did speak facts. Sometimes I be wanting to ask shout, why you said all black women need to be raped? But I'm not in his face for us to have a one-on-one conversation. So I cannot just, he may have a different view off of the internet, and that is him. I have the right to say that I do not agree, and we could leave it at that. But at the end of the day, if you had your first two kids from GRIP, that's the question everyone is asking. Why have three more? And now you here willingly ready to give up the five that you made, when you could have made a decision to say, let me seek help before I have three more. You now
I'm sorry, a 16-year-old don't think like that, but carry on.
here sitting here publicly defaming a woman's son. That's why she has all that animosity towards her mother. At the end of the day, whatever trauma you go through, that's your personal business. We on the internet do not need to know this.
All right.
Okay. We do not
Your
need to know the
phone
trauma
has
that you've been through.
feedback. I
Speak
hear an
to a
echo.
counselor first.
Joanna, there's an echo or feedback.
Forget about pain meds. Start eating these foods to alleviate.
Yeah, it's too much cold-heartedness for me. people are just too cold-hearted, and it's like, well, everybody been through it, whatever. That's not right. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to see where the echo is coming from. Hold on.
She gone.
Okay, I still hear it. So, Tommy, everybody
I'll
else?
mute myself and you see if it's me. I'll mute myself. Hold on.
Okay, so I think okay, so unmute Tanel. Unmute. We'll all unmute one by one. All right, so talk, Tanel.
Hey there.
Okay, alchemizing, unmute.
Hello.
Okay, okay, I don't think okay. Andrea, unmute. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, pause. Okay, Tommy, unmute.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, so I don't hear it when I talk to everybody one by one. What is that about?
Maybe it was the young
I
lady
think
that
it was the other lady that was talking.
yeah, the Jamaican lady.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes when you're overseas, it might echo because of like the bounce back from how far it's going to come back.
Oh, okay. I think it may have been Joe. Okay. All right. Twin, who's twin? Who this?
Just me. I just was in the chat. I just wanted to come up and voice my opinion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. My mom had 10 kids. And when I was young, around the kids' age that she had given her kids up at, my mom, not to get too much into her business out, but my mom was in a situation where she had one of her kids and drugs were found in her system, and we had to go to foster care. And I gotta tell you, I still see that. I still, remember what happened. Me and my three brothers, we used to like be in a bed together at the foster care. For a whole year, we wonder, when our mother's gonna come get us. When we went to go visit our mother, CPS literally had to grab us like we thought that we were being taken and never to return, and that was a bad feeling. So when Lamore give her kids up like that, I'm thinking about the emotions that's going through that 11-year-old kid. Him snatched away from his mom, going into an unfamiliar place. But the thing is, I do feel where she's coming from.
See, this is a problem. I'm gonna keep it quick because I'm gonna end this. The kids are not in foster care, right? She put her kids are staying with, the kids are staying in three separate places. The twins are together and the other two are together. And she speaks to the kids every day and she spends 2 days a week with them. So they're not in foster care. So please watch the interview. If anybody haven't seen my whole interview, I ask all of these questions. Watch the interview.
But the way she's performing, how she was live last night. I was on time. We saw my show. She was live last night. She did a lot of interviews with different people, and it seems like she's living her best life. Like forget the kids. I'm living my best life, and now I'm doing me.
No, she don't call asking people for interviews. People call her and ask for the interviews. Well, let's carry on.
And it's the same energy that I see a lot of women, even when they break their marriages, like, oh, I don't want the marriage because I want to do me. You know what I'm saying? Forget the kids' feelings, forget the kids' happiness. I just want to live my best life. And it's like a cold hearted, world when you have kids and you putting your needs before your kids' needs. And just the fact the way she's moving all over these, like it's like almost like anybody's going to do anything for clout. There's no boundaries anymore. There's just no boundaries, and the social media is really bringing out the ugly out of people, where people will put their kids on the line for fame.
Hey, entrepreneurs and business owners.
I don't see no fame you get for giving up your kids, but okay.
I think you made I'm sorry, I was muted. I think you made a very great point. That was a fair point because you lived it, you went through it, and you know what the emotions are on the kids' side. Like everybody is thinking about, like, okay, you gave your kids up and you weren't ready for them at this time. But you also, like you said, you do have to think about how the kids are feeling, how they're receiving this, and what they're going through being displaced. Because, sometimes somebody also mentioned it in an interview that I had with her, like kids, I know people who they mama is like crackheads, but they love their mama to death regardless. And they in the trenches with their mama, period. You know what I mean? So it's like, on one hand, yeah, I understand her feeling like at the moment I can't do it. I can't do it, but I understand too where it's like, okay, you are going on all these interviews, you are, living your best life at this time because you saying you see the interview.
Like Kev said, it don't matter. Why not? Okay, now you know where your kids are at. Why you don't go pick up your kids, man? We always
That's
putting
my
it
point.
on the mother.
There's no way I would leave my child in her hands if even half of the things that they said about her are true. There is no way. So again, like we can critique her all day long, but there's at least three other men that we gotta ask them too. Hey, bro, what are you doing that you would know that your kid is in this position and not go and get them? You wouldn't have no resistance. You could go to court if all of this stuff is so that easily documented. You could go. They would give you your child immediately, and she don't want them right now, so you wouldn't have no problem.
And homeboy, your mama problem wasn't she didn't want y'all. She was an addict. They found drugs in her system.
Right.
So don't project how you felt on her kids.
Yeah, like I said, it's layers.
So, I get it both ways for sure. Somebody said, I think you said, can you ask Tommy, did Lex say where the children are? Because in your interview, she said it was one home, then switched it to 3.
Mm-hmm. She said there were 4 that were there with her. She said she hasn't technically given her children up. And Twin can tell you, the thing that I think that made her cry was when I brought that part up. I said, I listened to you tell me how you grew up. I listened to you tell me how neglected and lost and alone you felt. I said, do you not understand you're doing that to your children right now, even though you might not feel like you're doing it? I said, do you understand that right now, that your viral video, you have an 11 and a 10-year-old. They know the internet and they have friends that know the internet. You have made them feel the exact same way that you say you felt. You have made them have to go through what you're putting them through. And it's unnecessary. I said, so there has to be some build here. The people that talk a lot about me, but they don't understand one thing that I have and they don't is a thing called a psychology degree. And when I talk to people, it's different than if you watch me do a show or if you watch me talk about something that's ridiculous. Everybody who's talking about this situation, they're saying how ridiculous it is, how messed up it is. Yet if I say it is somehow wrong enough to where I can't be spoken to, and I think Tanel for saying, why would we constantly want to just talk to people we agree with? And why would people try to, and this is the biggest thing, and I told her that. I said, there are a lot of people who, because they can't lose weight, they'll try to make you gain weight so they can look skinnier. When I came on your show, I was being very respectful. I don't know if you had talked about me or not. And you see, when you said you talk bad about me, I don't care. This is your job. This is a job. I don't think that other people understand this is a damn job. And it is your job. If you see me say something, why would you act about it with no passion? Yeah, Tommy said this. And, well, I mean, it's just his opinion. Who the hell would want to watch that? But if you sit up here and say, this nigga out of his mind saying this, And of course, there's going to be some people that agree. But when we talk about this trauma that girl is going through, these same people in their audience are going through their same trauma and they want to spread it to other people. I don't like him and you shouldn't like him either. Well, how would you feel if people went around trying to get other people to dislike you because they don't like you? That is one of the biggest problems in the Black community. Group hate. We can't hate by ourselves. Anybody I dislike them myself. Ask me anything.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tommy. That ain't got nothing to do with that.
Because there was a lady in the comments. It was people in the comments that was talking about him, talking about Black women and things like that.
Exactly, and that's what he does.
Ass up here another time. I'll come do your show.
Another thing,
right now, but I'm trying to think what I said because I know I was talking shit, but at the same time, I don't think I was.
But Neek, you know,
you're talking shit, but you're making a point. Why would I be upset? Like if you're talking shit and you're making a point, why would I be upset? Like if I was sitting there talking about you, you said you wear a hair hat.
I don't know. I feel like I know I was talking shit for sure because I feel like you be talking shit about us Black women.
I was about to say literally, I talk shit. If you had done something, if I saw you do something, I'd talk about your wig, and I'd say she up there with that. I'd talk about what I see because I grew up roasting. I'm from Atlanta, and joning is kind of what we did. But I kind of do it constructively, meaning you won't hear me just say if you will say something and you're making a point.
Oh Lord, you're making it about him.
That, but I don't exactly remember. I don't know.
So she was upset. So then that one, that the mixed girl that was there was literally like all over me too. And I don't know if the other girls talk because they all kind of know each other, whatever. And I'm pretty sure the Puerto Rican probably told her whatever. So the mixed, my mama, her mother, and I was that when she turned 12, she'll come live with me. Well, she didn't want to leave the school she was in, so I just moved back to Atlanta. So she didn't have to move, and I lived here until she graduated, and she graduated this year, and she's going to Duke. So shouts out to little Alexandra. She's on her way to Duke this year. So I have an 18-year-old. That's how old I am.
Oh, okay.
Allegedly, is that the same girl that when you came out the shower, she was there? Well, let's go.
All right. Let's pull up this video, child. Tommy said, I ain't ducking no smoke. I heard the hell out of it.
A good show is a good show.
Oh, you know, he got finessed. Hold on, let me get this off of here. You know, it'd be technical difficulties sometimes.
I tell you what. I told y'all a long time ago, they say the black of the berry, dumb of the bitch. It is true. It is true. It is true. Black of the berry, dumb of the bitch. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Tommy Sotomayor. I want to talk to y'all a little bit. Hey, I think this is going to be fun. The woman, first I was just going to let it go. The woman went out of her way to want to fight. Oh, no, I'm suing. Sure am.
All right. So he goes on to say that he was going to let it go. I was going to let it go. I was going to let it go. I wasn't going to say nothing. But because she told Fresh and Fit that I was talking about them behind their back, now I want to sue her. And he goes on to say, oh, she's jealous. You can also see this on my Instagram. He goes on to say, oh, she's jealous because, you know, the light-skinned girl got the attention and she got treated better. And she associated herself with it. So she said, this came from Dubai. She's dancing. She's turning up. So the reason why I'm showing.
I've been here for how long? Read the comments. He hate his mama. I do shows with my mama. You said it too, and I just sit there and laugh. People like him, he bitch nigga ain't got a good relationship with their mom. Y'all just say whatever y'all want to. And that's the great part about it being a black woman. Nobody checks y'all. Because who gonna check you, boo? Y'all.
Lordy, I'm done. Right? This has turned into he really came there to give him to talk about her. Started off talking about the young lady. but he really wanted to have it out with her, right? So we are definitely done on this. I didn't even play no intermission music or nothing, right? But I am definitely going to end this because as we see, ain't no more but them two. What's up, 8 with the 24? What's going on? You got that right. That's why I say I'm done with that. But I like to thank my king and my beautiful queen. Thanks for coming up here. We will definitely finish discussing this tomorrow. We will definitely finish discussing this tomorrow. It don't have to necessarily be about her, but I want to go into more of women who have had enough, right? And women that are tired, right? Because this is this, and now also, like I tell men all the time, if women are so bad and women are so bitter and you want to be with your kids, I showed it's over 1 million kids in foster care in the United States. Over 1 million kids. That's 1 million dads that has not went and got their kids.
Right. Or at least 700,000. Some of them might be incarcerated or deceased, but it's at least, 3/4 of a million out of that million that ain't going to get their baby.
And the minute you say the mother kept me from seeing my kids, the minute you go down to that foster care agency, you will realize that the mother has no men. Please stop. You are equal to the mother.
That's right.
Unless my son could never come and tell me she won't let me see my kid. Unless he got some court documents in his hand.
Unless you got a pistol, you ain't gonna tell me I ain't gonna see mine. You gonna have to have a pistol.
No, what I'm saying. Unless you got a court document in your hand that showed me the judge that she is the primary caretaker and you're not allowed. No, baby, that means you don't want to either pay child support or you don't want to fight because you don't want your life disrupted. Because now, if you get to see the kids on regular basis, you got to adjust your life. Like no more, no more weeks.
You might have to change your work schedule.
Right, exactly. No more.
They getting them back and forth to school,
Right, no more every weekend with your homeboys, or no more every week because now you want to work now. So to make things easier, so I don't care what other people say. I'm just saying what I say to myself. He could never. Oh, she bitter. She this. Listen, I ain't got nothing to do with you not wanting to hear her mouth. I ain't got nothing to do with you, baby.
Right.
How you say you chose it, right?
Yep.
But
fix it.
If you have every right, the same way she got the right to go get child support, you got the right to go to court and get visitation rights legally, whereas it's set. But y'all don't want it set because then now you have to adjust your life. Anybody who tell me that without a court paper, a man have equal rights. They give the rights to the woman because now they have to adjust their life or they don't want to pay child support. Because there's no way you're going to go take a woman to court for visitation rights without her saying, oh, really? Well, then I want my child support.
And you know what? And shout out 8 with the 24 who just came in. He left a good comment. And happy belated birthday, bro.
Happy belated birthday.
He said it feels good being cordial with the mother of his babies. And it does. It feels great when you have a cordial relationship with the other parent of your child. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people get they get a kick out of saying, yeah, my baby, my BM this, or my baby daddy this. it feels so much better when you have a cordial relationship, when you can go and get them, and even if they're with somebody else, speak to say, hey, so-and-so, how you doing? All right, yeah, I'll have them back at 7. They got anything you need to send something? Okay, all right then. All right, y'all take. It feels so much better when you can just be cordial.
Hold on. Let me hold on.
In fact, let me shut up. We trying to get out of here too. I'm on mute.
No, hold on. Stop. Hold on for 1 second.
Okay.
Right, because we did say happy belated birthday.
That's right. Salute to all the good fathers. Age 24 being one of
them. I made a birthday song for people whose birthdays. So here's your happy birthday.
You want to hear it? Here you go. You want to hear it? Here you go.
It's a special day. Friends and family gathered. Let's celebrate. Happy birthday to you. Let the party begin. Wishing you more times around the sun, my friend. Another year older, but you're still young. The memories we've shared can't be undone. Happy birthday to you. May your dreams come true. Here's to another year of adventures with you. Happy birthday to you. May your dreams come true. Here's to another year of adventures with you. Happy birthday to you. Wishing you more times around the sun.
I wrote that.
Oh yeah. Raise your glasses high. Let the music play. Happy birthday to you. It's a special day.
You're enjoying the sounds of DJ Sugar Suge. Big Sugar Night.
Pull up the tune selector.
Come down. That's what's up. Shout out again. Salute to our brother A with the 24. Happy belated, bro. I know it was a couple days ago. I did hit you on Instagram on your B-Day shouting you out. So salute to you again, bro. Good to see you back in the building.
Thank you. Now I'm gonna play hold on. I don't even see Nick. But let me just play my King Kev song, and then let me play y'all songs, right? Then
I want y'all right now. I'm number 2 on the stream, and right behind Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us.
And then
I'm right behind you, Kev.
And then y'all always know I end with me.
Sugar's on her DJ stuff. Let's go. Let's take it out like that. I love the music. Who? They all know my name. When it comes to moderating, I bring the flame. I'm rolling through the shit, bringing that crunk vibe. Ain't no one catching up, they all falling behind. I keep it real, ain't no faking or pretense. When it comes to moderation, I'm the one they all commend. I'm the crunk moderator, taking control of scene, keeping it hype, living the dream. King Kev, that's my name. Now wear the crown. Ain't no one better to hold it down. I'm doing a sturdy bop, y'all. I'm over here on my pop smoke. Hey. Hey. I'm a crunk moderator, taking control of the scene, keep it hype, living the dream. King Kev, that's my name, and I wear the crown. Ain't no one better, I hold it down. Yeah. St. Louis. Hey, they put that St. Louis wing on there. They put that Nelly on there. They know I'm in the loop.
I did that one.
Dude, you hard, Suge.
That's dope, Suge.
This that one right there. This that one.
Feeling great, Jackie Gay, she the mom, she got that sugar love.
Hey, I need some grills for this.
Knowledge, always keeping it real. With a sassy attitude, she got that mass appeal. She the queen of the mods, dropping comments all day. She keeps the chat alive, ain't no one in her way. She's got that special something, making hearts skip a beat when she walks into the room.
and the whole place gets heat. Jackie Gaines, the one and only, never fails to amaze with a sharp wit and humor. She sets the
I gotta get some
world
Hennessy.
ablaze. She's got that mind power, keeping controls at bay. Her words are lethal weapons.
Oh, this the other cat. I did 2 for Cat.
That's what I was saying. That's my trap song right there. I told you. Hey.
I won't accept defeat. I'm the king, rule this rap game, making moves. Yeah, they all know my name. Can't care, I stay on top of my throne. With every verse, I'm claiming my own zone, catching dreams. I'm chasing that.
Don't make me start freestyling, y'all.
The realest one around. Hey, hey, hail to the king.
Hey. Hey, hey, hail to the king. Hey, hail to the king. Hey,
hey.
Dude, we gotta hear your cut. That's my grandbaby. That's my grandbaby song. You love your little theme song.
All right. This for my little niece. And we all know we ends it with me. And then y'all will have a good night. Thank you all. Now here goes.
Great conversation, great chat, great build, chat.
Great build. Here we go. We always end with me.
Thank you, chat.
Love y'all to death, chat. We out.
That's true. Sugar love is a name, spreading sweetness too.
Come on.
Her voice like velvet, smooth as a summer breeze. A podcast, the soundtrack to everybody's ears. Sugar love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. A podcast, the place where the stories unfold. Ooh, yeah. News and entertainment with a touch so sweet. She's the heartbeat of the community's beat. She brings the news with flavor like a cup of hot tea. Uncovering stories, bringing light to what we see.
Hey, feels so good. Yes.
She uplifts every soul, sugar love. She's the one who makes us feel whole. She's the one who makes us feel whole.
What makes us feel whole?
In the land of real, there's a love that's true. Sugar love is her name, spreading sweetness too. Her voice like velvet, smooth as a summer breeze. A podcast, the soundtrack to everybody's ears. Sugar love, she's the queen of soul. Ooh, yeah. A podcast, the place where the stories unfold. Ooh, yeah. News and entertainment with a touch so sweet. She's the heartbeat of the community's beat. She brings the news with flavor like a cup of hot tea. Uncovering stories, bringing light to what we see. With her infectious laughter, she uplifts every soul. Sugar love, she's the one who makes us feel whole. She's the one who makes us feel whole. In the land of real,